brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, 866-932-3244. That'll also allow you to text as well. We Be Big, kind of tough to figure out when you're texting, but that is the case. 932-3244 is how that runs out. You can text, that's an option. Email, of course, social media, all that. And all those links and information can be found at rickandbubba.com under contacts. All right, over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Snotbox, Mr. Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Helmsy was in the corner trying to hide and be quiet while blowing his nose, and that on me. I looked up just at the right time, Helmsy, and I could see you over there kind of in the corner trying to be real quiet. You okay? You getting it? You got it?
Good.
Just go ahead, buddy.
Great.
Whatever you need to do.
Love it.
If you're headed this way today, golden ticket seats are open today. That means we'll spin the wheel of canned meat. We've got a full room here today and overflow as well as we try to get you in when we can. Boy, we're just booked solid throughout the end of the year, but we have tried to accommodate some of the requests, but we have a full room today, so we look forward to seeing you. That means Rock and Roll City will be in there, and Greg will be all red-faced from playing drums, which you'll own me.
We need to rethink all that.
Bones. What's wrong with me? I was just texting him. Bubba is back today, scheduled to be with us after 2 days of moving. I can't imagine the stories he will bring in. He said the classic, "I'm coming back to work to rest," line to the staff yesterday when asked if he was going to make it back. And he said, that's the only way I can get away from this and just take a breather and rest. And it's a funny line, but it's serious. And some of you know what I'm talking about. When things are crazy around the house, you go, man, I need to get back to work so I can rest. So he is scheduled to be back with us today. Look forward to that. Plus your phone calls and texts, like I mentioned. RBU this week, it is ready. It's in the hopper. It's ready to publish. It is with Herbie Gear, Southern Baptist representative in Israel, spent many years in Israel. Everything Israel, and I mean that, was discussed in RBU this week. If you want to kind of be up to date on Israel and what's going on over there and history, and it was such a great conversation. You don't want to miss this one. So make sure that you check out Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, boys, how are y'all? I'm sitting here looking at you, but how you doing?
I'm good.
You good?
Yep.
All right.
I like that shirt you got on today, Greg.
Yeah.
This is round 3.
I know.
Now,
Hey, look.
Now I got to start the rotation back over.
Yeah. Well, look, the painting company showed out when they
really
gave you
did.
They gave you some shirts. That's good
I was
stuff.
wondering when you were going to throw the third one in.
Yeah,
I've been waiting.
I was kind of holding it back.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Looks
the,
good.
The tubers, hello, YouTube. How y'all? I know y'all looking at that going, hey, that's a nice shirt. How you doing, Coach?
I'm good. Just sneezing as usual.
Yeah.
You know,
Is it this place?
No, I don't. I think it's my house. I don't think it's this place.
Okay.
I think it's my dogs. You know, and that's
not the dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of thought that, and you know, you have one dog that you can somewhat deal with, but when you have two, oof, you know, I notice I sneeze and snot box, as y'all call it, more on the days where I don't go to Jacksonville, and I'm at home working from home.
Yeah.
Sitting in there and all that
Really
dog hair.
brings
That's
it
good.
out, huh?
Yeah. So I think that's what it is. I don't know. I don't think we're in kind of some seasonal allergy stage. I mean, I just Amanda doesn't like it when I say it's the dogs. Mm-hmm. But I do think it is. Like I don't. It's not her. It's not the kids.
Mm-hmm. No, you can eliminate those.
Everything else in the house is pretty clean. Like I don't.
Yeah.
I think it's the dogs.
It's got to be the dogs.
I really do.
A little bit of dander.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's what stirs
Not
it up
the
every once
dreaded
in a while.
dander.
And when I'm gone all day and not sitting around, and I get in there and mess, I get in there and mix it up with them,
Sure you do.
pet them, play with them,
I don't want to pet Blue.
And so that's it. Blue comes up, snuggles next to me as I'm looking at roster limits for the NCAA. Like, that's the thing we do.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
Yesterday, speaking of dogs, all right, so, and I know, here we go, Greg. All right, so we have Australian Shepherds, and for some reason, I don't know when it started years ago, but if they ever need trimming or they ever need some kind of manicure with their fur, I'm the guy. And I don't know how that. I even told Terry when I was sitting in a mess yesterday. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But I had the most awfulest thing happen to me yesterday with one of a Leo. Yeah. It's a blue merle, and he's a mess. Okay, yeah. And when I say a mess, he loves you to death. If you get up, he's right under your feet. He wants to know where you're going, what are you doing, and he's a nervous wreck. Okay, he really is. He's
Blue's the same way.
He's fun, and he'll go fetch a ball, bring it back, and there's kind of, but he gets on your nerves if you don't watch it. Yeah. Well,
bit of a bip.
Yep, he is. So I had
Blue's that way.
I had knocked out Jack's haircut, and what about 4 or 5 days ago, and I'm like, okay, it's time for Leo now. So we sit down normally, and they're pretty good. Now Jack will lay there, and he's a little red merle, like the folks are sending us a text, and he'll lay there and just go, whatever you got to do, buddy, you do it. And he's like, he is exactly what you want. Leo he won't get still. Then he gets to shaking, and then he wants to look at you, and then he wants to move, and then he wants to, I want to run across the room and all this kind of stuff. No, sit there. Yesterday, I'm going along, and he's always tough. Normally you have a pattern where you go, okay, I'm going to start around the ears and the neck and go to the legs. Him, however he moves, you just got to knock that part out. And so it's a little bit of everywhere. Yeah. Well, I guess he didn't like my tone. Greg, I didn't have a good tone yesterday. Oh, boy. And I told him to sit down, and he started peeing.
What?
And so now
I've got a haircut.
I've got dog fur. Okay.
So you got loud and he peed.
Yes.
Coco does that sometimes.
Yeah. And I said, hey, sit. I said, sit down, man, sit down. You know, like pleading with him, like please for the love of all that's good and kind.
You scared the pee out of him.
And he started peeing. He started peeing.
Well, he didn't like the haircut in the first place.
Yeah. So then I started.
So you're a dog groomer? I didn't know that.
Well, every now
and
then.
What do you use, by the way, when you do this?
We ordered these really nice, clippers and
shear things.
And shears, and it comes with different gates on it and all that. And so if you want to really get them, you buzz them down and all it. So, and I know you're not supposed to buzz them down too far, but sometimes with shedding and they're in and out of the house, it just works better. But this one wasn't all the way I'm buzzing them. It was just I'm a little cutback.
Okay. Yeah.
And it takes a little minute. And it does for like I said, for Jack, I knock it out. For Leo, oh my gracious, y'all, he started peeing, and I just screamed for help.
Right
I'm sitting there, got my legs crossed, okay, trying to keep the fur off of me. And that happens. And Terry walked in, and it was one of those, hands over the mouth. Oh, my gosh. And I'm like, honey, where do we start?
He thought I got him.
He did.
He won't cut my hair no more.
He sure as heck did.
Golly, have y'all seen those, and I don't know what they're called. I wish I did. I may need to order one so I can breathe and not sneeze everywhere. It's almost like a vacuum cleaner type device, but it evidently clips the hair as it vacuums it up.
Oh.
You and the dogs think you're like massaging them or whatever, brushing them and all this, and so
that's kind of like the Flowbee.
Yeah, it does look similar to that, Greg. That's the thing, and it really cleans up the hair on top of clipping it. Like I need to check into that.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these,
of course, they wouldn't stay there. I mean, they wouldn't stay while we do it. It would be a
lot of these carpenters and stuff. You see them out in their little workshop and stuff. They have that,
sawdust.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you never know at our house what chore or what job is on the table. It could be out in the yard doing whatever. Yesterday was, man, and it's a dreaded job. Nobody wants it, and that's why I get it that it fell on me. I got it. It's almost like Terry.
Sound like the dog didn't want it.
Terry ignores it, and I think she learned it from me. I think she faked a phone call yesterday, like somebody was calling from work, and I don't know that anybody was on the line.
Did you have to shear them dingleberries out? That's the bad part.
No, that's why you do this, so you don't get those.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Greg, for that.
Yeah, but I appreciate that, buddy.
I figured, you got peed on. What's the difference?
It took 8 minutes for you to say something.
That's part of it.
We just shake our head.
So I let him run off, and he's half haircut, and he looks sharp. You
ever do him like a lion's mane?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Helix sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix sleep quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X, to get your discount. This month, as we reflect on the birth of our nation, it's important to remember the freedoms our forefathers fought for. AMAC is actively fighting to protect our freedoms. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits with free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel deals. Hurry up and get this deal 1 year for $1. I said it right. 1 year for just $1. Go to amac.us/bigbox. That's B as in boy, I-G, V as in voice, O-X. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix sleep quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. Can't pay the IRS? Receiving threatening letters? It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. When it comes to protecting your loved ones, you need a home security system you can trust. Simply Safe Home Security combines cutting-edge technology with a customer-first approach for award-winning protection. Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied, but never locking you into a contract. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% off your new system today. B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Welcome in. It's right at 21 minutes past the hour, and you've got the kickoff hour live. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. Over here's Helmsy, and we're off and running, and we thank you for being with us today. Don't forget, we have golden ticket seats today. Means the wonderful wheel of canned meat will be spun. Greg will be on the drums. Rock and Roll City will be in there. Tom coming back today, so we got a full band going.
Yeah.
Okay, man, sounds great. And RBU this week. That'll be something you don't want to miss. Everything Israel with Herbie Gear. That is this week's RBU. Bubba's scheduled to be back today, so he can rest from 2 days of moving. Bless him. All right, so we can't wait. I can't wait to hear those updates because now, I know you helped your mom move and the whole family, Greg. That one there, though, we got huge trucks, and it's been an endeavor for Bubba, the never-ending move, as he calls it. So we'll get an update from him today.
Hey, I need a suggestion. Can we do the Wheel of Meat 3 segments today?
This is he's just
Can we
like
do that?
one of my uncles.
I want to do 3.
Every time I see him, he's going to bitch about the same thing.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I mean, good God.
And I just think half of it is because he don't want to be on the drum.
That's the easy part. I just think it's terrible.
Okay, buddy. I know. You know what? I could quote your complaint if you want, because I hear it. I hear it every week.
Maybe 4. Let's just go 4.
I love it. And then he starts exaggerating stuff. I think I cussed too, accidentally.
You did.
I don't think it was accidentally.
Just to realize that.
If Leo would have been here to peed on the floor.
If I'd have known you in high school, you'd have got me to drinking, I think.
I think you figured that out on your own.
Earlier than I did.
It'd have been like 9th grade.
It had me smoking behind the gym.
Oh, me.
Dipping. Oh, Lord.
I'm just kidding. You know what I love?
I'm really excited about it.
I love when you do hand gestures in the break and you forget we're on YouTube and you got your leg kicked up.
It ain't fair to have that camera on.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying, how long have you been with the show?
It's been a good minute.
No, I mean,
16 years.
So you've been with the show 16 years and you
16.
still forget?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. All right, then.
Well, we only been doing the kickoff hour for 2 to 3 years. So,
right, according to me.
Yeah. You've never been so far off.
Ever.
You didn't really think that, though.
Ever. No, I don't. I think I just kind of quit. I didn't think about it before I just said something. I got a little bit of noise here for y'all. Yeah. I want y'all to know.
Give it to us.
I want y'all to see if y'all know what this is. Y'all good with that?
I got you.
Say, are you going to participate?
I am.
Okay, because you'll get off in something.
No, I'm good.
What do y'all think this is? Right
as
here.
a coon dog. Somebody taking an order to drive-through.
It definitely sounds like
It sounds like somebody in some kind of stress.
What do you think they're saying?
And
listen again.
My mama?
my mama.
Ooh,
My mama.
that's pretty good.
My mama. That's what
One more time.
No, that says what? No.
Is that
It's
you when you
funny.
spent the night with your mama? You wanted her to come get you
Yeah, I
a
was scared.
night story?
I was scared.
Mama.
It's like he's got like something tied around his mouth, like somebody's trying to shut him up.
All right. Well, scientists think
Scientist?
chimps may be able
No.
to speak. A study
Well, you see,
found
Planet of the Apes.
chimpanzees might be able to talk.
That was a chimpanzee talking.
Scientists have analyzed 2 old videos from 1962 and the mid
Oh, they've been
2000s,
talking a long time.
and they think chimps in both videos said the word "mama." Check out the.
We thought it.
They know after studying, they're like, I think that chimp
But
is
how would
saying
they
"mama."
know? How would time out? Chimps don't know that you call your female person.
Well,
that
you don't
birthed
know that.
Mother. How
Right.
do they know that? Unless they heard other people calling her
Right.
mama.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they don't just know, well, that's my mama, and you call them mamas.
Right. This is another one here.
Chimps are smart,
They,
though.
they started analyzing. Tell me if you think this chimp can talk.
But I'm going to pan down after that.
Say, what do y'all think about that?
I can hardly understand that one.
Huh? And this is another one here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
Okay, that'd be fine.
So anyway, new research suggests that the Planet of the Apes could just be around the corner. They think that the chimps can actually speak.
Well, they ain't spoke since '62 or whenever it was.
Have y'all seen the Planet of the Apes, the latest one?
I haven't. Yeah,
I've never got into that.
You really?
Yeah, and I think it's something I would
it ain't
like.
bad. I'm like you. I've just never really. Of course, they CG it to death.
First time he said no.
See,
that was.
Caesar can talk.
No, he can.
I like the one when he was little and it showed it and it had what's his name in it.
That's good.
The actor, I can't think of it.
I'm just gonna let you struggle today.
It was that was pretty good.
Yeah.
And then that led to all the others. Now he's grown. He's out in the woods terrorizing everybody.
Right. Yeah, that's a fact.
And then they tried to shoot him. And you know what he said?
Yeah.
Please look, there's Speedy cutting grass.
Okay.
Hey,
I need. That's what I need right there. They analyzed this one. This is from 1964.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
What if there really was a chimp that
talked just like that?
You remember Coco who do sign language?
Yeah, I ran up on that movie the other day.
I think so.
What was the movie?
I don't think there was a movie.
Well, I know I said that. What's the name of
Planet of the Apes wasn't real.
No, it was the other one that could communicate. Sign language.
Speedy. I don't think.
Help me out. Quit looking.
When they going up in the mountains.
Yes. What's the name of it?
And they come across them that kill them.
Yes. What was the name? But my first thing, I thought it was Coco. That was the name of it.
Congo.
That's it. See, I was close.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You got Congo and Coco. Coco was a real gorilla.
I know, and it's also Helmsley's dog.
Language. Passed away in 2018.
I knew it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Was taught sign language and would communicate.
Mama.
My mama. No, see, they don't know that that's their mother. That's bogus. Somebody did that.
You think? Well, they say that's actual footage that they are discovering from 1962.
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
Speaking of minutes and movies, and have y'all ever completely turning the page here? But y'all brought up the old movies. I had not seen Tom Cruise's version of Reacher.
Oh, you
haven't?
I had never seen it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I've never seen
That's
any of the
That's a good
Reachers.
movie.
I've never seen any of the Reachers.
That's a good movie.
Quit frowning like that.
Well, I'm
when
kind of
you say
disappointed. I ain't
What's
seen
up,
the
Bubs? Welcome back, kid.
Are they any good?
Bubba just got here.
It didn't make controversy because they're the purist, Reacher purist, because he's not tall enough.
Yeah,
and all
that's
stuff.
I was just about to say that
Yeah,
because
I remember.
I
Something
mean,
about
you know, Amazon Prime's The Reacher, the series or the whatever.
Big guy.
Probably a little bit more
Which I had
realistic with
watched.
him.
Yeah, I had watched
Well,
that.
who is
but
Reacher? What's he do?
I was going to say, I don't get. I mean, I never watched it and said like Tom Cruise can't play this part. Like, what are we doing? He's not tall enough. I never said that
because you don't
It was
know
a
how
good
tall he
movie.
is.
It was a good movie.
Because they're going to shoot it where he looks like he's the same height as everybody else.
Right.
I just thought it was good.
What about John Wick?
older.
It is. It's not bad.
Never seen those either.
Oh, John Wick.
It's like you want a number. It's like you want a number 1 or number 2.
Yeah, you want fries with it? Fries with it?
So you love Reacher, huh?
I ain't never seen Reacher. John Wick.
Huh?
I'm talking about John Wick.
I know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late, and never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
All right, thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We got 25 minutes until top of the hour. As we always do. We thank you for making us part of your day at 866 We Be Big. All right, or that you can text that, which y'all are doing now, which is owning me, 866-932-3244. And hello to all YouTubers. I don't want to leave you out. A lot of you watching. Someone said today's their first day. It's somewhat, they think maybe they shouldn't make too big a deal out of it, but for them it is a big deal that today's the first day that they've pulled us up on YouTube and can see what's going on. So quite a day, and they see your new shirt, so that's good.
You like that?
You look sharp. What you got over there?
No, I'm paying attention to you too.
Yeah,
it's shot after shot back and forth, and kind of digging it this morning. And I'm not in it, so I'm just kind of enjoying it like the rest of everybody else.
Yeah, do y'all know sign language?
Do I know sign language? Yeah, I know one.
Listen, I was thinking you were going to say it before you even asked the question.
I got one I use a lot.
I love how you brought your knuckle up about to show me that you know
and
it.
I thought
you thought about, I'm on YouTube, I can't do it.
There's some new. Anyway,
been here 16 years and I forget.
But I don't know. So I want you to do it with the way the translators, because they have to do their face.
Yeah,
I know that's part of it.
I
Y'all don't have
know.
to email me. I get it. It still looks funny, but it's part of it.
We have had this discussion before. If you had to fake sign language for maybe 30 to 40 seconds, do you think you could do it to where the audience would go, man, okay?
Probably not.
Okay.
I kind of wish I knew sign language, by the way. When they
yeah, I was about to ask that.
If I don't want to do all the faces, but
the faces that go with it.
Yeah,
well, I think that's part of it because you're showing the expression.
Remember that one guy? He was not only he was really ugly too, and he was doing it. It just, it was hard. I couldn't listen because I was just watching him.
Right. And
then of course the famous one that got up at the funeral for what's his name?
There you go, boy. You got a good memory today.
Hey, I'm telling you what.
What's his name?
Yeah, he's just a world leader, Mandela.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the guy got up at his funeral. There's the president of the U.S. is behind him, all the world leaders, and he's up there and kind of find out he don't even know what he's doing.
He don't do it. And,
he was faking it.
It was funny, and then you thought about it for just a second. It was scary that somebody was 3 feet from our president and faked the whole thing.
No, how about this?
You're like,
step one, when you're hiring an interpreter, get one that actually knows sign language.
Yeah.
Maybe ask somebody.
Oh, good gracious.
But you could eliminate him right out of the gate.
Yeah.
But back to what you said, though, he faked it really good.
He did.
Nobody knew it except people who needed the sign language.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else was like, because he looked confident.
Yes. They asked our president about it, and this is what he said back then, if you'll remember this. Do you remember? The reason you're saying mama. I don't know why. All right, then. So I just wanted to know. Did y'all see Simone Biles win the gold last night?
Did not.
How about that?
Overall, she wins the gold, and Suni Lee wins the, the bronze, I believe?
Well, she's
now the America's greatest gymnastic in history.
She's redeemed herself.
Six,
really has.
Yes, 6 gold medals.
Wow.
And this was her 9th overall medal. She becomes the first woman to win 2 Olympic all-around titles.
How about that?
Since 1964-68, where another gymnast, I think from Czech, won. She has a chance to win 3 more this weekend and Monday, so it's not over. But
she really saved her legacy with this, and because she would have honestly, and fairly or not, okay. She would have been known as the person that just quit and
didn't finish.
And good for her. This is a fantastic, incredible story.
Yeah, it really is. And then we talked about Suni Lee. I did not know her story where she for a year or so battled this kidney issue that had her gaining all this weight. She had to go to the hospital. They had to try to figure out what in the world was wrong. Yeah. She had to kind of really start over with her gymnastics training and learning everything over again. And she was interviewed last night after bringing home the bronze, and she said, I didn't even expect to be here. And when she went into the floor routine, she said, I didn't even know if I was going to medal. She said, I thought medaling was just out. She's like, so I just said, let's go full speed and see what happens. And lo and behold, she brings home the bronze. So congratulations to them. It was one of those things where I kind of knew they had won, so I could watch it.
So that's complete opposite of me. I didn't watch it. We got the grandkids. 2 of them are staying with us this weekend. But yesterday, all of them came because Chandler and them just live down the road. So they brought the other two. So we had all four of them, and we were cranking it up.
Are they spending the night and everything?
Just the two. They'll go back home, but I'm not all for it, but the two, Ellis and Marion, are staying with us tonight and tomorrow night.
Okay. How do you think that'll go?
Oh, it'll be great. We'll have fun. Crank it up.
Do you get in trouble when they're around because you let them do too much?
I'm getting better about that.
Are you?
Yeah.
I don't see that, but you are.
Bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
And in your mind, are you getting better? Because I don't think
Has anybody told you you're getting better?
No one said that. No
Yeah.
one's confirmed what I think, but
Right.
we'll see.
Right. Yeah, I don't think. I think in your mind you're getting better,
Well, yeah,
but to Helmsy's point, Lisa's probably going. Probably not getting
Yeah,
better.
possible.
Yeah.
But I had all four of them yesterday going. They were cranking up. So I didn't watch any TV.
And I just saw the notifications come through that she had won, and then Suni Lee had brought the bronze home. I didn't know a lot about the swimming. I watched some of it last night. Some pretty cool stories that you would, of course, make fun of, Greg. But you can find a story really behind about every event. This fencing that goes on.
I'm not into that.
I got locked in, and JC. Kind of on the side, in addition to kind of working, sometimes he'll give some lessons, maybe some hitting or fielding lessons with some of the youth around the Helena area. And he was about to leave, and we were flipping through, and he saw fencing. He said, "Whoa, what's this?" And I'm like, "Well, let's watch it." And I couldn't hardly tell who was scoring, and then all of a sudden the light for them would come on, and they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, how did that happen? And then they'd slow it down, and you'd see that the sensors would go off, and sure enough, but I think the U.S. won gold. I think.
Really?
Something
what
I
saw
noticed yesterday
for the women.
You bring up fencing. Different parts of our country, obviously sports are different. Some teams, some universities don't have football teams, and some, I was looking at the roster limits in this NCAA ruling yesterday. Fencing gets 24 scholarships.
Really?
See,
that's the roster limit. It's 24.
Wow.
It was
Are
one
they
of the
full?
biggest.
Are they full?
It was one of the biggest increase. Well, it depends on if the school wants to do that or not. But you can't have more than 24 on their team. And so I'm like, so y'all have? There's schools out there that have 24 fencers. Is that what you call them? Fencers?
That's what I'm gonna call them.
Equestrian was another one that had a ton of people.
Let me ask you this:
and then you got baseball over there trying to share.
Equestrian had 50.
How do you match up in
roster
fencing? Like wrestling, you match up by weight. Is fencing just anybody?
Fencing, what I could tell, and again,
you know what I'm saying?
Here I go. I'm going to get it wrong. I think you have 3 that's on the team, or maybe 4, and you all take turns. It's almost like almost like a batting order. And you're trying to get to a certain number.
Okay.
And once you hit that number, then you're good. And the U.S. almost gave it away because I think she had to get to like.
And you were mad because you hadn't seen the news to know if they won.
I know, so I was a nervous wreck because it had live beside it, and I was like, "Oh no." I did see where Xander was 2 in the golf, and I think they've cranked up this morning. Because it's already what time now in Paris? If you're listening live, it's 5:43 a.m. Central Time, and let's see here in Paris, it's 12:43 p.m. So right after lunch in Paris.
They're getting after it
live. Yeah.
So think about
and track and field, y'all. It started. Y'all so y'all are in now.
Okay.
We've always talked about baseball not having enough scholarships, 11.7, whatever, and they've upped it to where it's now 34 roster spots. Yeah. So you can give up to 34 scholarships if you want to.
Right. Don't make me mad with the stat here.
But I'm just saying, fencing gets 24, equestrian gets 50.
50.
Why do we need 50 people riding horses?
They better not be full.
Is that
or
right?
I'm going to throw something.
Oh, if the school wants to make it 50, they can.
They got
the rowing team's crazy. It's up there too.
I saw the men's rowing for us. The 4-man, we won gold. Ooh. How about that?
Rowing for women, 68 roster spots.
What?
Good night. How
many scholarships do they have?
That just depends on how many ever they want. That's the thing.
I mean, but they don't have 68 scholarships.
If you can fund it, you can have up to 68.
So they're not sharing.
What do you mean not sharing?
Like, in other words, sometimes they'll go, "Hey, you got 30 scholarships, but 68 rosters."
Well, I mean, they could do it like
and
that.
And then you just divide it up. Yeah. That's kind of
they could do it like that, but they can have up to whatever the roster. They're doing away with the whole, basically the equivalency. They're saying that you have this many spots, and if you want a scholarship, all those spots you can, but you can't over
Yeah.
do the spot.
Wow,
Tennis is 10. So I can have, if the school wants to give me 10 scholarships, that's good for me, but they don't have to. Right. But I can't have 11 people on my team. Does that make sense?
There's only a certain number.
I'm just shocked that like tumbling has 55 spots.
Tumbling?
Like if a university has a tumbling team and they want to give 55 scholarships, they can.
Wow. Speaking of the Olympics, did y'all see what Mike Tyson came out with yesterday?
No.
He's not happy about the dude fighting the female Italian woman.
That was ridiculous.
And he has said, "I'll fight you right now."
So he's going to fight.
He's told that dude that's trying to be a girl.
That's funny. I'd like to see that.
He said, "I'll fight you."
I'd like to see him fight Jake Paul first.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we are.
That's not going to happen,
It keeps
right?
getting bumped back. Haven't they gave another date?
Oh, have they? Okay, good.
I may be wrong, but I think they have.
He said, "I'll fight you."
I'll fight you, man. I'll slap you.
I will take a break. We'll be right back. 14 minutes until top of the hour. Rick and Bubba are here. Adel will join us shortly for the main show, which will start right after top of the hour. So don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes d'où?
Vous êtes d'où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Hard work is the foundation of the job site. Boot Barn Work and Carhartt are committed to supporting the hard workers that keep our nation moving. Boot Barn Work proudly offers a broad selection of Carhartt workwear and boots, known for durability and quality since 1889. When the work is relentless, Carhartt is trusted to finish the job. With so much on the line, there's no room for cutting corners. Carhartt at Boot Barn Work.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with the team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back, back or your neck or your joints or your muscles. In 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, it happened again yesterday, guys. Notification on my phone went off. Simply Safe doorbell has got movement.
Ding, ding.
And I was like, honey, what did you order? Is it every day? Yes. I don't know. I say, all right, straight up, just be honest. Do sometimes you get bored and kind of go to Amazon and go, I wonder what I could order? And she just kind of looked at me. But I knew that something was there because I just said my Simply Safe doorbell cam went off. And this portion of the program is brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafe.com/BigVox, BIGVOX. It has its own app. So you can run everything from the app. You got your cameras, you got your doorbell cameras, you got all the stuff, HD, notifications, Jimmy Jam, sensors all over the place, depending on what you want. You can build your own package if you would like. But you can go right now to simplysafe.com/BigVox. Their 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving an alarm, quickly assessing the situation and sending emergency responders. And with exclusive live guard technology, they can even see and speak to intruders in your place, warning that the police are on the way. They have no long-term contract, which is awesome, or cancellation fees, which is great. So go to simplysafe.com/BigVox today and see if they can't earn your trust like they have ours. And don't be locked into some long contract. Be safe and satisfied with simplysafe.com/BigVox. Right now, you can claim an exclusive 20% discount on your new system by going to simplysafe.com/BigVox. simplysafe.com/BigVox to save 20%. Excuse me.
Ooh.
Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Got you, didn't it?
I had a little something in my throat.
Oh, got a little.
Have y'all ever?
Of course, you just staring at me, not helping.
Have y'all ever heard of cheesing a car?
Let me give him a break. Huh?
Have y'all ever heard of cheesing a car?
Cheesing it?
Cheesing
have
car?
not.
That's when Greg breaks wind in it.
That's not. It doesn't sound nice.
So Amanda asked me yesterday. She said, "Hey, do you have access? Do you have access to our camera?
So you can cheese your car?
Doorbell camera?" And I said, "Yeah, of course I do." She goes, "Can you go back and look and see?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Well," one of Braden's friends was parked at the top, and somebody cheesed his car. And I said, okay, well, we can find out who it was.
Was
if they
that
came
like,
on
is
the
that like
the
throwing
side,
cheese?
throwing sliced
and it
cheese, like the
sticks?
singles cheese, yes, and throw it all over
lot?
the car. Yeah, oh yeah. Now,
Does that mess the paint up?
I don't know if it messes the paint up, but I know it's hard to get off.
Oh, I bet.
You know that.
And so anyway, we got to we know who the perpetrator is. I'm in regards to
you saw him out there throwing it.
in regards to the what Speedy's talking about with the sponsor. That's what made me think of it. But I had never heard of cheesing a car, and of course I had to talk Braden down. He thought Caroline did it, and I said, Braden, first of all, Caroline doesn't even know whose car that is, and she wouldn't waste the energy on doing that.
It is a commitment.
I said, but we'll figure it out. But I had never heard of cheesing
what
a
style
car.
did he use?
It looked like craft singles.
Did it look like he was throwing like when you're dealing cards?
Yes,
or was
it
it
did.
coming over the top?
It's a little of both.
Okay.
A little of both.
I just wanted the style,
Yeah. I'd never heard of that.
Speedy don't
didn't know that was a thing.
Truck out here.
No. Did not know cheesing a vehicle was a thing.
I
kind of like it.
Even through high school and college, whatever, I kind of leave cars alone.
I know you get all mad about it. I remember I saw somebody mess.
No,
with
but
it.
I mean, I'm not going to mess with somebody's
I'm not
car,
especially permanent.
Yeah,
damage.
no, I'm not going to do that. Things in the tailpipe and all this
Well,
stuff.
we
I
did
ain't
all
doing
that.
all
You know about
that.
a banana in the tailpipe?
At the power company, we did a lot of that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
To the trucks, the company trucks.
Yeah. So through the text line, 866-932-3244, someone wants to know if my wife knows I throw her under the bus sometimes with the advertisings, and that's no. Because I don't think she's listening or watching right now.
That's one good thing about this hour.
Yeah, so I kind of just use her an example, and hopefully y'all won't tattle on me. Somebody says vacuum grooming, Helmsy, is the best.
Okay. I'm looking at one right now. It's one is all 7-tool pet hair vacuum.
Oh, look. And
somebody Chewy makes that food.
Could also be used on humans.
Yeah. Somebody sent us a little red Merle picture. Look at that. They says they love Greg. See?
Merle?
Look. It's a red Merle.
Why do they call them Merles?
It's just the coloring.
What's
I don't know why
mean?
the Merle
Merle must
part.
mean
I don't
something
know.
about
And Aussies aren't the only thing that have Merle in it. You have
kinda like
different.
Blue Tick.
Yeah, that's it, buddy. So the vacuum grooming, I think I might have to invest in. Every time I groom and cut the dogs or whatever their hair, I always say, "This is it. I'm not doing it again. I'm going to take them somewhere." But then I start thinking, I don't want to put that person through the misery of having to cut my dogs. They're so weird.
I need to comb. You know how they'll get them clumps of hair when they start shedding?
Yeah.
Buddy looks like a buffalo when he was driving. But I need to get them, they have them gloves and comb it off. But he just walks around and looks that way.
Yeah, okay.
Millie's real short-haired, so you really can't.
Yeah. Adler, do you shave your dogs? Do you cut their hair?
Oh, I got nervous.
Their fur? No, he says no. Okay. Huh? Adler's
nervous for a second.
Well, why'd you get nervous?
When you yelled out, asked him if he shaved, then you said...
He said, Adler, do you shave your...
dogs?
And Greg got nervous when you asked him.
Because that's all you think about, stuff like that? That's where your mind stays.
He thought you was going to ask
I've noticed
Does your mind stay in the midsection?
Yeah. I've noticed this, and Adler, and I've even seen it with my daughter. All about the dog to the real babies show up. Suddenly the dog's not near.
Oh, not near.
Because when he first got Kevin, oh my goodness.
Oh, takes a back seat.
And then he legally adopted Franklin.
Yep.
But
no, I never filed that paperwork.
But it changes everything.
It does.
I mean, but Chandler used to be, the dog gets out in the rain, and I'm just worried to death about it now. She don't even.
Is that how she talks?
Well, not
because
really.
I've talked to her. She didn't sound like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, it didn't sound that much.
Yeah.
I got 2 old dogs if anybody wants them.
Oh. If we're doing that, I got 2 young dogs. If anybody wants them.
Yeah. Please don't you get ahead of us on that now, because we've already said what we're going to do. Wow, the dogs. I mean, good night. We actually have audio of Chandler saying what you just said, Greg.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's crazy, too.
Okay.
If you want to take a listen to it, it won't work. Dang it.
Adler, please, and I'm not going to go into detail, but please give me permission. It's been like 20 years on that dog story you had that time.
When Kevin passes away, I'll tell that story. And the amount of white hair that dog has now, it won't be long. So I can tell that story. It's a good one, Greg.
It's real good.
We've laughed multiple times about that.
So do you think Kevin would hear you talking about him? Is that why you're waiting? I don't...
Yeah, it hurt his feelings.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He'd probably get a flashback.
Yeah, maybe.
Rick and Bubba.
Great. We filled up.
TED in Atlanta and got to sit in with Pete and Don Sutton on the looked up to her whole life. But I'll tell you, yesterday was another milestone for us as we visited the TED in Atlanta and got to sit in with Pete and Don Sutton on the Braves broadcast.
All those years growing up, and there we are, looking, those of you watching on TV, that's us sitting in the booth with Don Sutton and Pete Van Wert. I couldn't believe that there I was, and to my left, there sat Pete. And I don't think Pete could believe to his right was Rick and Bubba.
You know, too, I know that Pete was taken back a little bit by how much territory we took up there in the booth. It is a very roomy booth, but as you look at this shot, you realize, hey, the room was quickly going away.
We filled up. I mean, did you see that? Now,
did y'all take over?
Yeah, of course. And Don Sutton gave us a ton. You know, he's from Escambia County.
I didn't want to say
really?
Yeah.
Don Sutton told me, he says, I have relatives at every exit on I-65. And I said, well, Don, why don't you come sit in with us one morning, or at least we'll try to get him on the phone. I know they're busy, you know, with the Braves right now, and the playoffs coming up and all that. So we're gonna try to get Don on the show and talk with him a little bit. But I felt like we connected, Rick. We just connected with Don.
Yeah.
And Mickey, in my mind, he wanted us to
Show
stay
us
longer.
That connected thing.
Connected. And I felt like he wanted us to stay longer.
I did too.
Didn't you?
I mean, how you can tell when somebody wants you to go, and you can tell when somebody wants you to stay.
Don Sutton wanted...
You're used to that feeling from us,
yes,
right?
and I'll see y'all next time.
Thank you, buddy. Take care, Mick. You know, the thing about it is, I felt from Don Sutton he needed at least, and this is minimum, one more inning.
I felt like we were one inning away from Don Sutton saying to us, hey, guys, what are you doing after the game? How about let's go get a steak? I mean, I don't want to step out, but that's how I felt.
I felt the same way. And Pete, you know, Pete was a little, you know, and I think he felt like, you know, I'm with three Southern boys. I'm from Rochester, New York, he had to tell us. And I think that made him feel like that he was on the outside looking in, but it wasn't true.
But he was very nice.
He was extremely nice. But, you know, where Pete Van Wieren was going, you know, we are calling a baseball game, Don Sutton seemed to completely get away from that.
Well, too,
I
felt like we made a connection with Don because we mentioned to him that we played a little ball.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, Rick, you were an all-state defensive tackle, and, you know, I was an all-county baseball pitcher, and, you know.
And shortstop.
And I told Don, I said, you know, my style of pitching was a lot like yours, except I didn't have a fro. And I thought he liked that.
He did like that very much.
By the way, I need to give a shout-out, too, because I didn't get it in the broadcast yesterday, to Terry Abbott, who was my high school baseball coach, who he was really the first person to teach me psychological warfare.
Yeah.
So, and he had played in the Braves organization, and is now coaching and scouting for the Reds. So, hope that Coach Abbott gets to visit the show a little bit.
Yeah, we try to have some great memories, like when, you know, we played Little League, and of course in the 70s when I was playing Little League, you come over to the Braves, sit behind home plate, and get to hang out with Darrell Cheney.
Yeah.
But, you know, that was...
Look, if you went down and had a good game of, like, handball going with a cup, they might ask you to pitch in the late innings.
As a matter of fact, I remember one time the Blue Caps, which was my T-ball team, what they call T-ball now. We didn't get to hit on the tee till you got 4 balls, but we were actually pitching each other at 5 and taking it to the chin. You know, but we would get to hit off the tee. We actually got to play, I think it was the 3rd inning one time against the Padres. So it was incredible.
Well, you know the thing, too, John Perry, who is the John, are you the executive producer of this thing?
John Perry on the TV party, some kind of producer type thing.
He you know, he told us when we got there, he said, guys, I've got tickets if y'all want to go sit down before you sit in with Pete and Don, which was going to be about the 3rd inning. And they carried us up to the press box, Mickey, and in the media area, they got all this food, and it's really good. By the way, 30 different type hot dogs. And
a bunch of different hot dogs. So, it was very, very fancy.
And, you know, it looked like it was going to rain, and I thought, and John even said to me, he said, our seats don't have cover on it. And I thought, because the last time I had been to Turner Field, I was in the upper deck behind the foul pole. Okay?
Now, you know, we're thinking that the whole way. They said, oh, yeah, guys. See, I thought they just got tickets to get us in the gate. Then they put our media credentials and our press box stuff on us. And then we never wanted to leave that because we thought if you got those kind of credentials, why give them up? So we're thinking, oh, yeah, the seats. And Don Juan went on to the seats.
It's going to rain.
Yeah, we're like, it's kind of rainy. And we thought seats, Schmeats. You know, and all of a sudden...
Well, we're up in the media section, you know, where the newspaper guys are. And John Perry tapped me on the shoulder and said, can you see Don Juan? And I start looking up at the flagpole, you know, thinking, is he in the upper deck? And he says, no, look at Chipper Jones on deck. He's sitting right behind him. Look, there's Don Juan right now sitting on the 2nd row In Ted's box.
Yeah, they
How?
just showed a piece of it on Turner South. Right here, look. Watch this a minute. Look at Chipper Jones on deck. Right behind him, there's Don Juan. Look at that, right
With
there.
the red pants on.
Y'all, look how close we were. Now, the only problem... It is 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour has begun. We're thankful that you are here. And our national anthem gets us started. It is a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Another hour has begun. The kickoff hour is behind us. So you know that Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they are here. Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray. He'll guide the YouTube option for you, both live and archive. Hello to the tubers. Thanks for being with us today. America's boldest radio stations, another live option on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you don't have an affiliate, you can use the TuneIn app. That's a streaming app, 24/7 Rick and Bubba, a free download. Just search for Rick and Bubba Show on TuneIn. There's live options. Archives, you can get those on our YouTube channel, as I mentioned. Best of Hour for Blaze TV subscribers. And all 5 hours archived audio only on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. We also do a unique podcast, not every week, but most every week, called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Our topic this weekend, Israel. I'm just going to say that the 45 minutes this weekend is some of the most nutshell, valuable information on Israel. And we talked about Israel from about every standpoint you can think of with Herbie Gear, who has lived there for 37 and plus years. And from the little town of Gordo, Alabama, and he really did a masterful job of laying out what's currently going on with Israel, end times in Israel. Why should Christians and America stand with Israel? So I think you'll find it quite informative this weekend, especially if you're trying to figure out, this Israel thing in your mind from many standpoints. So catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. We're missing one, and he's back. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey!
Hey, Bubba.
Hey!
You got time. Go ahead.
Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, you posted it.
They never said it would be. There we go. Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be back. I have trash bags in hand, and I am ready to clean up.
Yesterday, and we kind of started preparing everybody with the horror of this move. Golden ticket seats, I know Bubba's heart is in the right place. He wants to be here for you on Friday, but the man, what he's going through right now and his deadline coming up, I think there's an outside chance that he may not be here. And then I saw the schedule, and then I finally realized, and didn't worry about it again, that you would be here when you said, "Oh, no, Rick, I have to be there because it's the only place I can go to get away from this. I must get to the show to rest."
Well, there was one point last night we were wondering as we continued to load in things well into the night.
Yes.
And I eventually told the guys who were doing it, and doing a great job, by the way. We got some incredible video today of them trying to get a gun safe around the house.
I saw that. You posted, Bubba posted that. If you haven't seen it, unbelievable.
They did a great job. I finally said, "Hey guys, listen, I'm on the nursing home schedule. I got to go to bed.
Yep.
Betty will be up. She'll, help you with whatever. I'm out. And so 3's going to come pretty early.
Yep.
So listen, we're glad to be here. Maybe we can get a little rest today.
Yes, there you go. So we got golden ticket seats coming in. So we'll get updates from Bubba and the move. I'm sure there's plenty. Was in Hendersonville, Tennessee last night. We'll get an update on that today. I told you about the this weekend, what's going on with Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll update you on the Olympics today, and then we'll take your phone calls. We can see the text option happening, and we should spin the wheel of canned meat today, which features also an opportunity for golden ticket seats to win various things from various offices that have been laying around in our offices for years. So we'll it's a lot to do, but
more cleaning out.
And Bubba, where are you? Well, I know we'll get into whole flash. Just give me a quick update. Where are you? If 10 is everything's done, where are you?
Oh, we're 9-5.
Okay,
Easy,
good. Okay,
easy.
good.
Yeah, we got a few more things to clean up. Got the cleaning crew coming in today, and we're on our second dumpster, by the way, 20-foot long second dumpster.
That's your big boy.
Yeah.
Hello.
We packed one of them good. And, it's just incredible how much stuff you build up over time.
It is.
And then it's kind of embarrassing, too, in some ways.
No, there's something to that, too. Yeah.
When you see it all out in the yard.
Right, yeah. And you're like, why do I want this? Why did I have it?
Yeah. And we filled up a few storage buildings, and, we're going to have, even at the house now, there's so many boxes at the new place. It's like we're living in a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
You just swim over boxes trying to get to the door. And then, oh my gosh, this door won't open. There's something against it. And it's just, it's a process. So we'll have a lot of fun. It'll be like going to a trade day or a yard sale every day.
Yep.
Or no telling how long when we get to open a box and go, oh, there it is.
Yep.
I almost didn't find any clothes today, by the way.
Really? You were just looking for where they are?
Oh, yeah. I almost ran late looking for a shirt.
I haven't done, other than Greg and I and my sister and the rest of the family, helping Mom move from just a little apartment. And the amount of stuff that was in there that you never thought could possibly be in there. I started thinking of the enormity of it all. And I think the word that best describes a move is disruptive. It is about as disruptive as anything could possibly be.
Well,
I mean, because everything is in order. Even though you don't need it, you don't see it, you don't know it, and it's like all these things come out and go, hey, what about us?
Yeah.
And then you have to decide what to do with them, what you keep, what you get rid of, and then the things you want, like clothes, for instance. Now, where are those? You know?
Yeah, well, you start out, separating everything, but at some point, then you just start shoveling it in, and I'll give you some more details on that.
Yeah. We got plenty on that, and we'll break that down today. And if you're traveling here for golden ticket seats, we look forward to seeing you a little bit later in the show today.
I got rid of a lot of good stuff. I wish I'd have known me when I was needing stuff. You know,
wish you had known me. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With that seat is, if they foul one back,
you better be ready.
Side, you're going to take it right to the
Mickey, you don't understand. There's no screen. There is no fence. The wall there is maybe 2 foot high, and you are 50 foot from the plate.
Closer than the mound.
The pitcher is 60.
Closer than the mound.
I don't want a seat when I get there. I look down.
The pitcher for the Marlins was further away.
If I had been that close to a T-ball game, I would have gone, honey, we need to move back. We're going to get popped in the face with a foul ball here.
Yes.
And this guy for the Marlins is throwing 97 miles an hour.
97.
Can he bring it?
Can
you hear the glove pop from
Mickey,
there?
it's like a shotgun going off when he hits it. And everybody there's got a glove, and I thought, well, we need catcher's mask. We're going to get popped in the face.
You got to pay attention, hadn't you?
And you know, it's funny because when you're close to professional athletes, you know, there's a couple things that I always notice. One of them is they're always a lot bigger and a lot more muscular than you even imagine on
Sort of
TV.
like when you first met me, a professional comic.
Exactly. And the other thing is the uniforms aren't as nice as you think they are.
Really?
Yeah, they're more like the ones you buy in the store, and you really don't realize it on TV.
When you get close and you start looking, like I look like Chipper Jones, I don't know whether it was some kind of extra sliding thing he put on his pants, or he just liked those pants and said, hey, patch them up, there's a hole in them. I mean, he's got a patch on the back, and some of them are like kind of baggy and look like somebody's got their pajamas on. I was like, well, these uniforms are not near as nice as they look on TV.
That's what they're comfortable in.
Yeah, I guess it's all about comfort.
But Mickey, it was shocking how close we were. Okay, and we're bothered by it. And I don't know if you saw the game, but they walk the number 8 batter and put like 2 men on with 2 outs to get to Greg Maddux.
They want to pitch to the pitcher.
And Greg Maddux is getting loose on deck.
I mean, he's about where you are for me right now.
And Rick turns to me and says,
I said, hey, Maddux needs to make them pay for this.
And Maddux can hear you, and he turns around and grins at us like, yeah, right.
He gives me a smirk like, yeah, I'm going to touch that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. He even smirks like, yeah, right.
I might even point to what fence I'm going to hit it over.
Right, let's have some fun with it.
Yeah, why not?
And what I tell you what I loved about it, though, you talk about being able to heckle blue. And by the way, the umpires had black on.
But people were still calling them blue.
Everybody was still calling them blue. And why does an umpire need a number?
But, Mickey, you'll love this.
What does he need a number for?
Maddux goes to the plate. And right at that time, the sign changes behind home plate, and it's a promo for the Rick and Bubba show on Turner South.
Yeah.
And I told Rick, I said, if Greg Maddux, by some,
we begin to pray.
Just a gift from heaven above can jack this thing out, it will be on every network for the rest of the week.
It was set up.
Yeah, and of course, you know,
he ground out to the pitcher. But it
was not pretty. But just like, because if Greg didn't believe, it was tough for us to believe.
And I mean, this guy was throwing chainsaws up there. He was throwing so hard.
Sometimes you don't want to be that close to a hero, do you? I mean,
hey, look, I was getting in front of you. Greg's going to make them pay right here.
I wanted to see Superman my whole life, and you know what he did? Dug in his shorts.
Oh, reached around to pull them out.
Now, you'll see that at the ball game,
downtown at Sears when I was about 7. You don't want to see you. And I don't even think he was Superman, because we don't know who it was, so how would we know?
Right, because he took his glasses off and we couldn't recognize him.
I think the guy was like Carl from Huntsville.
Right, and so he dug in his tights?
Yes, that was off. Now, he was digging, too. He was trophy hunting.
Well, how about this? We got to see Hall of Famer Greg Maddux pitch up close.
Yes.
And for me, It doesn't get any better than that. And how about this? He really is into the game, even though the Braves have clinched. And from our vantage point, we got to hear Greg Maddux cuss with his glove over his mouth.
You know how they cover their mouths so you can hear it?
We could hear it. Great, Mick. It was great. We're like, yeah!
We'll be back. 10 minutes past. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Mr. Shaving. Minutes past the hour. We're back. Bill Bubba Bussy back with us today after 2 days in the furnace of moving.
You know, we picked some good warm days, too, Rick.
Bubba. Bubba.
You know, I knew better. Sometimes you don't have any control of these things.
Sure.
But I would recommend everybody that's considering moving to do that in October.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You don't want it to get in too far into November.
October only.
October, late, the last 2 weeks in October would be wonderful to do that.
Absolutely.
As opposed to everything is so hot I can't touch it.
It'll
burn you. Oh, man.
I mean, people,
if it ain't raining, it's smoking.
As you're ready to start grabbing stuff, all you hear are the warnings of how dangerous the heat is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we get 3 or 4 of those on the phone every day. All right, Rick, I got to tell you, though, the guys that were helping us out, they were awesome. You talking about some hosses that got after it.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Winstead.
Come on, Matt.
John Winstead.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Smith, John Banks, and Walker Starling. And they're the folks at Moving On. They did a wonderful job yesterday with a very difficult move because we had some stuff going to my son here in town. We had some stuff going to my daughter in Montgomery, which a lot of that's happening today.
Hello.
We had stuff going to the storage room. We had stuff going to the lake. We're going to do some more storage room stuff today. And
will you ever visit your storage room? Because I apparently don't.
Yeah. Well, it's I'm thinking about just putting a desk in there and hanging out.
There you go.
It's a lot cheaper rent than most of the commercial stuff.
Yeah. I hope it's climate control.
Well, if you get a little air going in there, it ain't too bad at all. I may wait to open that office until say October, like we're talking about.
Right. Oh, yeah.
But the highlight, Rick, I think had to be moving a 1,000-pound gun safe. Actually 900 something, but we're gonna round it to 1,000. That sounds better.
Yeah. So that is 1,000.
And that way I can say thank you a ton. For everything you did.
That's good, we had a ton of fun.
Well, it's actually tons, a little more than that, but you know what I mean.
Those things are fun to move.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, they're not move friendly. They're awkward. There's nothing to hold on to.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. So when we got to the lake, the problem then was not only getting it down a steep driveway, which they did in the truck, but getting it around the house. And we have a steep yard. And it's got new sod on it, and it was very wet yesterday. So it's, usually they'll put like boards down and roll one board and then go to another board. Adler, go to the first one if you've got it. Do you have it?
That's the only gun safe video I have.
Okay, it may not have come through to you.
It's on his Instagram if you want to see it.
Yeah, we've got that on the Instagram. Yeah. And the boards were sliding in the grass.
Oh, there we go.
So they're afraid that what happens if we get out here and it starts sliding down the hill? And I said, guys, let her go, and we'll let it be fish food. See if you got audio on this, Rick. You can hear the winch letting it out.
I got it. Let's see.
And they're just letting it down the hill, and they're going to put board. They're just going to keep getting this plywood.
Well done, guys.
Kind of like Greg says Alabama Power does through the woods.
Yeah,
with 10.
All right. So if those that can't see this,
there's some sort of ATV side by side that has the winch coming out, and that's just holding it so to have tension where it won't just take off.
Right. So it won't slide down the hill. And then they're kind of guiding it. And see, they got to not only go down the hill, they got to make a left-hand turn here.
Now, who's this with the side by side?
That is one of my neighbors, Chris Bodine.
Oh, Chris!
And we were trying to figure out how to do it, and the guy said we need a winch.
Yeah.
So I started texting everybody, and luckily Chris is a nearby neighbor, and this worked out better than if it had been a truck with a winch on it.
Okay.
Because he ended up having to go down in the yard and ended up pushing the safe for them through some of the others.
All right, so right here we're kind of going uphill.
Yeah.
And then it comes over and then goes down.
Watch this right here. That's the way to do it.
Uh-huh. Now, you think they don't love him right now?
Oh, he's coming through big time.
I mean.
But, guys, what if that had gone loose into the water?
Well, if it went into
Holy
the water,
mackerel, y'all have gone up that whole thing?
Do you love the fact that the sunset's trying to say, Bubba, Bubba, look over here. Yeah. It's okay. Look over here. Look at
Bubba.
me. And I'm thinking, get it in there before it gets dark.
I know.
Oh, that's so
beautiful.
nice.
That is beautiful, man.
That's beautiful. Right
go back to the left. There you go. Is that where you fell up there?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Up here,
yeah. I'm bringing it all in now.
Yeah.
I got
there's
where
a
you
house
are.
there behind it.
Yeah,
now.
I got where you are now.
Right.
Okay.
So anyway, I appreciate Chris being available.
Heck yeah.
Man, I tell you, that is a handy little Can-Am side-by-side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That thing, it pushed it no problem and got through the yard with no problem. And, man, I just appreciate everybody's hard work on that.
Well, I think
that was, this was kind of the highlight, but there was so much else going on. Then they had a truck breakdown. They had to empty one truck, go get stuff in here.
Are you serious?
But it broke down right at our driveway, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very convenient.
Okay, all right.
No.
You couldn't have timed it no
So they had a wrecker out there pulling it, and they had to load, empty one truck and then move everything over to it. It's been about as complicated as it could be, and it continues today. So we'll.
What's the feature today? Other than you said some,
we got
some going to Montgomery.
Yeah, got some to Montgomery. We still have a few pieces stashed in the basement that we've got to get to a storage unit, some desk and stuff. And
I'm sure the movers were all stressed out. Did you tell them? Y'all turn around and just look at this sunset right
no,
here.
okay. I'll tell you what.
Let's all calm down.
They had a great attitude all day. They were very cool and laid back and just stayed after it all day.
It looked like a 5-6 man crew. You had a good crew.
Yeah, it was. It was something. I'm blown away how good they were.
Is it true that you've written a new song, "Send Me a Mover That Moves to Montgomery,"
as
opposed to "Send Me"?
Yeah, that's it.
Send me a mover that moves to Montgomery. So it is. Do you feel? You said you're 9.5, so that's good. So do you feel a little bit of, hey, we're almost there, other than the fact that now everything's in boxes?
Yeah, well, we gotta. Yeah, I don't know where anything is. That's going to be the fun on the other end of it, but.
Sure.
We've got cleaners coming today, and we got, like I said, still a few things to move out, and hopefully we will be closing Monday. So
I was about to say, is the closing still on?
Yep.
Everything good?
Everything's on schedule.
Okay.
And everybody's about dead. But,
sure.
I brought in, Betty's had several friends come and help. I've had several friends come and help. And, it's everything from, hey, can you take this trailer, to, hey, can you pull some boxes down, to just, hey, here's a box, clean that room out.
Sure.
So, I have a lot of people that, one, probably will not speak to me for a while.
That's all right.
And two, I'm going to owe them a lot of meals when they do start talking to me again.
That's okay.
Yeah.
They'll probably, put a little distance between you and them for a little while.
Yeah, I don't
But that's
blame
all
them.
right.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's perfectly fine.
But it's, it's just...
They can't wait for deer season.
It's just aggravating how much stuff you accumulate.
Isn't it?
And,
Now, you hit on it. Sometimes it's a little bit embarrassing. It's like, what is all this stuff we have?
I mean, I didn't feel like it was that much at the time until you start trying to get it out.
Sure.
Oh, man. Anybody that's moving, God bless you.
Oh.
God bless you.
Oh. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. Bubba's back. All right. And more right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hit stores and our website October the 15th. Rick, we're going to go back to the phones here. We are going to welcome Turner South, just like they would be a new affiliate.
Sure,
We've always done that with the radio show. And if you are wondering If the program is available in your area on the radio, go to our website, check it out. We have a full list there. Ryan Greenwood, although he's very quirky, he does a very good job.
Yeah, really, his quirkiness can work to our advantage if we get him on the right project.
Right, you got to focus.
You got to get his energy headed in the right direction. The phones are lit up all across the country. Let's start in Macon, Georgia.
Look at those phones.
Back in Macon, Georgia.
We're back in Macon, Georgia.
They said you'd never be back in town, didn't they?
We're back. Lee, how you doing?
Hi, I'm fine. Monkey grass.
Hey, Lee.
First time to call. Thank you very much.
Also, Rick, before we do this, we need to congratulate Greg Maddux. We were just talking about him last segment. He is the only pitcher, along with Cy Young, to win 15 or more games in 15 consecutive seasons. And also, John Smoltz tied the National League record for saves yesterday. So we got to see a little history also.
No doubt.
He proved it wasn't a fluke, didn't he? 15 straight years.
Do you know how many pitches he's had to throw over that?
I'm going to tell you what, he cusses through his glove pretty good, too.
Does he really?
Look, I knew, hey, you know what? He's a competitor.
He's a competitor.
He was there to win that ball game, even though it didn't, in the standings. It's already done. And I salute Greg for being a competitor.
Look, y'all have heard me. I have been put on the record. I think cussing in sporting events doesn't count against you.
That's almost like a timeout from being a good person, don't you think?
I think St. Peter's going to have them written down, and you go look like you're doing your hotel bill. That one's not mine.
I'm going to pick it up.
That was at the TED.
I'll get to the guy and say, now, Peter, if you'll look, that was during a sporting event.
Yeah, I was trying to tie Cy Young right here, and the ball slipped out of my hands. It was out there before I knew it.
Speaking of hot dogs at the TED, have you bought one outside where the little people like us have to buy them?
No, never have. We got ours free up in the media tent, so I wasn't really worried about it.
Expensive.
Yeah, but I don't care. Mine were free.
Well, they had a mugging. They had a mugging over there when I was over there.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't get the guy's watch or camera, but they stole an $80 hot dog.
Well, Mickey, they got to pay for the free ones up in the media center somehow. Come on. Hey, Lee, I'm sorry. We got sidetracked, ma'am.
Lee, let me ask you this. When were you listening to the show when it was on radio in Macon before it was, wrongfully ripped from the airways by some idiot?
You mean by the mayor?
Yeah. Really, the mayor didn't have anything to do with that, believe it or not. He really didn't. He actually was a good sport. I actually got to love the show. It was a programming goob who, showed his genius once again by pulling us off.
And he's not there anymore.
Yeah, I think he's selling satellite dishes somewhere now, but I'm not holding a grudge.
Well, I actually live in Warner Robins, which is about 20 minutes outside of Macon.
Right. Well, good.
And I was very, to put it Christian-like and nice.
Kind of like I just did.
Yeah, I was extremely upset when they took y'all off the air. And I wrote y'all an email.
Were you cussing through your glove?
Well, yeah, you could say that.
Well, and that's one of the great things about adding Turner South to the family is we're going back in some markets that we used to be on. And, of course, we're getting in some markets we've never been on.
Yeah, and I caught a glimpse of the commercial last week, and I thought, well, let me see if they're on. And to my surprise, at 8 o'clock this morning, y'all were on there, and I was so thrilled because y'all gave me so many laughs last year when y'all were on the air, on the radio. And now that I can sit here at my computer, do my schoolwork, and listen to y'all in the background on the TV, and it's just like total bliss.
Lee, well, thank you for saying that. Quick question. Do we look nervous? Because Ken Bird had emailed me and said you guys need to loosen up a little bit. You look nervous. So I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Ken.
Ken, we're just doing our show like we always do it.
Yeah, always.
Y'all don't look nervous.
We don't look nervous at all, do we, Ken?
The Turner people have asked that we not eat and be dripping sauce on ourselves during the TV show. That's the only thing they've really asked.
Do I look nervous?
Hi, y'all. It's the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank y'all for joining us, Lee, in Macon, Georgia.
Thank you.
Lee, thank you so much.
Another. You want to?
Go to line one.
Who looks nervous? All right, we'll go to...
and constipated.
I don't know how to pronounce Rachel, where are you from? I can't... Is it Hiram?
Hiram, Georgia?
Hey, Hira.
Rachel?
Hiram, Georgia.
Hiram, welcome to the program.
Paulding County.
Rachel, welcome. Thank you, Rachel.
Good town.
And Rachel says you've never heard of the show. Now, are you hearing us for the first time today, seeing us, or both?
Both. I'm watching you on TV.
Oh, well, hey. Hey, Rachel, how are you?
Rachel, let me say this, and we always tell everybody this. Our first impressions are usually a little scary on everybody. Give us 30 days, and then you can make a decision about the program, but we hope you will stay with us and enjoy it every morning.
It's a form of brainwashing.
Yeah. Rachel.
is 35 minutes now past the hour. Here we go. Relief Factor. Bubba, you want me to give you 4 or 5 packs of that today? Relief Factor, natural pain relief, fighting the body's inflammatory response through with botanicals that have been around for quite a while. A lot of research has been done over all of them individually, but scientists and doctors working originally, when Bubba and I first met the team at Relief Factor, it was all about aging. As we age a little here, but then they realize, you know what, this really works for anybody that's biking, golfing, taking long walks, swimming, trying to do just a little bit better at the everyday aches and pains, no matter your age. Here is an email from John in the free state of Florida. He said, for a little over a month now, I've been taking Relief Factor. I'm not one to get caught up in trendy things, but hearing about it on the show for years, I finally said, I might as well try it. And he said, I had so much pain in my knees, and after 4 days, the pain started to go away, and now it is literally gone. The constant pain that I've been dealing with was even affecting my sleep. At one time, I was taking 800 milligrams of ibuprofen 3 to 4 times a day. See, that's not good. That's not good. And he said it was getting so bad. But now, thanks to the show and me hearing about Relief Factor, I've solved the problem naturally. And that's great news. And I hope that'll be the case for many of you out there. I take it every day. You can get yours now by going to relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, we're getting a recap on the move that never ended. It seems to never end.
Yeah, it's kind of winding down, but it just seems like it never ends.
Yeah.
I did want to show you a picture of the dumpster here.
Oh, my God. Is this dumpster 1 or 2?
This is 1.
Good night. What is all that?
It is filled to the rim.
What is all that?
Well, it's just junk.
Yeah, and
I see a crutch.
I do too. I was about to say that.
There is a
Bubba
crutch.
said, I no longer need a crutch.
I don't need
Threw it down.
Get it out of here.
What is this framing stuff here? What was that?
That's part of a light, that yellow thing.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
front.
Yeah.
What is some kind of clothes hamper to the left there?
Oh, yeah, I want that.
The metal stuff.
Yeah,
that is part of an old antenna.
There's some of Bubba's drawers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got various
drawers.
There's see that
right there?
that's a hose.
Air
pipe or
hose.
something.
Yeah, okay.
Air
See,
compressor
the
hose?
plastic to the left of it is the top of an old turntable.
Where's that?
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
was that a
I
mountain?
want that.
Go to the right.
I want that.
Right.
You
there.
want that.
Right there.
Is that a gutter, too? I want that.
There's a piece of gutter in there, yeah.
I just love the random crutch.
Hey, there's another one under there
I was
somewhere.
going to say, where's this part?
Well, no longer have to use that right there. So,
Throw the crutch down and walk.
There it is, ready to go. Well,
Yep.
Wow.
That's
But it's when you look in a dumpster, you see a lot of your life and go, wow. So, I worked, I paid taxes, a lot of taxes on what I did.
Yep.
What was left over,
Lots of taxes.
bought a few things,
Right.
and now we're paying somebody to take it off.
Right.
So it just keeps costing.
Well, and I think if we could ever use these things to look ahead, of course, we talk about this all the time. The things that are eternal are really the only things we have. These things that there was a moment where you just had to have it, and then one day you'll be throwing it in a dumpster just to get it out of your way.
Yeah, I've said earlier, I think that's one of the real key things that makes heaven cool. You don't have to pack.
That boy.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that more than now than ever.
Yeah. Do you love on something like that when we're talking about material things and a guy or woman will say to you, as if this is the first time you ever heard it, I tell you what, there ain't no luggage racks on a hearse. And you're like, wow. And they'll say it as if this is the first time you've ever heard that. Hey, you can't.
There's no U-Haul behind her. I've
No,
heard
you-
U-Haul
that
behind
one.
her.
Hey, you can't take it with you.
You can't take it with you. So anyway, that's is there any chance that you're going to get some sort of, hey, today I don't have to do anything this weekend? I mean,
No, maybe next week.
Now it's putting things in place and whatever.
Well, that will go on for months and months.
Cleaning the other house
months
out.
and months. I still have a few little things we got to get out today, but we're down to the last 7 or 8 totes and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Somebody asked that, at what point, Bubba, did you just want to dive in the dumpster yourself?
Well, I know. Let me tell you, about last weekend when we were trying to get caught up,
Yes.
Because it rained every afternoon, and that hurt a lot of the moving we had to do. Yeah. And you think, well, anyway, we're ever going to see the end of this, and it's kind of like the old joke about an elephant. The only way to eat one is a bite at a time.
One bite at a time.
You have to just keep biting away. But I am so done with it. I mean, done.
Yeah.
So when you start the playoff of the things that must go, do you just kind of start with, all right, we have to make a case for this item that it has any use whatsoever in our lives at this time?
Well, I think for me it started, a month ago, and I went, we know we need to like get rid of 2 out of every 3 things.
Right.
And so you start going, okay, I'll just do this, and I'm going to do that and get rid of this. I may hold that for a little bit longer. And then by the end of it, you're like, I'm going to need that, but I just don't want to carry it anywhere. Throw it in the dumpster. I'll get another one. That
there you
kind
go.
of thing. It's you just get to your ragged edge on all of it.
Yeah.
So.
As a storage unit, too, a mixture of things we know we want, but things that fall in the middle of, like, right now we're not sure, so let's just store it.
Well, yeah. To begin with, you're separating, going, I can do this. But toward the end, you're like, we got to get it out of the house, throw it in a box. I'll go through it later.
Yeah.
And I know this has been mentioned.
And, you might have spoons and I don't know, coat hangers and just all kind of crazy stuff. It's just so silly.
Well, when you get silliness, and also don't forget, and I know we've mentioned it, and I know all of you like, hey, we got it where y'all live, but you really, if you've never experienced it, you don't know. When you're doing something that is annoying, and you do something that is a hassle, and you're doing something like this, but it's also in an environment that feels like a furnace.
Oh,
that furnace will take you. Sometimes the furnace will be the one that says, "Just throw in the dumpster."
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
takes your joy.
You're just so hot,
so many
so
books
miserable,
and things I just threw
and
away.
so greasy and sweaty and slimy. And you're just like, you know what?
Now, the good news is I did break out a box. I didn't bring it today, but I will next week, of stuff that I found that we can give away for the giant wheel of canned meat now.
Good.
Oh, nice.
Good deal.
I mean, we got books and CDs galore.
Did you find some more books?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of that, and I forgot it.
That boy.
For some reason, Lisa declared she feels sorry for the people that spin when it lands on Pipit or something and they don't win nothing. So she's been finding a bunch of junk that was like mine and weird stuff, and she's put it in a box, and she wanted me to bring it. So if you lose, you can get something out of that box.
So that's the Pipit stack.
That's the Pipit. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't have nothing in Pipit stack.
She goes, I said, people are not worried that they. She said, that's just, I feel so sorry for them when they don't get anything. I said, I don't think they really care.
Right. I think everybody just likes to spin it.
But I forgot to bring the box. But I'll bring it next week.
So we'll have a lot more goodies.
Good.
Yes.
Bubba, how about the 8-hour move, and in the middle you realize, hey, everybody's hungry. What we gonna do?
Oh, listen, it was longer than 8.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't know what time they left. Honestly.
Right. Yeah.
Rick will just take an hour break and go get it.
Well, we had DoorDash.
I'll take care of that.
Where we live now.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people don't like DoorDash or
I
whatever.
love DoorDash.
I do too.
Love it.
I do too. In a type because it is a little more expensive. But in a type,
worth every penny.
When you got a lot going on, you can just order that and they're going to bring it to you. And we've done it many times.
Yeah.
Where we live now, we don't have that, so I'm going to have to kind of wean off having that. I've got to plan ahead of time.
Yeah.
Back to that again.
I think you'll see
Pete's always
as that becomes more viable, eventually it'll come.
Yeah,
I
hope so. That may be what I'm doing next year. So I may try that.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Where there's necessity is the mother of invention.
Oh,
right?
baby. And that's what I'm saying. They're going to say there's too much money they got down there by that lake they're not getting. And they'll do that. And then so the heat, let me ask you this. So, and I know that your son lives here in Birmingham. Is that going to help you with commute? Because that commute, I know you're not a great big commute guy. I remember when the same commute nearly killed you once.
Well, I did for a while.
In a different direction, but same time.
Yeah, it's it could, but it's not really part of the main plan. We'll just get it done, and we don't have a whole terribly lot longer to go anyway.
Sure,
so
but boy,
we only got about 70 more shows for the year. So.
Yeah, you're throwing that number at me. I'm looking at. Are you keeping that number?
No, that's just
a rough estimate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
because I was like, hey, but that's
I will get a more accurate number to count down.
I do know we're in
next week.
I do know it's month number 8. How quick did we go to 8 months?
Wow.
I mean,
Merry Christmas.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big's our number. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are we scaring you this morning, or how you feeling about it?
No, it's actually pretty good. I've enjoyed it.
Well,
I'll tell you what, I think our control room looks pretty good on the air. Actually, it's a lot better looking on television than it is in real life.
Yeah, the great thing about TV is what an illusion is. This looks like really a pretty big-time studio, but it ain't.
We put a little paint on it, a little lipstick, and dress that pig up.
We fixed her up
a little bit.
But not Bonanza didn't really have that big range.
Well, that's a good point. Let's go to Douglasville, Georgia. A lot of Georgia today. Grace, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
We're great.
Listen, I used to be in radio, and when y'all first came on at 8 o'clock, y'all looked like the bobblehead dogs. You looked a little nervous.
Did we look nervous?
Yeah. Now you calmed down, and you've gotten into your rhythm, and you look really good. And I'm so proud of you sitting there doing your own engineering, because, Rush Limbaugh doesn't do his own engineering. He can hire somebody.
But Rush Limbaugh makes $40 million a year.
Yeah, trust me, we won't either if we ever get to that.
Rick $40 million, you'll never see him again.
Let me tell you something.
He's out of here, baby.
He's gone. Let me show you what it look like if I get $40 million. Keep the camera right.
There you go.
Well, guys, another thing.
And there'll be a sign in his yard that says free CDs.
Guys, and another thing, have you ever seen a skinny radio announcer?
Oh, no, because we don't work. I mean, you have to actually move around and work a little.
And people are bad about bringing food.
I mean, I used to be on at 6 a.m. in the morning on a little radio station, 1,000-watt radio station, where, if you start out, you do everything.
Oh, yeah, I ran the Braves.
We've done all of that, Grace. And look, we still do. We do more than you would think.
Well, I'm proud of you guys. I'm glad you made it, and good luck with your program.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Grace.
you. Awful sweet of you.
Let's go to, is this Telena in Gadsden, Alabama?
Yes.
Where it all began.
Where it all began. She listens to us on Mix 102.9, says she is now watching us on Turner South. How you doing, Telena?
I'm doing fine. I've watched that for many, many years. I've listened to you for many, many years.
Thank you very much.
Y'all look great.
It sounds like you may have had that phone for the entire time.
Yeah, might need to update. It's a little muffled.
It's almost like you're speaking to us like you've already got your stocking mask on, ready to knock off a liquor store.
I'm actually watching TV, and it's kind of throwing me off. I need to keep watching TV.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Might want to have that first cup of coffee, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, Telena, we sure do appreciate your support. And like I say, Gadsden, Alabama is where Bubba and I first got together. Start doing a show there, and that place will always be special to us.
Yeah, well, y'all are special to all of us, too.
Thank you very much. We should appreciate it.
And everybody has continued to support the show there, and we appreciate it.
Let's go to Angie, who's in Lucedale, Mississippi. Angie. You can't say we never tried.
That's right. I know y'all sing me that song this morning.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Oh, Monkey Grass. Okay, we'll get it. All right, well, Angie, now, how long have you been with us?
Well, for about a year.
Oh, good. Thank you.
It's how my husband and I communicate in the morning. He's at work listening to y'all on the radio, and I'm at home listening to y'all on the radio. And he comes home in the evening, we discuss what Rick and Bubba had to say.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got you a good man.
Oh, he is. He's the best now.
And what does he do for a living? What does he do?
Well, he builds things.
Oh,
he doesn't rob them. He just builds.
Oh, he's a construction guy. Hard
working.
Hard hat wearing, tool belt, buckling.
Oh, and he coaches 3 baseball teams. And the first thing we said yesterday when we seen y'all on the Braves was, well, they're not big.
Well, we're just dressing thin. Trust me, we are. And if the air conditioning ever goes out under these lights and we have to take our shirts off, you'll know what we're talking about.
When we have to, don't make us go shirtless day one, because we don't make us sit here. Bubba, don't do it.
No, Bubba. Bubba.
And Bubba, and Bubba, his name's Bubba too.
Yeah. Well,
y'all call him Bubba.
Well, thank you very much. And
you know. Rick,
Betty is talking in, don't do it.
That Rick's married, because I might have to go looking for him somewhere.
Well, wow. Well, thank you, Angie. I appreciate it. Look, day one. Let me see.
He's got his black on.
Got my hair like I somewhat like it.
Look, We are happily married.
Yes.
We are known as the two sexiest fat men alive, but if need be, we will serve as eye candy.
Yeah.
Sure. Look, hey,
but
ladies,
we are not just a piece of meat, ladies. Come on.
Ladies, we're married.
We have feelings.
They're
deep inside our chubby chest, but we have a heart.
Right, and under some stress. But let me say this. Okay? We're married. We're unavailable. Doesn't that kind of almost make it a little more enticing?
Yeah, come on, tell the truth. You can't have. You want something you can't have.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ain't nothing wrong. Y'all want to die, but you look at that menu.
I told you what he looked like with that black shirt on was 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, Mickey D. Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're thankful that you are here with us again today as we go forward. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend, all things Israel. We talked to Herbie Gear, who has lived in Israel for a little over 37 years, and his wife actually lived there 38 years. She was there about a year before they met. So he breaks down and answers some really, really big questions. There's one, Bubba, I'll talk to you about maybe privately, because if we talk about it on the air, it'll give away what he's going to talk about this weekend. But it was something that you and I have talked about quite a bit, and he unpacked that involving the mosque that's there supposedly on the Temple Mount and the rebuilding of the temple and all that. Very, very interesting. That's in there this weekend. Some questions from the text option, Bubba.
Rick, several things. One is Bubba leaving the lake house where he is moving to. I have missed all of this. I'm hearing about it for the first time, trying to catch up. Yeah, we're moving to the lake house that was rebuilt after the tornado destroyed it.
Oh, yes.
You know, we went right there. So hopefully that will be a one and done on that project, too.
Yes. So all that's finished, though, right? I mean, the house is back, great shape, all this. I think y'all even made a few adjustments since you had an opportunity.
Yeah. Well, you had everything tore out. You know, we changed a few things along the way. We still have some tornado recovery updates that we haven't done yet. We'll get to here in the near future. Also, Willard had asked if I got the commemorative coin he sent me, and I did. And this is kind of funny, Rick. He sent me a commemorative coin marking March the 27th, 1964, the date of the giant Alaskan earthquake.
Hey.
So, I don't know about you guys, but when I came into the world, I had an earthquake.
Ooh.
How about y'all? Anything?
No, not me. You're right.
Maybe a star, a comet, anything?
Oh, me.
And also from the text screen here, how far is my drive? About an hour and 15 minutes, one way.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that. So, hour 15?
Yeah,
so, basically.
Slightly longer than Greg now, isn't it?
No, Greg.
Slightly.
Yeah.
No, it's close.
How,
about 120.
How long? Yours is 120?
In the mornings. Now, in the evening, it's a little longer. But
I think
there's no traffic.
I think one of the, and I know you said this too, Bubba, the fact that Greg has done that for how many years?
16.
16 years.
Going on 16.
One way, an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, an hour and 20 back every single day. I know there's been nights you've stayed over here and all that, but I mean.
But no, majority,
Yeah. I did it for about it was almost 2 years. And it was, you know, I was like, ooh, I got to do something else.
Well, wasn't it the ice bridge that ended it? Wasn't the ice bridge that the final day?
Yeah, well, I did. I had a little, what do they call it, black ice incident there one morning on the overpass.
Yeah.
We knew the conditions were going to be, iffy, and I'd actually stopped about an exit before that and got out and checked the ground. Everything looked good, but hey, the big overpass in the sky, they do freeze before the ground around them.
Right.
As I was spinning around sideways like a top.
No.
And then the bad thing is you bang into the concrete and you're sitting there smoking, trying to get your car going again. And hey, you see 18-wheelers coming. You're like, oh no, this is really bad.
Off the text line, how can I get golden ticket seats? You can't. There's no way. They're all completely booked and double booked, and so those options are closed. So I'm sorry, there's just nothing we can really do about that. And I had somebody else saying, what if I brought sausage balls and tried to beg my way in?
It would help.
Well, certainly you can come. But no, that's that. It's just there's only so many seats, and as Bubba said, so many days left. Speedy actually did the numbers, and he thinks there's 90 shows left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you take out holidays and all that, and the actual days, we'd be here. So yeah, I'm sorry. There's as far as booking golden ticket seats, that door is closed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Is there anything else? Which one of you is more of a clutter person, you or Betty, Bubba?
Probably. Well, she would say me, and I'm all right with that. But
Okay,
it's
so
probably.
would y'all both say each other?
Well, it depends on what clutter you're talking about. Are you
Okay.
talking about shoes, or are you talking about electronics? So we probably come in there neck and neck on some of that.
I'm wondering, because you're an only child, and we all know that's a different animal when it comes to your stuff, and you take care of your stuff. You don't like people messing with your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did this beat you down that you finally just got past that and said, just grab it?
Sure,
I don't even care.
Well, we tried to get out some of the main stuff, to begin with, and but going up and down steps is not one of my strong suits. So
yeah,
and every move, you had steps to get it down, then you had steps to do this, and it's just good gracious.
There you go. Here's a person. In my 10 years in the Air Force, I lived in 10 different houses. Good night.
Well, I think if you probably do that,
That's
you
right.
never, you never fully
Not as much stuff.
unpack. So it's kind of like living out of a suitcase.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
might be a better option, really.
Somebody asked, why is Bubba's hair gray and Rick isn't? Well, because hair color. No, I'm just kidding.
What are you using now? Chestnut brown?
Yeah,
What is that?
no, mine's a lot more gray than it has. It is getting gray. That's just genetics. I think Greg, even our grandfather, wasn't completely gray when he went in his 80s. So I think it's just. And you can also say that Bubba dealing with me is more stressful than me dealing with him.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid to get that genetic test where they tell you how old you really are.
Oh.
Because I'm thinking maybe my birth certificate's wrong. And you start thinking about that, and they can tell you how old you are now, but based on your DNA. But,
yeah.
I don't like people playing with my DNA, really.
No, I don't think that's good.
I don't. I kind of want to keep it to myself.
Somebody's figuring that Greg has been in his car for over 8,000 hours. Just going to work, and going
about it.
How you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm at that point now where, and this is not safe, but I'll get in the car and next thing I know I'm here and I don't really remember. The trip it's so in your brain.
I don't think people on the highway.
But you know what I'm talking about,
right? Yeah, no,
you go, oh, how many Cook Springs?
Bubba, everybody's loving the incredible work. The idea of that's why having an engineer on something. They're saying the safe and the winch was a game changer.
Oh yeah,
I mean
absolutely. And this is funny. It says, Bubba, incredible work with the safe and winch. You took more precaution moving an inanimate object than the Secret Service did protecting.
Oh, that's good.
That's good.
That's a good one, by the way.
I've got this one here. 8,000 hours equals 333 days you've been driving.
Good God.
That's a lot of
a year.
Almost a year of your life has been in that car driving to and from work.
That's bad. That can't be good.
Yeah. Bubba, you'd already talked to us. Somebody said, did y'all add an elevator?
We put an elevator
you did.
shaft in. We didn't add the elevator yet.
Okay, all right.
We're still getting quotes on that, and we'll, I wish we already had it, honestly. It would make things a whole lot easier right now.
Well, yeah.
As opposed to Betty giving me a box or somebody and say, cram it up in the attic.
Cram it, Cloud.
Well, that's, I think we've all been there. So who would drive farther now, Bubba or Greg? It would be Greg by about 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, about the same.
Pretty close. What mileage is it for you?
About 75.
I think that's what mine was.
Yeah,
75.
they're very,
So we're
very
real
close.
yeah.
It's almost.
We're just coming from two different directions.
It's
so we're
in the
driving
middle.
buddies now. I'll text you, Greg.
Text me, call me. Hey, you awake? How you feeling? You tired?
Do you have those little landmarks where you know you need to be at that place at a certain time?
Absolutely.
You play a little game. Hey, I got 3 minutes. I got to get to Harpersville.
If I am either
and slow down,
which way I want to
slow
go.
down.
You better.
If it's where I get off the interstate, I either choose to stay on the interstate and come all the way around. Right. It's a little further, but time-wise, it's the same. It's 10 minutes when I'm when I go under the exit. Where if I get off, it's 10 minutes either way.
Either way,
and I'm arriving.
But sometimes you want to see the highway. Sometimes you want the country.
I just change it.
I'm that way too. I like to change it up a little bit.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll come back. We got more to cover from the last 24 hours. Also, we'll get some updates on what's going on around the world. We'll get some of your phone calls in as well. And wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, this has been a hit with the audience. I mean, it has been a huge hit. Backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Backyard Butchers, when you have their wonderful meat sent to your home, and when you're a subscriber, which, we have it in our home now, and we love it, and you're getting beef and chicken from ranchers and farmers here in the United States of America. That means that it was grain-fed, it was grass-fed, and grain-finished. It is from America. Now, a lot of you, I know, they've educated us on this. Just because it says product of the USA on the meat aisle at the grocery store, all that means is it was packaged in America. It is no indication that it was raised in America. You don't have to wonder if you're dealing with backyardbutchers.com. It is to American homes, right out of American backyards, and all across our nation. These ranchers, these farmers, they deliver the cuts right to the doorstep every month. The meat tastes amazing, and you don't have to wonder where this came from. And you're also helping out your fellow Americans who work so hard to provide it. So go to backyardbutchers.com. Now, you're going to save an extra 20% the first time you do it using the promo code Bubba. Now, if you decide you want to subscribe, and I would suggest you do, then here comes an additional 10%, and now we go to free shipping. So if you'd like to find out more about how you can get wonderful beef and proteins, chicken from American farms right to your door, go to backyardbutchers.com/Bubba, get 20% off the entire order.
He said, "You're such a big guy with that black shirt, you look like 11 o'clock at night." Mickey, they didn't get it the first time, so I thought I'd emphasize it again. We'll come back, and when we do, we will take a look at when Sterling Marlin was racing. So a lot of you heard it on the air, but we actually have footage we want to show you on Turner South this morning, too, so stay close. We're back, the Rick and Bubba Show, the two sexiest fat men alive. Our toll-free number is 877-WE-BE-BIG. Our fax line is 205-945-3999. The award-winning website is rickandbubba, spellandand.com. If you're trying to catch up on the program and learn what it's all about, it's going to take some time. We're kind of like kudzu. We're harmless to begin with, and before you know it, we're everywhere. As we get back, Mickey Dean, international known comedian, is here with me. Mickey, you, like a lot of us, big NASCAR fan.
Yes.
Sterling Marlin was here. We've started a tradition on the Rick and Bubba Show that we will race drivers on lawnmowers when they come by. And we don't ask permission or even ask them. We kind of ambush them with it.
Around the building?
Around the building on lawnmowers. We are yet to win one.
Also, Rick, we have also played football against some Hall of Fame football players. We have actually had a tag game with Dan Marino.
Yes.
Bart Starr has participated in one. Troy had to go. We didn't have time.
Did Troy Aikman ever throw? The names were dropping.
Right.
I was just letting them fall.
Just trying to give you an idea.
Yeah, but that's our new thing. The only time we hadn't even got into the Sean Hannity thing, but it's coming. I'm
trying to let that breathe.
Well, it's coming up, though. So we had Sterling Marlin here. He'd agreed to get on lawnmowers and race. And I really felt like this time, because Dale Earnhardt Jr. had raced us before, and he owned us. We were never in it. And
Rick, he only beat me by half a mower.
Yeah, but he led the whole way.
And I was trying to, spin him out by hitting the back of his tires, and I couldn't get it to go. We call it the IRO, the International Race of Weight. Right. And there is 3 very even set-up lawnmowers.
Yes.
And the first time, Dale Earnhardt Jr., you tried to do something funny with your lawnmower.
Yeah, I tried to cheat. I tried to throw it into neutral and coast by them, and the thing shut off in neutral. This time, though, and if you're watching on Turner South right now, you see it. This time we did a random drawing where the people who provide the lawnmowers couldn't give the best one to their driver.
Because we felt like they may be showing them some love.
If you'll watch right out of the gate, though, Bubba and I cut off Sterling Marlin, and we own him.
Now, I'm on the outside. Sterling is in the middle. Rick's on the inside. And look at my quick move, if you would, to cut off Sterling here. I'd like you to give me props on that move out of the gate.
Look, so we've got him boxed out right here. He has no... Now, here's where he starts cheating.
He starts fiddling with the engine, see?
He's trying to find the governor back there on it, which I didn't know they had governors on them.
We really don't know that much about engines, and this is really kind of a foul.
He finds it here.
Now, watch what happens. I'm trying to go inside here, give Rick a little fun.
Of course, I'm cutting you off, and I'm owning it, but
And there's the satellite truck to the left, and that's Speedy walking behind us.
Yeah, and with the number 90
linking the show.
Right, and that's Ryan running in the orange shirt there, and now he's losing.
Now watch Sterling start fooling with the engine. He revs
Here
it
comes
up.
the blow up.
He revs it up, but he's not ready
look
for
at
what
me cutting
happened.
him. I'll take him into those cars if I have to. Oh,
he
blow
blew
an
it.
engine.
Oh.
See, he blows an engine there, and I think I own it now. Look, you're even pointing. We think we own it at that point.
Now, this is where we went out of range of the camera.
Yeah, this is where the camera can't keep up with us, and so it's just smoke.
And
on
of
the
course,
screen.
this looks like, a major fire. Okay, here we go. And
now, he is nothing but cheating now.
Now, we're coming up what would be the back stretch.
Yeah, and he has back. See his hand? He is taking that bolt that is the governor, and he's accelerating his engine, getting it back behind the bolt and giving it more gas.
I'm swimming, trying to get... At this point, I realize I have no hope of winning.
Right.
And so I decided to cut the mower off and sprint for the finish line.
And nobody gave you any credit for this. You were overruled. And I never saw in the rules that you had to bring the lawnmower with you. Here we go, the gang back together. Helmsy was here for the kickoff hour, but did have to leave early, so he is out the rest of the show. But Bubba is back. Speedy, Greg, you heard, Adler here as well. So we've talked about Bubba's move in the last 48 hours of his life. We've updated that. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming in. We got some more stories from inside the personal lives of the show. And we got some Olympic updates and all that coming too. So we'll hit some of the stories. I'm sure Adler is cooking up some video and audio too. I understand that.
What's the Adler cooking?
Yeah, he's cooking up stuff. A lot of that probably will lean political, but we'll update you on some of that too. Bubba asked earlier when he first got here, and yes, we did cover yesterday, but boy, it became a huge story yesterday about this ridiculous boxing thing in the Olympics where a biological male was allowed to box a biological female and the absurdity of that. But, yeah, we did cover that yesterday. But can you believe that?
Now, I know a lot of people are scratching their head going, now, why do we have that in boxing? We don't have it in swimming. Well, the Olympic stance is we're going to let the governing body for each sport make the decision if biological males can compete as females. And the swimming governing body, and I don't know what their name is, Swimmers United, I guess.
Yeah, something like that.
They said, no, we're not going to have that. Boxing did not say that. And you would think boxing would even be more important because of the physicality of it.
I can't believe, as you just said, of all the organizations, the one to me that had the easiest decision is boxing.
Yeah.
Boxing, men boxing women, no, we can't do that. I mean, if they want to live their life, that's their. If they have that's their, I guess, freedom to do that. But they can't come in here and punch biological women. I'm sorry. You would have thought they would have had the easiest decision of any group.
Yep. Yeah, real easy.
And now I hope that they're held accountable for how dangerous this is. You take this, like we said yesterday, but it's worth revisiting because it went crazy yesterday. Everybody talking about it. I even had someone who said, "Could this be the moment that this finally shows people that think that this is how absurd this really is?
Right.
Could this be the moment that turns this around of biological men competing athletically against biological women? Would this finally do it, maybe?
Now, think about this.
I don't know.
Any other time you had a guy beating a girl like that, it would be a crime.
Yeah, you're right, Bubba.
Oh, well, don't forget, this is
now
the
what,
part.
Let me ask you, at the end of that, she bends down in the ring. What does she do?
She gets upset. She just starts crying. I mean,
if you go back, what
she
happened?
refuses to shake the hand, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
If you go back, Bubba, she said that her dad, who had just died, when she said, I just don't think I can do the training it takes, he encouraged her to press on, press on, press on. She goes, so he dies, I do the training, I have a chance to possibly come in here and medal and honor the dad that pushed on.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I look over and I've got to box some man after all the training that I did. And we've all talked about this a lot. But remember, the Democrats that allow this stuff to go on and want to promote this as normal are the very same party that'll claim they're the party for women's rights.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. You can't have it both ways.
Well, that's the same
Well,
thing.
I have a question about that. Can you cut my mic off just a second?
Okay.
Well, that would have been Well, I know that's illegal, but
yeah,
you know,
that would have took care of it.
It really, it really would have.
Right.
Or is that an option?
So anyway, that I just don't know. I don't understand how it's like when you realize, okay, I know we all are getting, more stupid, and we're living in a fake world. Did this wake anybody up out of the fake world? I hope it did.
Probably not.
It probably did.
Sadly.
Yeah. I think
comedy.
Because you do have a very, very small group of people who have a physical irregularity, I could say, and I think this person falls into that. We really got to go to the XY, and XX and XY.
Yeah,
that's really
what's your chromosome.
That make a lot of sense.
And then we can get rid of all this because we got people that are having surgeries to match things, but we can't go by that anymore, it seems. And let's just go by XX and XY. Then there's your two categories.
You talking about science? Are you talking about science?
That'd be great.
Okay, because I was told to follow the science throughout the pandemic.
Right.
But
the science is inconvenient now.
Yeah.
Speaking of inconvenient truth,
climate change. What do they scream? Follow the science. Of course, the science is not exactly what they claim it is, but all of a sudden you bring up science on this, which no one can argue, and they're like, no science here.
Yeah, and you also got to realize
it's follow preferred science.
Follow us.
Yeah, that this dude was disqualified from last year's Women's World Boxing Championship after testing and having, the XY chromosomes and all that kind of stuff. So the testing has kept him out of certain championships, but the Olympics let him in.
But how did they make that such a dumb decision?
I know.
That was an easy decision. All right, so speaking also of sport, do you remember when we had a bunch of people that claimed that Sunday Ticket on DirecTV allowed the DirecTV people to charge Sunday Ticket people absurd prices, and because they knew that if they wanted to watch their team every game, the only way they could do that is to be a Sunday Ticket person.
Yeah, I've been a Sunday Ticket guy.
And they claimed and all this, and they were awarded by a jury $4.7 billion against the NFL. Well, the NFL went to the state of California and U.S. judge in California and said, hey, this ruling is absurd. Well, yesterday a California judge threw out the $4.7 billion verdict against the NFL in a lawsuit claiming it overcharged subscribers to its Sunday Ticket game telecast for more than a decade. And the bottom line feels odd coming from California, but this is a Los Angeles-based U.S. district judge. You're not going to believe that a California judge in L.A. said this. This is clearly a runaway jury.
Well, Rick,
in Los Angeles, somebody said that?
Let me ask you this: and it was on DirecTV for a long time. Don't get me started on that today.
Correct.
Boy, I've had a fun week with them.
Mm-hmm.
If they offer a broadcast and you sign up for it, you click, yes, I want it. They charge you for it. You get it.
Mm-hmm.
How is that overcharging? Because they had a price, I agreed to pay it.
Right.
Right? I mean, where am I missing this?
They were claiming that they put together some sort of monopoly, meaning there was nowhere else to go. Y'all got into cahoots with
they did.
With DirecTV, and y'all had us.
They bought an exclusive.
Yeah.
That's
and y'all
why they
squeezed
paid so much
and,
for it.
And y'all squeezed us.
Mm-hmm.
But bottom line is, and this is happening a lot, and again, I can't believe this is in Los Angeles. He is saying the jury left law and left what we were trying to find out from a legal standpoint and just became emotionally mad, and they gave these subscribers what they wanted out of emotion, not out of what was being presented.
Yeah.
Hello.
I know.
Hello. So of course, what this really means is the NFL's paid off the judge.
Yeah.
But basically,
free Sunday ticket the rest of his life.
I don't know. But they're saying it's a bombshell verdict because basically now the NFL said, okay, there you go. That verdict's gone.
Yeah.
And we won't be paying out $4.7 billion to anybody. So that was a biggie today. We'll come back. Phone calls next. We'll open up all 10 lines. We'll take your phone calls on any topic you want to talk about. We still have more to cover on the program today in front of us. We'll hit that as well. Many stories. Golden Ticket Seats will be arriving here shortly, and we'll welcome them and spend some time hanging out with them and let them spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat before we're done. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where's it in the rules? I want to take no hope of winning.
Right.
And so I decided to cut the mower off and sprint for the finish line.
And nobody gave you any credit for this. You were overruled. And I never saw in the rules that you had to bring the lawnmower with you.
Where's it in the rules? I want to tell you this.
Can't get out of the car and run.
I thought that that was the only way to finish. I want y'all to please give me props, even though I'm 5'8", 260. I was putting them down and picking them up.
And I couldn't get my lawnmower stopped, and I nearly hit some people. But still, that really didn't matter.
There was a small child that you were about to get.
I was like, hey, watch out, it's real.
Well, I was all about speed. I had not learned to stop it yet.
There's the mobile assault broadcast vehicle in the background, the clips of that big yellow.
So there it was. There it was.
Sterling was a good sport, but he did win. And, we didn't have a rule in there about tampering with the engine. To me, if you can drive and tamper with the engine, that's just a plus.
Well, but nobody. If I wish I'd have known about tampering. Well, what if we could have gotten back there?
He is the professional.
You know, that's not the first time he's worked on a car mid-race. No.
Yeah.
If you think about it, but Frank from Bob's power equipment, he didn't appear to be too happy when that smoke was coming out of his lawnmower.
No, he didn't.
That was a little concerning for him.
But what I don't understand, how could an engine, Mickey, and you may know because you know a little bit about engines and you've worked on stuff. How could an engine like that smoke that bad and still come back and run again?
He flooded. It's what he did.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it just dumped a lot of gasoline there.
It took off for a minute,
like
but then it was too much, and it bogged down. But he came back, and with these mowers set up even, Rick, it appears that maybe our weight is holding us back a little bit.
That's the problem. Is Bubba and I are like 280, and what are you now?
250.
Oh, is Betty watching?
Well, y'all didn't think about it. Y'all didn't think about that. Yeah. Sterling's what, 180?
Yeah,
I mean, that's very big.
That's we should make
100 pounds.
Y'all should have had him put a brick on his.
What about them and somebody else get on there?
Yeah.
I mean, we're two of them.
That's
How about
right.
this? Well, in the future, we will ask that the driver and a handler have to ride on. The handler has to sit up on there with him to try to equal our weight.
The handler who's very nervous that, we're in the parking lot racing.
Well, you'd have to have a 60-pound handler, or you're going to go the other way.
Well,
about
Mickey,
60 pounds.
Well, 100 pounds for me.
Mickey, let's just round it off.
We get a midget?
You know what I mean?
Well, no, a midget don't weigh enough.
60?
And then you have to deal with the midget. Midgets are sometimes hard to deal with. We've covered that on the program.
You could take him by Rick and Bubba's before he got here.
They always got their little midget hand out for a check.
Yeah, give him a little check.
Yeah. Little midget contract. These things are costly.
Come here with a little midget lawyer.
Right. It gets very complicated. Especially if it's around St. Patrick's Day or Christmas.
When they're in high demand, the price goes up right through the roof.
They get cocky around that time of year.
Well, supply and demand.
I know it.
Supply and demand. But, like when you notice about the weight, when we're coming uphill at the finish line.
My mower is struggling.
We can't even.
Did you hear mine? I mean, it just collapsed.
Well, Bubba.
Yeah.
If it had been a donkey, you wouldn't have made it that first corner.
But I got out of the gate so good.
We came out of the gate.
Like that cop on that horse up there at when we saw the
Tigers Coliseum.
play.
Yeah, boy, wow.
The poor horse was holding his foot up, trying to catch a break.
We saw a policeman so big on a horse that the horse at one time uttered, "Hey, why don't we swap?"
Yeah. Give me the gun, I'll get the whistle.
21 minutes to the top. We'll be back. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show and watching it, too. We're back 16 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, our toll-free number is 877-WE-BE-BIG. You can email us at rickandbubba, spelloutand.com.
Rick, a couple of emails here I was looking over. Kathy Parker from Hoover emailed us and said, I've been in the loop, which means
Thank you, Kathy.
You've been following the program.
Thank you, Kathy.
For a couple of years now and had the chance to meet you both on location and at your restaurant and have been accused by my husband of being a groupie for the two fat guys. But, wow, you have turned it up today. Well, Kathy, let me just say thank you.
Bubba, I like your little area over there. I'm looking at it on TV, and you got your little computer like you like it, and then you go over to me, and I've got like a shower curtain behind me.
Well,
I feel like yours looks a little hip.
It's an impressive shower curtain, Rick.
Thank you.
She says, despite a brief moment at the beginning of the show when you had that deer in the headlights look, what a show. The studio looks wonderful, and all of you are doing a fabulous job. Stay in it, Kathy Parker.
Thank you.
What, did we have a...
What, when we came out of the gate, anyone, did we look like...
I thought we were.
What? Who said?
Look, don't make us do a quick poll.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? I'm ready.
I feel like that you people thought we were going to be tight. We were not tight. We were just focused.
I think y'all.
We're back. Patriot Mobile phone troll ready to go. Make your phone money matter by switching to Patriot Mobile today at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. Let the people speak. We now have the oldest way for you to speak to a show, a phone. I know we have texting options now. We got social media. Email's been around a long time. But there's always, I think I'll just call. The real Greg Burgess is taking those calls right now. And you can come in here. We do use the buzzer. That means no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. We're just talking about questions and comments. And lines are available if you want to join us to Springfield, Illinois. Derek standing by. Derek, you got 30 seconds and go.
Morning. I got two things. One, today's a sad day. It's the 10-year anniversary of Pete Van Wieren going on in. Second thing.
Did you see the replays we've been doing? We were in the booth with him.
Yep.
Yeah. I got 30 seconds. Hang on. So the second thing, sorry, Bubba, is I think the easiest way to tell if the boxer is the man, let him hit below the belt. If one starts throwing up, then ding, 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 we got a wiener.
All right.
Yeah, that was what Bubba said in the break, basically, when I cut his mic off, but I didn't cut Derek off. Let's go to Florida. Seth is standing by. Lines are opening now if you want to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Seth, 30 seconds and go.
Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. Go.
All right, guys. I was just wondering, who is more confused, Joe Biden after 8 p.m. or Miss America at Planet Fitness?
Okay, I didn't see that clip. Is that a clip?
What are we talking about? I don't, Seth, I have no reference point on your Miss America thing.
She doesn't work out. That was the punch right there.
You know what? It may have been a great line, and we're just out of the loop.
What does he mean she didn't work out? Is this some statement she's made? I don't work out. Okay. And is she Donald Trump saying it's just a waste of energy?
I still love that. You only got so many movements. Might as well save them.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available if you want to join us. Go to Tennessee, where I was just only a few hours ago. Matt, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, are we going to start seeing Bubba in commercials walking slow motion across dove fields next year? Is that a possibility?
That means you're running for office.
Oh, yeah.
That always means that.
I got you.
I was born on a farm.
You know,
I hunt and fish sometimes. Vote for me.
I'm afraid public service, I might speak too direct.
Yes.
And I don't think people would enjoy that.
We need that.
You know, or maybe I got common sense not to get in it.
I was about to say, that's one of those out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah.
I got it now on what he was saying.
You do?
He just texted the line back to the Planet Fitness joke. He meant to say Miss Alabama, not Miss America.
I still don't get it.
Do you remember
Okay.
it was the heavier
But that's
woman
not-
that won,
Yeah.
and so she didn't work out? I think that was the joke.
Oh, there's too much we got to figure out to get that joke.
Yeah, I think that's what the joke was.
That's not well known enough. And plus, there's multiple Miss Alabamas. You don't even know what he's talking about if he says that.
Yeah, which pageant was that? Do you know? I mean, there's, like you said, there's several now.
Miss Alabama.
Miss Alabama what, though? Like, is that the America? Is that the USA? Is that another one?
I have no
I mean,
idea.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah, when we covered it, we said it, and I can't remember. I'm sorry.
There's multiple groups.
I'm sorry.
Casey in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, about the biological male boxing with the female. You know, when we was kids, if somebody lost their mind and actually hit a girl, there was about 3 or 4 guys that would jump on him and just beat the snot out of him. And I think that's probably what should have happened that day. Some of them guys that was watching that day, they should have handled that afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, what does that guy think he is, an NFL player?
Right.
Oh,
Bubba.
Bubba coming in hot.
Yeah, there we go. My goodness, Sunday ticket. So the
Am I getting a check back on that? Y'all know I've had that forever.
Put
it on my balance, DirecTV.
God rest his soul. But I remember when James Gregory was here with us, and he was talking about watching one of those, shows where, what was the guy out of Cincinnati that had the crazy show? He was
Johnny Fever.
No, he was a mayor for a while, and he had that show.
Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer. Yeah. He said when he was watching Jerry Springer, and I can't remember if he was talking to his dad or who he was talking to, one of those men from that generation, and they were on there talking about how this guy had abused somebody's daughter, and they had the brother there and the dad, and they were all hearing this guy talk about this, whatever, and his dad looked at him. He said, "See, this is what's wrong with America. This male right here has physically harmed the daughter and sister of these three men, and he's still alive." And he's on a talk show talking about it, and they haven't beat him up yet.
Yeah.
And he said, "This is what's wrong with America." John in Ozark. John, thanks for listening. Go ahead.
Hey, I caught just a little bit of Miss Teen USA last night. It's a fraud. They were not American girls at all. They were all slim and attractive.
Okay.
Oh my goodness! What's happening? I'm not in the loop on all this. I mean, what's it feels like it's getting away from us a little bit. Patrick in Mississippi. Patrick, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Good morning. I wanted to talk to y'all about my failure as a father this week. I've raised my kids to stay away from soccer. We've raised them in church. We've done everything we can to keep them away from soccer.
Yep.
And this week at my child's daycare, they came with a soccer demonstration, and now my 3-year-old wants to play soccer, and it's just breaking. It's breaking my heart. This is how we have allowed communism in this country, and I need y'all's opinions on how to fight this evil.
Well, they're 3, so maybe not much damage can be done, but it's just awful. I mean, and that's so irresponsible of the daycare to let something like that come into the
they
front
come
of
in
the
there
kids.
and the little kids. It's an easy sale, Rick.
Yeah.
Soccer comes in one day, the drag queen will be there by the end of the week.
I know.
Great. Reading books.
Yeah, you just that's just. Hey, we went through it, man. The good news is soccer is so terrible. Sometimes if you just let your kid goof around with it, they'll bore on it so fast they'll leave.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and especially when they start playing real soccer.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's so man. Hey, we're solidarity, man. We're with you. David in Alabama.
We hear you.
David, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I was watching the Hall of Fame game last night, and I gotta say this new kickoff is just shaky to me, and I kind of wanted to hear y'all's opinion on all these rule changes in the NFL and just general.
Well, we talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it either yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
If you see the official kickoff change has happened.
Yeah.
No.
NFL,
Bubba,
they changed
out of the loop.
I can't wait to watch your reaction. To this.
Out of the loop.
Now this is football.
Yeah.
American football.
Right.
A collision sport.
Mm-hmm.
Only. I mean,
only the strong.
Only
survive.
the strong. I'm tough.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba, I have to let you know I'm gonna do an onside kick. Hey, I'm gonna try an onside kick so nobody. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I have to announce.
If you declare it, what about the fate? The ones that you don't expect.
Hey, everybody, I'm gonna do an onside kick. Hey,
you have to let them know.
Yes, and you can only do it in the fourth quarter. You can't surprise anybody with it. Somebody might
So
get hurt.
you can't like start the game with an onside kick like you used to.
And when
So
you
that's
do
a
it, you know what you have to
critical
do
part
when
of
you
the
do
game.
it. Hey.
Well, let me ask you this: why are people getting hurt on onside kicks?
I don't know.
To me, it seems like they would get hurt more kicking it deep.
And they've gone with the USFL. These other, what did it finally end up being called? WFL.
UFL.
UFL. They're going with that kickoff now.
Yeah, and it started with the XFL where they bring everybody closer.
That's
There's only
right,
two deep guys inside the 20, and the kicker are the only 3 that can move before the ball hits the ground.
So what we're saying is, let's just be done with it. Let's just start on the 20, and just, I mean, if you're going to do all this, just be done.
But to what Greg mentioned, the reason why you have to announce you're doing an onside kick, and it is because of the new lineup and where the offense is going to be.
So do you have to announce if you're going to run a reverse or something? What about that?
Hey, everybody, we're going to try an onside kick, okay? Yeah. Okay?
What a joke.
What are we doing?
Is that you hollering at them?
Yeah. And how about this? I wish they get these stupid things off their helmets in practice. That looks ridiculous. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't make us do a quick poll about it.
Don't make us do that right
here. We
here.
will quick poll at the drop of a hat.
Also got another email here, and I will let the name remain nameless, if you will. Says the show looks great. One thing, why did you use Danny Bonaduce head? Dog.
It does look like Danny. Where's Bubba's bobblehead?
Your nose is not that big. I know I have a big nose, okay? The reason being,
it's not a big nose.
I have had.
It's a wide
Speedy,
nose.
Don't get in too close, okay?
Yeah,
there's no need to show all the details.
It's not a big nose.
I am a sinus sufferer, big time.
Chubby
okay?
nose.
I have had sinus trouble my whole life. I've had 2 sinus surgeries. I struggle. I know I have big nose holes, which means you have a big nose.
Right.
And I realize that. Now, what they did, they used like a... Speedy, thank you. They used a 50-millimeter...
They used a 50-gallon drum.
They got up too close.
Look at Bubba's nose.
And granted...
Do you see him?
Look, that goes from ear to ear.
Right.
I mean, we're going to have a talk with the artist on that.
Well, look, what it is, bobbleheads are exaggerated.
Well, hey, they've got it.
Yeah, and they exaggerate what you have.
I know. Thank you. And
it doesn't look like Danny Bonaduce, though.
You
but
can
show the bobbleheads again.
You can send...
Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Bonaduce and Charlie Sheen.
Right. Great show to turn us off. Keep that email coming, Bubba at rickandbubba.com, spell out and.
Mickey Dean is with us, internationally known comedian. And Mickey Dean, of course, has a little story for us today entitled Mickey and the Funnel Cake. Everybody say, hey, Mickey! Oh, hey, Mickey!
Kaylee.
So good to see you again, sir.
Great to see y'all. I want to say again what a great time I had in Nashville. Thanks for the support up there, and Brian and everybody at the Zanies Club. And I got a lot of work coming up. I got some good corporate shows coming up. Going to Bahamas for 2 weeks.
Boy, that's tough.
Ease out to Las Vegas in 2 weeks.
Oh, you are struggling.
Are you going to be at the Atlantis again?
Yes.
In the Bahamas?
Maybe I'll stay in that bridge suite. I'll see y'all.
We actually got to visit the Atlantis, thanks to Mickey. When we were having a Rick and Bubba cruise, we docked there for the day.
Yeah,
and I'm going to tell you, that is an incredible place.
Let me tell you. In the business, they'll call it, it's a wonderful property.
Yeah, we
yes,
went back after taking that trip. Sherry and my wife and I took 2 of the children back to the Atlantis and did like a vacation there. And I'm gonna tell you something. It is really nice. A lot to do for everybody. So you're going back there. That'll be a tough gig.
Going back there for 2 weeks.
Wonderful property.
Yes, 30 minutes a night's what I'll be working. And the guy said the other night, you only have to do 30. I said, well, some nights I don't feel good. I do 25.
Yeah, and then the rest of the time you just live...
23 and a half. Live in La Vida Loca.
That's you, Mick.
Well, what's your little story today?
I took my girlfriend Terry and her beautiful daughter just got back from the Air Force, and I found out they were... what?
We just say what Speedy's doing.
Yeah.
When you say your girlfriend and the word daughter that close...
Tasha.
Yeah. A lot of people,
Tasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Tasha and Terry had never... I found out they were huge Alabama fans, had never been to an Alabama game.
Oh, wow.
Never. And it's like, you ever check a kid out of the orphanage and take him to the zoo?
Oh, well,
you know
from
what I'm
time to
talking
time
about?
I do, as a matter of fact. Just part of my giving nature.
That's right. That would be what I would imagine it would feel like. But we went down there, and we got down there pretty early in time to walk around and see some things, and got them in there and bought them a hot dog, and we was right on the 50, thanks to Terry Bond, gave us those tickets on the 50.
Here's what I was a little hurt by. Our boss here at Citadel Broadcasting, the parent company of the Rick and Bubba Show, I didn't know we had 50-yard line tickets to go see Bama play. How come we've never been offered those?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to talk that over.
Rick, thanks for announcing that to everybody.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep it down home.
And I don't guess I'll ever see them again now since I opened that up. But I had to tell a story, and I had to set it up, and I wanted to thank him.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Well, they're just excited. They're like 2 little schoolgirls going on first sock hop. And we get, it took me a little bit more money to park than I thought it would be, and I had to stop.
Well, you had free tickets.
I know it, but I had no cash. Is what I'm setting the joke up. I'm broke.
Oh. Right.
And I don't want to tell her that I brought them down there and I didn't have any money.
Right. Oh.
And I said, let's get something to eat afterwards. I know where there's a Ruby Tuesdays because I knew I could use my credit card. Those people who are taking those Cokes and stuff around through those stands will not take a credit card.
No, they will not, which is unfortunate.
Only.
Yeah.
Cash only. I'm asking the guy behind me that's a huge Rick and Bubba fan that already spoke to me and asked for my autograph. Could I borrow?
there's looking at the text option today. There's somebody. It looks like they're saying, "My name's Macy, and I'm 25 today." Hey, Macy, happy birthday! Also, we continue today, Bubba, to remember Pete Van Wieren. 10 years ago today, he went on in. All right, so a couple of things to hit. We've run down Bubba's move. He's back today. We've talked about a couple of headlines. We got that for you. Last night, Bubba had the honor to go to beautiful Hendersonville, Tennessee. What a happening little community right outside of Nashville. It's almost like all the wonderful things of Nashville without the weird people. And so what a great place it is.
Are there people playing on the street with their guitar case open wanting money?
Feels a little more normal there. But anyway, so this is First Baptist Church, Hendersonville, which is wonderful. I mean, you talk about a happening place. And so they have honored us and trusted us, and they've decided our men's ministry will now implement the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. They're starting our first curriculum pursuit right now. I told you this week we had our 5th one come out. So if you're waiting on the next one, it's now out now, called Transform. So had a wonderful visit. The senior pastor there, Bruce Chesser, in the men's ministry run by Ben Baxley. Also met Forrest, who's going to be helping Ben, and also met another Bruce who's there on staff as well. Wonderful people. Shannon, also who's on the staff, picked us up at the airport. So we were flying up and flying back all same day, and we were excited about this. Now, Bubba, when I tell you that they wanted to do a low country boil, that's when you have the shrimp, the corn, the potatoes, the andouille sausage.
Yes.
They had so many men. There were 780 men that came to this, and at one point they said they were at 350 to 400 pounds of shrimp. Now I started thinking to myself, how do you serve that? Yeah. How do you serve that? Well, I walk in, and Adler has some pictures. There are, like when Greg had the puppies, there are kid swimming pools full of shrimp, potatoes, corn, and andouilles. Look at this, andouille sausage. Mm-hmm. And then those are everywhere, all over various rooms with tables. You know how when you go to an ice machine, that big scooper?
Yeah.
They then would put ice machines, scoopers around these, what you're looking at here on the screen, and you just scoop it and put it on your plate. Yeah. And then off to the side, which I did not know, I sat down. Bones was with me, and I sat down with the pilot, James, which I'll tell you a little more about James again. We've mentioned him on the show before. And all of a sudden, Bones looked at me and said, "You didn't see the hush puppies?" I said, "There's hush puppies? Where are they?" He said, "It's off there on the side by every swimming pool." And
they're in
so
5-gallon buckets.
Right. And I've never seen so much shrimp. And I thought to myself, being at a church and doing something isn't this the beauty of the new covenant? Under the old covenant, we couldn't even eat this stuff. I mean, we wouldn't be able to eat that sausage. We wouldn't be able to eat this shrimp. So this is the beautiful. I'm so glad that all the Levitical sacrificial system and all the eating restrictions and all that has been fulfilled. It was good to be a Gentile last night. So we did the event, and it was great, and got to meet so many men from all over that came, and we saw God do some incredible things. So the pilot that flew us, and I mentioned him back a few weeks ago when Sherry and I were in Missouri, whenever that was. Was that June? I don't remember when it was. But anyway, James is one of the pilots that rotates, on the service that we use. And he served in the Royal Navy. Now, what I do for James, and it drives him crazy, I'll always introduce him that he served in the Royal Air Force.
Right.
And he hates that.
Oh.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, it's not the Air Force, it's the Navy. It's the Navy. I land like this. I don't ease in. And so I was like, okay. But 45 years with his service to the military and, of course, serving the king. And now he flies. So you're in good hands with James. And what I've done is James loves this, and he'll go, "Hello, Rick, what time will we be departing today?" And I'll say, and I'll immediately go back, "James, I'll be headed to the airport straight away." And he loves when I use straight away. But think about this. His name is James, and he has an English accent, and he's driving. So what do you say? Home, James.
Home, James. Yep.
So
Standard.
anyway, so we land. Did you know in Hendersonville? I did not know this. Did you know in Hendersonville that is where they've got the TBN set up there, where Huckabee does his show? Right there. It was right next to the church, and I saw Huckabee out there. So when we land, I see another plane at the airport, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's Huckabee." And he comes here 2 times a week to record all this stuff.
Wow!
And so Huckabee will be coming.
That's a commute.
Yeah,
right there.
y'all will be. That's Huckabee's. Of course, Huckabee's. Wow, he's playing. But anyway, so
Seemed like he could do that in Arkansas.
I know, but they have a big old sign out there on the road next to the church, Huckabee, TBN, all this little thing.
Right.
So anyway, we're there, and everything goes great, and the food's great. We had I love the simplicity of the. This is what I love about men's ministry, is when they don't overcomplicate it. I said, so tell me all, and Bones had told me most of it, and I said, so what are we doing now? He goes, we're gonna eat, and you're gonna talk. Okay,
that's it.
I like that.
It.
I like that. I said, so zero music? Nah. The men said last time we had a men's thing, they were thankful they didn't have to sing. And I said, okay. I said, so he said, we might do a song at the end, but how about this? We're going to eat. We're going to introduce the new guys that's going to help me with the men's ministry, and then you're going to talk. I like it. So and we want to be good stewards of everybody's time. And, of course, with us having to do the show next day, I liked hearing that he wanted everybody out by a certain time.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, we were all talking, and all of a sudden I get the word from James, let you know there's a bit of weather coming. Oh, and I said, oh, boy. And then the first thing I think about is the trauma of Cleveland, Tennessee, which happened that when we got in that storm going into Cleveland, Tennessee. Remember, that was so severe that Lee Moore on our team will not fly anymore. He's done with flying. He'll drive anywhere. He'll speak somewhere, and I said, well, Lee, you really, that's 6 hours. Yeah, I'll drive it. And I ain't getting back in that plane. and I said, okay, so remind me to tell you something in the break about a sad plane thing that did happen, if y'all saw that in the headlines. But anyway, so and so we're literally being driven up to the airport, and like severe thunderstorm warnings are coming. Shannon, who was driving us, his wife sends a text as we're riding, power's out.
Oh, no. Does anybody say, well, once we get up, we'll be above it?
Yeah, right. And so I'm looking to the Royal Navy guy. I can't drive it. And so there was.
Now, like you with Gary, are you talking like him, like you do with Gary?
James,
constantly?
I'm like, if you wouldn't mind, would I ask you something? We'll be leaving straight away. and he said, and then all of a sudden we pull up. I mean, it's raining. He says things like this, we'll be okay, unless, of course, we have rain standing on the runway. I got to check what type of runway we're on. And I'm like, yeah, let's look at that. And then the pastor is now calling us as we are riding. Of course, he has it on Bluetooth, Shanda, so I can hear it. We all can. He goes, hey, man, if they just need to put them in a hotel room and they don't need to get up in this and they can just go home in the morning. Of course, I'm like, well, not really a good option for me. And but I will stay here. Yeah. I'll absolutely stay, not getting up in that. And so we get there, and this is the window. And by the way, I think I beat Huck. I don't think Huck made it. James looks at us and he says, okay, fellows, here it is. I've studied, I've had it set. We need to be on the plane in 8 minutes.
8.
He goes, if we don't make this.
So John Thomas is flying.
Yeah, he goes, if we don't get on the plane in 8 minutes, we're going to be staying a while.
Oh.
And I was like, so we got 8 minutes. We have 8 minutes. So we're running in the rain, trying to jump on the plane. He's pulling things out from under the wheels. The block, so we could. So he goes, and we're doing.
Let's go.
Yeah, and all of a sudden there's that little bit of. This is an awkward goodbye. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, I thank you so much. And of course he's like, are y'all? And I said, I think we're going up.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting there, Cleveland, Tennessee keeps coming back in my mind. Trauma. And I'm like, be cool, Rick. Just be fine. You're
Everybody
good.
be cool.
You're good. Don't even think about that. That's not gonna happen. I mean, You're with James, Royal Navy. You're good. And I look, and as I'm running, I see Huck's plane, because they've been told the same thing. All the pilots are looking at the same weather. And he goes, it's a bit west of us, but we have to go. And I'm like, okay. And so I go by, and, Huck's a little older than us.
Yeah,
And as I run by, and we're running on the plane, I see multiple people with Huck, and they're having a little hard time getting up the steps. And I think to myself,
Rick,
Huck ain't going to make it.
He ain't going to make it.
Huck's going to be staying here another hour and a half. Huck ain't leaving. We beat Huck out, and so James James got us up, and there was a little bit of moment, where the lightning's really bright, outside your window, and then he got that thing and banked it, and he turned it, and we got out ahead of it. And then all of a sudden, that wonderful feeling when all the lightning and clouds and everything clears, and you start seeing lights of cities again and everything.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, okay, it's behind us now, fellas. Okay, thank you, James. Home, James. And of course, you feel bad because the last text you send your wife is, "Hey, just so you know, got some weather issues up here. Might be later getting home." But now you get on the plane, so they can't text you, so they don't know what happened to you.
Don't know.
Yeah, and then you give the down safely.
Are you sure you saw that right with Huckabee? He probably wasn't struggling that much, Rick.
There's no way they got off. If 8 minutes was the real time, I don't think they got off the ground.
Oh, didn't make it.
Of course, we got home, James.
Rick and Bubba.
Barry Tweeney, and he said, under no circumstances.
Right.
I was so hungry, and I don't think the girls were that hungry anyway. I was so hungry, and all of a sudden, you know what happens? Little girl down in front of me, Kaylee, from Tuscaloosa, I think, came in with a funnel cake.
Oh, funnel cake. And you smelt it. Y'all know that's become the new football thing? They have funnel cake at the stadium?
The aroma was just unbelievable, and it was just pouring
Love
up.
funnel cake.
And I thought, she'll probably give me some. You know, she knows.
She's a little
I
bitty
think
girl.
she knows who I am
Sweetheart.
anyway. I could see them whispering, you know. It's probably your mother was whispering, don't give any of that strange man your funnel cake.
Right.
I thought he was saying something about Rick and Bubba. I leaned over and I said, could I have just a little bit of that funnel cake? Because, see, I grew up in an orphanage, and I never had a funnel cake.
Oh, very good.
And she said, sympathy, try the sympathy first. She said, no. And just turned back around and started watching the game. I said, you couldn't possibly eat all of that funnel cake.
They're big.
Why did I have to get Hitler at 5 years old? You know?
I know.
She had a comeback for. I said, why not? You can't eat all that much of that. She said, I know it. I take the rest of it home with me.
One of those.
And then I said, what about buy it from you? How much a funnel cake cost? She said, I didn't pay for it. I said, I'll give you 20 for it. She said, sir, you don't understand. It didn't cost me anything, so I'm not interested in bartering for my funnel cake. This is a 5-year-old using the word barter.
Right. That's never
and
a good
I've
sign.
stepped off. I know now that she's more intelligent than me, but she has the funnel cake.
It's usually our boss
And you're
that uses
starving.
that word.
She sat it down. Little gnarly little bitty hands
Now,
that
Mickey,
picked over it.
Mickey.
Picked over it. Picked all the easy parts
Got
to get
the
out.
white stuff off.
She got the loose parts. You know, you pick up one, the whole. I didn't know that at the time. I told Terry, you wait till they score a touchdown or something happens. She lays that funnel cake
I'm
down.
all
She'll
over it.
never see it again.
I'm all over it.
But I was just going to get a little piece, but it all stuck together.
It's all
now
together.
what are you going to do? I had to eat the whole thing during a TV timeout. And she looked around and looked at the plate, and the plate was empty, and she started to cry a little bit, and I felt bad about it. Not enough to give her what I had left back.
No.
But I've seen kids cry before, and it don't hurt me that bad.
Right.
Her mother now starts looking back to see who got the funnel cake, and she looked at me, and she said, did you get my child's funnel cake? And I said, no, ma'am. And I had white powder
That stuff just all
over my face.
Yes.
I said, ma'am, cocaine is an awful thing. It was on my pants. They called the law. It was awful.
Somebody thought you were Robert Downey Jr.
Kaylee, yes. Kaylee, thanks for the funnel cake. I told her if she'd give me a little piece of it, I'd do a story on the show, and there it is.
No, really? So you made that up?
No.
Did that really happen, or did you just get a piece?
No.
You were trying to smooth it over after the fact.
Okay. I was trying to smooth it over.
You were caught, and you said, I'm going to give you a...
Caught white-handed.
Literally. You said, that's just some of the coloring of my hair.
It was on I had on black pants, and I looked down, and I said, I can get your funnel cake. And it was all over.
They said, what's it on your pants? You said, well, a minute ago, Robert Downey Jr. walked down there and dropped it. So, well, thank you, Mickey, and thank you, Turner South, for being with us. Hey, day number 1 is in the bucket.
We got it through.
But you know what? If you had us on the radio in your city, there would still be more to come.
That's right.
A lot of people trying to figure that out.
You wouldn't have to go watch Price is Right.
No, you wouldn't. Okay, so we'll catch you again tomorrow right here. Be with us.
Let everybody know. See you then.
Thank you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Better
9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Speaking of the Man Church this weekend, 2 of them going on. Blake Prime, West Point, Mississippi, tomorrow. And then Scott Dawson also tomorrow, Flint River Baptist Church in Hazel Green, Alabama. So there's 2 of them this weekend if you'd like to plug in there. Find that at themanchurch.com. Also, no surprise here, Adler. Everywhere I go, Adler's world-famous dad, the worship leader for worship leaders. So it didn't take long. Everywhere I go, somebody brings up your dad everywhere. And so Jason Breland, he goes, now you know Michael Adler, don't you? I said, oh, yeah. He goes, oh, worship leader. He was the worship leader there. And he said, oh. I said, I know if you bring up Michael Adler around worship leaders, they just.
I mean, he's got such incredible hair. Everybody knows him wherever you go.
Yeah. Jason what?
Breland.
Is it Roger Breland's?
Is that the guy who was in Truth?
Roger, yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Breland boy.
Because he mentioned that.
Roger Breland was the
main guy of Truth, right?
He organized and created Truth essentially.
That was his
and
boy.
ran it for all those years.
Met his boy.
That's great. Yeah. That is hilarious.
So, and had a good time with that. And and people are putting on the screen, which I talked about, and I told Bub in the break, I'll forgive me, I'm not familiar with the gospel group, the Nelsons.
Right. Yeah, I heard about that.
But apparently they're really, really well known, and there was a lot of talk about that, and they did have a plane crash, sadly. And I think they were trying to get to Alaska. And they had come out of St. Louis and crashed in Montana, I think.
Oh, no.
So, and it was weather-oriented.
The history.
That's what they're thinking. The investigation is continuing.
The history of singing groups and airplanes is just not good.
No.
I know they're in the air a lot, traveling a lot to all the gigs, but think about how many times you've heard that.
Well, and as James was telling us, and we've heard this before, you and I both, from other pilots, 9 out of 10 times, the machinery rarely ever fails you.
Yeah.
He said that just doesn't happen that much. He said what just about every time the pilot made a mistake. Now, I don't know that's what happened here. He said sometimes it is equipment. He said, but it's rarely equipment.
Right.
It's usually, he said, our flaws as human beings. We mess up. So, and I don't know if that's what happened there, so don't hear me saying that. I'm just telling you what he said. All right, so Bubba, Kamala Harris, I don't know if you know this, she's running for president.
I heard a little something about that.
She is running.
Now, how many votes has she got so far from anybody?
That'd be none.
Never. Not one vote.
Not even her own party. Not even her own party. She's got none. So a lot of us are kind of looking forward to, and if you notice, and my wife brought this up, have you noticed that she's trying not to do the laugh?
Yes.
Nellens, not Nelsons. I'm sorry. The Nellens. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just not familiar with it. Nellens. But anyway, so she's trying not to do the laugh.
Right.
Because the laugh is
cackle.
They're getting bad feedback on the laugh.
Yeah.
And
cackling Kamala.
And so she's trying not to do the laugh.
Kamala, hey.
But she might be able to stop laughing, but she still needs to figure out a way to communicate.
Right.
And sometimes her communication skills they're a little wanting, and you don't really know what she's talking about.
And there's 2 things I want you to focus: her word salad and Biden's just staring off into space.
Yeah, I've seen some people saying this just shows how bad Biden is, too, who, by the way, is the president right now.
Correct.
Just in case somebody's wondering.
Yeah.
Is he, though?
Well, I mean, he's
really?
Unofficially, yes.
Kinda.
Yeah, so, officially, yes, I guess. Unofficially, maybe not.
That's true.
All right, so here we go.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances. This is an incredible day.
So you have.
Can you tell me what she just said?
Word salad.
She's pretty awesome without a teleprompter.
Word salad, yummy.
What is more bothersome there is Biden standing there with his mouth open.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you see Kenny close his mouth?
Look at him again. Oh, you're pulling it up.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
just
standing.
look at him.
Look.
Great.
Guys.
We've all seen it.
Walter.
We've all seen
it.
I
mean Biden.
Right. So are we at the point now, I'm going to ask the Americans, because I know there's some of you that it's a party thing and all this. So let's drop this, people. Are we at the point now that we don't even care about his cognitive skills because he's not going to run again? And he doesn't have much longer left?
Pretty much.
Do we even care anymore? Seems like there's some important things going on around the world, really important. I don't know if y'all seen the Middle East.
Yeah,
it's
like
a doozy.
World War III is going on.
World War III is about to start. I guess I'd like to have a coherent president.
Yeah, wouldn't
but
that be nice?
You think that would be something you'd want in war?
The
You know,
cover-up.
I wonder if this moves forward, and let's say that that Kamala gets the Democratic nomination, okay,
Yeah.
and if she is doing bad in the polls, do you think that Biden will step down to let her become president? Will that give her a boost? What will they do
He
if
won't know
she's
the
still
difference.
trailing?
I think again the risk you run.
That way he gets to make history. You know, they're big on
No, you're really okay there because the election is in November. You're right. So there's only so much damage that can really be done.
Right.
My concern would be that people would panic when they saw her actually be president.
Yeah. Well,
but it can't be any worse than this.
That
Yeah.
guy ain't president.
No, you're right.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, this was a prisoner swap with the Russians, by the way. And did he even say anything?
did he realize
yeah.
what he was doing?
He did.
Yeah,
Say
yeah. They had an official press conference where he said something. Then he had this very awkward moment with one of the hostages that were released with the 13-year-old daughter singing "Happy Birthday" to her and everything. It was a little awkward, but it was a really
You
good.
hated it.
It was a great day for them to be released and back home.
Well, no doubt about that.
What did we have to trade?
I think and look,
we
Bubba,
usually make
we
terrible deals on these.
This is
You
me
know?
not this is me not looking at the story, but I want to say 16 or 17 were released in Russia, and I think we gave up about 6 or 7. I might have those numbers wrong, so I apologize.
That doesn't
Some
sound
of
like a
them were
US deal we
Russian
usually
nationalists,
get.
I think, that were jailed in their own country that we helped get released.
No, we usually go arms dealer for basketball players.
Right. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that last great deal we had? WNBA for so and so the butcher.
Right,
Remember that?
Right,
The
right,
butcher.
right. I think we might have a story that has the exact numbers on it, but that's kind of rough.
Somebody said
roughly
once
what it
again we
is.
gave away our liberty.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, we're giving that to our current government.
But the others that were like, one was a Marine that was over there. Y'all remember that story? And then a couple were journalists and stuff. So but they're
Accused
back
of
home.
spying.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll come back. But I mean, when you hear this discussion, and you hear her try to weigh in, and you watch the president standing there. I know we keep saying this all the time on the show right now. This is not a hard decision in November. I mean, all the personalities, and I don't like this, and I don't like that. This one's an easy one for the state of this country and really the world. It's got a lot going on.
Oh yeah.
So, and it'd be nice to have someone that can do that job.
I really think
right. You're right.
I think the Democrats got a bump because at least they know that the VP is moving around and can make a sentence, kind of.
Yeah.
It's kind of a long sentence, but she can make one.
Yeah.
I don't think this gazing where your mouth opens a good
No,
look.
That's not a good look.
No, it's really
That's not confident. Don't make you feel very confident.
Not good. Not good at all. I think we should probably care. Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the Alabama Institute for the Deaf and the Blind.
game today is we battle Bob and Sherry. So
Yes.
that is going to be. Whew.
We've already beaten them once, but we felt like we'd give them a rematch.
Well, when they come back around, though, see, when you play them that second time, they kind of know what we do. I tell you one thing, we seem to be able to contain Bob pretty well, but that's Sherry.
Very quick.
She's quick. She's quick. She hurts us on short patterns, that
Yes.
little out.
Right.
So
Very tough.
But we'll work on that today.
Rick, quickly, we want to thank the folks at Mountain Brook Elementary School. We went over yesterday to the 6th grade class. They were having career day, and there's some footage of it there for you folks on TV, and spoke to them about careers. And they had a lot of questions about being in the radio business.
Yes.
And we had a great time. J.D. Marsh introduced us and did a great job. Could be a future senator there, Rick. I don't know.
He kind of had the command of the mic, didn't he?
I'm also going to show you this cake here, and hopefully it won't slip off on the keyboard. How about that? Isn't that a great job on that cake?
It really is.
And believe it or not, we did not eat it on the spot. We thought we'd bring it in today and show it to everybody. But we appreciate them asking us over, and had a great time yesterday. Thank y'all for having us. Great place.
Yeah, it is. So shout out to all of you, the teachers and the students at Mountain Brook Elementary School, Sixer Day.
Hey, that icing's good. Can we go ahead and cut that?
Yeah, let's cut it. Let's cut it.
As you join us, the Dixie Chicks. Controversy, for those of you that don't know about it, lead singer Natalie Maines had made some discouraging comments about President Bush on their tour of Europe at a concert in London, I understand. There has been kind of a blow-up about it. For those of you who did not know, she made the comment, and I want to get this correct for her benefit, that she was embarrassed that the President of the United States was from Texas.
Just so you know, we're ashamed the President of the United States is from Texas,
Yes.
was the exact quote.
Just so you know, we're ashamed the President of the United States is from Texas. They go on to say, I feel the President is ignoring the opinions of many in the U.S. and alienating the rest of the world. My comments were made in frustration, and one of the privileges of being an American is you're free to voice your own point of view. Natalie, absolutely, and you know why you have that right? Because we have had men and women die on the battlefield for freedom, so you can have that right. We had a gentleman, Alan from Ozark, who is taking issue with a couple of points.
Alan, was your main call to begin with? We have a country station in Panama City that says now they will not play Dixie Chick music on their station
until there is an apology, and they're doing this because of feedback from their listeners. Now, Alan took issue with that, correct, Alan?
Okay, now the thing of it is, I'm looking at a domino effect of this.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, when is it going to stop?
What going to stop?
Every time someone makes a comment about George Bush.
Well, that doesn't stop. I mean, look at there's been a number of people speak out against
Yes, I know in Hollywood they haven't had the improvisation that country music fans probably would have, just like Katie Lang.
Yeah.
When she came out of the closet, she had to go to pop music.
Alan, here's the thing. Natalie's right to say that is, as I said, that's one of our freedoms. That's what we have fought and had men die for, so she can do that. And I support her right to do that, absolutely. But what you're saying is that the listeners and the people of this country do not have the same right to voice their opinion back to her that she had to voice her opinion about the president.
No, that is
Alan,
not what I'm...
Well, Alan,
tell
here's
us
the
what
thing.
you're saying.
Yeah, what are you saying?
We'll just be quiet.
Voicing opinion is one thing, but penalizing someone for what they say, that is a different thing.
But
she is being penalized for the simple reason she made a comment, even though it might be true or false. It's the way she feels.
Well, yeah.
But Alan, the people who heard that comment and are offended by it and take issue with it have the same right not to buy her CDs, not to go to her concerts, and tell her she's wrong.
Yes.
That is a balancing act. Here's the thing, Alan. You're not wanting any responsibility for the comment. You have to be responsible for your free speech.
I mean, even if what you say is true.
Alan, listen.
Alan, it doesn't matter. There's responsibility and consequences for your free speech.
Thank you for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Much to do as we move forward. The golden ticket seats are here.
We welcome our guests. They're relaxing in the golden ticket seats. Some really cool gifts that they have brought today, and they'll get a chance to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Rock and Roll City will play again today for the Tubers a little bit later on. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, and we're welcoming back today, fresh from a 2-day move, Bill Bubba Bussey.
We're glad to be here, and when I say that, I really mean it. Hey, moving. Zero.
I am apologizing to Southern Gospel fans all over the world for not knowing how to pronounce the Neelands. I apologize for that. I've never heard of them. I'm brokenhearted that many of them were killed in a plane crash. I will just say that, first of all, there was a large period of my life that I was completely lost and didn't listen to any spiritual music of any kind unless I was, made to go to church and listen to the choir. And then when I started being very interested after I was redeemed, praise and worship music, no offense, Southern Gospel, not really my thing. I certainly appreciate their talents, and so I apologize, apparently, that I should have heard of the Neelands, and that's how you say it, Neelan. But I had not, and when I looked up and looked down, I thought the word said Nelson, and then I tried
you weren't even close.
And then I tried to pronounce it again and couldn't get it right. But I'm just being honest, I've never heard of them. And I apologize for apparently committing a sin against gospel music. So anyway, how have you never heard of them? I'm sorry, I never listened to a lot of Southern gospel music. You take the Florida boys away, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's or
the Harmoniers.
Yes, but I was really trying to focus more on the tragedy of their death. But get
the name right, pal.
Well, no, if you're you need to get the name
you
right.
Do.
That's
you
absolutely.
That's important.
And our show, we get names right maybe half the time.
Rick, you're being generous.
Well, I am, but anyway. So and I'm one of the worst, and I inherited that.
I like
honestly.
when we confidently say it. Right.
Oh, sure,
we'll do that.
Sure.
I mean,
like you talking about like I just did. So anyway,
glad to hear about the Nelson.
Hey, that's on me. Sorry about that. As we mourn,
it's one thing if you mispronounce them because they're coming to your local church.
Yeah, right.
It's another thing when they've been killed in a horrific plane crash.
It's more important. It's more important to get it right.
Bubba, that's what you call you, big boy.
That's so sad. But right, so that means, out of respect to them, Rick, you're going to come out of the next break with one of their songs.
Okay. All right, now people are saying it's Nellans. Everything I say is Neelan. They're doing 2 E's. Neelan, not melon. Somebody says melon with an N. That's not right. That's
how you said it the first time. I think.
No, I said Nelson. Then I said Nellon.
That's what I'm saying.
And then I said Neelan.
Right.
Well,
which we're getting a lot of Neelan.
In all fairness, there are a lot of famous singers named Nelson that we've heard about.
Correct.
So you can see where you would confuse that.
Apparently, though, this is not Garden Party. This is a different group, and it's Southern Gospel, and they're world famous, and I missed it. But I apologize.
And they did say it looked like to be partial weather and partial autopilot error, and they were headed to a Gaither Homecoming Alaskan cruise.
Malfunction with autopilot.
Yeah.
And did you say that it's Nellans? N-E-L?
No,
buddy.
It's not Neelands.
That's what everybody is texting me right now.
This is right here. Look on the screen. Nellans. N-E-L.
Just one E.
Like melons.
Like melon, but Nellon. That's it.
But that's
so a lot of people had it wrong.
I did that one right at one time. I said that. No. So now I'm looking. I mean, Bones himself. Now Bones claims it's knee lines. So I'll tell you what. When y'all figure out what they're called, let me know. And I promise to correct it.
Well, their first radio single had just released about a week prior to their crash, called "There's a Whole Lot in the Heart." So.
See that one right there? Does it not say?
Or there's a hole in the heart.
Does it not clearly say right there?
I don't know. I don't know if you can trust
song
that board over there.
Apparently, I can't even trust Bones, and Bones loves Southern Gospel.
For some reason, I put "lot" in there. I
You forgot. You gave Bones a pretty good running over the coals. So.
Yeah, a lot of Nealers.
He's looking to get you back.
Here's another.
Well, they're spelling it wrong.
No,
we're looking at the official.
Right now, here is a pastor. The group is use a long E. It's Neelands with a long E.
I trust her. She said Neelands.
Okay, I'm just saying the spelling of it.
Oh, I thought you knew.
It's
Neelands. That's how you say it. Where did you come up? You said this so confident.
There should have been another E.
The spelling of it.
Why don't you just say
I was
Jason,
just saying the
Kelly,
spelling
Amber,
of it.
and Autumn?
Well, I missed the spelling of it, Adler. I went from Nelson to Nellon.
I don't know why you're mad at me.
I'm not. I mean, you're not the one that's offended Southern gospel people everywhere. That's me, and you're not helping.
I've
There's a
actually
hole
never
in
heard
their
of them.
hearts.
I've never heard of them.
Yeah,
but I listen to metal. I listen to metal.
It's Neelan's.
Right. And
With a long E.
Okay.
There's a hole in the hearts.
I would like saying another E in there.
And nobody's now. Somebody says there's an L that's silent. Look, how about this?
Neons.
How about this? I'm sorry they're dead.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's just get to that.
All right, let's not get let's not get bitter.
However you say their name, I'm sorry this happened.
Mm-hmm.
And
right, I'm sending you their latest single so you can play it.
Thank you, Speedy.
Oh my goodness! Wow, that's a crash site.
Yeah, it's all, but what y'all said about weather and autopilot, I did hear that last night from another pilot. So I just I don't think he pronounced her name either right, but he told me about the crash and how he thought it happened. So sad thing. All right, so other things. Terrible. So we will hear some of their music and
I just sent it to you now.
Wow, Luke, that's my brother.
Yeah.
Wow, Rick.
Confused today.
Roopville. Didn't you just speak in Roopville?
I haven't recently, no, but I did a few years ago. Yes.
Okay. Their celebration of life is occurring in Roopville, Georgia, and I thought you just spoke there recently, or have one coming up.
Interesting. Where you're getting that from is that Rich Wingo is about to speak there next week. Next week, yeah,
that's what it was.
But I have spoke there in the past. That is correct.
And Rich Wingo is going to speak in there. August 6th is the celebration of life. For the NELON family.
I'm now getting that if Nealon is right.
All right.
So thank you, Adler, for taking me from right back to wrong.
Hey, he trusted you, and you didn't know.
I was talking about the spelling.
You zero.
All I heard was N-E-E. All I heard was N-E-E-L-O-N.
Your dad is a worship leader. You weigh in. We listen. We think, well, this guy knows. This guy absolutely knows.
It's your family's business.
Rick,
Y'all supposed to know
they
that.
are sitting in front of this lady. Bring my channel up. That is about to introduce them in an interview, and this is what she says.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bev with Absolute Gospel, and I am sitting here in the living room setting with the Nealons.
Yeah.
Nealons.
Like
Thanks,
I said,
Adler.
Nealons. Like I said the entire time.
You messed it. I could have messed it up like you did. I did. I said the same thing you just said.
Rick,
wrong.
you said the Nelsons.
But after that I went Nellon. I went Nelson, terribly wrong. Nellon, missed it again. Went to Nealon, and he took me back to Nellon.
Yeah, he did.
There's a
It's
hole
like
in their
Neyland
hearts.
Stadium.
You're right.
Buddy, you've been trying.
I'm more of a fan of the Gator family reunions.
Gay.
Big Gaither.
Pretty sure it's Gator. It's pretty. I'm
we're
pretty
losing
sure it's
sight.
a Gator.
We're losing sight that their plane crashed.
Everybody who's upset, we usually use one email, especially if it's involving Christian music, and that's adler@rickandbubba.com.
Yes.
That's our Christian music mistake email.
Okay.
All right. We'll come back with their single.
That's fine. Okay.
Right.
You know, I'd like to see
one more time.
I'd like to see Rock City do a little Southern gospel.
Ooh, yeah.
Could you do that, Greg?
I saw the light.
Bubba, you got that same beat.
Don't you think this family's been disrespected
I ain't got
enough
two
today?
different beats. If one of them works, I don't know.
If we can do one more thing to disrespect them, let's do that.
Yeah, that seems right. Because we completely lost sight of what we were
Let's
talking
let
about.
Rock and Roll City do Candy Cootie Woody. Let's do that.
Yeah. You know, we were so adamant about saying it right, we completely forgot about what we were talking about.
No, that happens on this show all the time. So this has been the case for 30 plus years.
That's a good point.
Right. We can't pronounce names and we forget the topic we're talking about.
Right. And it's only getting worse.
Yeah. Single coming back.
Just simply tried to say, I hate what happened, and it went out terribly wrong.
It did. You were just thinking about
Stirred it up, buddy.
Sure. Just, if you need somebody to mess it up, I'm available.
7 people on the plane, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say this. I'll probably have that wrong. I understand there was one daughter that did not get on the plane, and she's the only one left now.
Really?
Wow.
How many times do you hear about that?
A lot. We'll be back.
Wow.
Rick and Bubba.
We always talk about freedom. Responsibility is the balancing pendulum of freedom, and we don't talk about that part of it.
Yes, but Hollywood has not attacked all the stars out there the way country music fans would. I saw this coming.
And Alan, that's the point.
Alan,
you're making our point.
That's just what
Thank
we
you.
said.
If I am a country music artist,
yes,
my target audience overwhelmingly throughout the southeastern United States and all over the country are conservative. They support President Bush, and they support the military. So she made a bad business decision expressing her opinion.
I think it's stereotypical, though, that everybody thinks that you sing country music, you must act like a redneck.
So we're supporting the president is acting like a redneck?
No, I'm saying just because I've had people say just because I live here in the South, I don't listen to country music. They say, "What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, well,
I just don't like country music.
Alan, neither do I. I mean,
Okay.
you know, I mean,
It's not Rick's choice either.
It would probably be my last choice of music. But here's the
has
thing.
anybody ever said anything negative about you, like you're an outsider because you don't fit the norm?
Yes, and let me tell you this.
Every day.
Every day. Do you realize that we get on here and profess to be Christians, and
Yes,
we're
I
on?
heard y'all talking about having sex with your cousins yesterday.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said we kissed our cousins yesterday.
Well, okay, but
Yeah.
I heard
See,
all
now
the
you're
whole
putting words
audience.
in your mouth. Look, Alan, if you don't like me, just say you don't like me, but don't tell lies about
It's
me.
irrelevant how I feel about
Well, no, it does matter. I mean, because
No, it doesn't.
when I go out there and say that, just what you said, when I get on here and say that I believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah and is who he says he is, there are repercussions for that. I believe it to be true, and I'm unashamed to say it.
Yes,
but
don't
there
you think
there are
see
people.
hypocritical
You're not letting me finish my point, Alan, which is very rude of you, and I'm gonna have to put you over in the corner and time out if you don't behave. But let me say this: that's just what you said. People call me a hypocrite if they see me do something that they think is doesn't go along with that. People say, y'all could get in some lot bigger markets and you can get some other places if y'all just be quiet about Jesus. So there are repercussions and responsibility for saying in this free country what you believe. Natalie has said her opinion, what she thinks everybody else should feel. Her audience will now decide whether they want to continue to support her based on that or not. I mean, what's wrong with that, Alan? That's how America works.
Yeah, it seems like there's more
Well,
information on country music.
if you hate America, Alan, just say you hate America.
No, what? See, y'all. Y'all did this the other day with Tommy after y'all hung up with
I was going to say, do you know Tommy Allen?
Alan, I want you to say, I don't like living in Ozark and I hate America.
I heard the conversations and everything the other day after Tommy got off the line.
I know. We said it to Tommy while he was on the line, Alan, just like I'm telling you while you're on the line.
See, Alan, you have free choice, okay?
Yes.
You do not have to listen to this show.
You turn it off.
You make your vote and your opinion back to us based on what we say by listening or not.
If you never heard any opposition, would you always think you're right?
Alan, it does. Alan, you're not hearing me. I don't care what Natalie Maines thinks of the president or whatever, okay? I don't care. But what I'm telling you is if people respond to that, however they do, they're exercising their freedom based on what she said. You can't have Natalie Maines hug the First Amendment and tell the rest of America they can't do their part.
But what I was saying, do you agree, though, that country music fans are a little bit more meaner when it comes to somebody making a comment if this was a rock?
Now, Alan, what you're saying is, and let me clarify, where are the majority geographically of country music listeners in this
Probably
country?
the Southeast.
Okay. The southeast of the United States, and I'll say from the Carolinas to Texas, is also known in this country as what?
The Bible Belt.
Okay. What does that mean? They're a little more...
What does it mean? It's stereotypical that we carry that phrase and everything, too.
Well, no, but...
We have bad
It didn't
numbers.
just happen. They gave that stereotype for a reason. Why do you think we have that stereotype?
Because some of it's true. Some of it's not, but the thing of it is, numbers and mathematics of this state, a lot of people are in denial about problems we have here. They laugh about them.
Alan, answer my question, please. Why do they call the Southeast the Bible Belt?
Because of strong improvisation on the Southern Baptists running it.
We're primarily more conservative than the rest of the country, right?
Are we better, though?
Who said that?
Alan.
That don't have anything to do with it.
Alan, focus, please. Please focus with me. Country music's target audience overall, and I'm making a stereotype big paint, is more conservative.
Back with music from the Neelands.
We're back. Our number 866 We Be Big. We will
let this roll, Rick.
Yeah. So there you go, and talented people, no doubt about that. Oh, yeah. And so we'll continue to move forward. And now we know that in Roopville they'll be doing a memorial service on the 6th of August as well for the Nealons. Those that unfortunately their life ended in the plane crash. And so as we move on, the state of our country also not a whole lot of fun, but going on right now. We've got a lot to work through, no doubt about that.
Don't we, though?
Yeah, and what video was it about Vivek? Is that
Vivek?
Yeah.
Ramaswamy.
So we
I can't say it without saying it that way.
I wish he was running.
Now, remember what...
he was, and he quit.
Ramaswamy is going to comment on what we talked about yesterday, where Trump was being interviewed by black journalists. That kind of got away from him a little bit, but then there was the discussion over at one time. Kamala Harris was rightfully so celebrating her mother, who is Indian, and was then doing historic first Indian American to do this, that, and the other. And then now it's almost like the Indian part doesn't exist, and she's only black now. Mm-hmm. And so
wasn't there some Caribbean talk there for a while too?
Yeah, her dad's Jamaican,
it really
right?
Doesn't matter.
Dad's Jamaican, mom's Indian.
Correct.
And so here is Ramaswamy, who is Indian, who would like to discuss what's going on right now and how he's bothered by it.
All right. Vivek, I want to give you a chance to react to that. No doubt it's going to get attention. It already is.
Yeah, so look, on a very personal level, my parents were immigrants to this country, legal immigrants from southern India. Very same part of India that her mother also immigrated from. I think it's a hard fact, Martha, it's just a fact, whether you like it or not, that many Indian Americans in the United States are indeed somewhat offended by the way Kamala has suddenly cast aside the Indian American side of her identity. She leaned into it when she ran for office in California. Big Asian American and Indian American population. So she wore that when it was convenient. She's wearing a different identity now when it's politically convenient on a national stage. Personally, I don't think we should be relying on these ethnic identities at all. We're actually American. And the problem is when you're Kamala Harris and you actually do lean into your identity politics, then you open the door to that type of criticism. But if you ask me, that shouldn't be how this election is decided one way or another. It should be decided on our own identity as Americans and what our vision is for the future of the country. And the number one thing missing in Kamala Harris's candidacy is that she lacks that vision for the country. That's what we got to focus on.
Amen.
Okay.
Ramaswamy.
Yep.
Yeah, I really think any time that Trump gets off of the message, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? In his version of it, if you would. I think it's a win for the other side because that's all if he will just stay with that, stay with the border, stay with the economy, so to speak.
Real simple.
I think that is their Achilles heel, and that's where you should be landing.
Easy, simple decision in November. Stay with why it's simple. 3B. J.D. Vance, who is running for vice president with Trump, or Trump's picked him to be his VP. We now get a CNN reporter who is going to try to race bait him the way they tried to do it with Trump concerning Kamala Harris. Vance,
he's at the border, right?
Yeah,
is this the border?
Yeah. But
so you can go there.
Yeah, he's at the border and visits the southern border. Unlike Kamala, because she'd never been to Europe either, so she didn't even know why we're asking. But here is
Was
JD.
that one of the weirdest answers
yes,
ever?
it was, Bubba.
Of
Yes.
anything.
Yes, it was. JD Vance not going to be pulled into this. Here we go.
The former president's comments yesterday to the National Association of Black Journalists, where he said that Vice President Harris is, quote, all of a sudden black. As a father of 3 biracial children, did those comments give you pause at all?
They don't give me pause at all. Look, all he said is that Kamala Harris is a chameleon. She goes to Georgia 2 days ago. She was raised in Canada. She puts on a fake Southern accent. She is everything to everybody, and she pretends to be somebody different depending on which audience she's in front of. I think it's totally reasonable for the president to call that out, and that's all he did. I mean, look, she's running as a tough-on-crime prosecutor, even though she implemented open border policies. She's saying that she wants to support the police, yet she wanted to defund the police just 3 years ago. It's totally reasonable to call out the fact that she pretends to be somebody different depending on the audience she's talking to.
Straightforward answer, good answer, and also strangely, I don't know whether this reporter leans to the left or not, but we played for you yesterday the new MSNBC correspondent, whoever this person was, that was trying to claim that J.D. Vance's children were white. I don't know if she didn't know that his wife is Indian or not.
A lot of Indian stuff involved.
So yesterday they're white. Today they want to know if he's offended because his kids have two ethnicities.
Yeah, now we're back to that.
So yesterday he wants everybody to breed a bunch of white children to take over the world, and then today he's being asked, is he offended by the president because his children are actually half Indian and half white? So they can't even make up their mind what J.D. Vance's family is. It just changes like a weed in the wind.
I understand where they're coming from. But again, I think when you get in the weeds on those issues, you don't help yourself out. I don't think you're going to gain any points.
No.
I tell you what was more intriguing to me, I heard the VP's speech in Georgia, and I had it on in the background. When I heard her speak, I jerked my head around because I could tell she was trying to do a Southern version of it.
Yes.
And I thought, come on. Come on. You're not going to do that and start to draw on us, are you?
Of course.
You don't have to talk like us for us to listen to you.
Right. As a matter of fact, I'm bothered when you attempt it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like because it comes across.
I mean, if you're doing it as a joke or you're doing a line.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Know,
Yeah,
I don't problem. But when you just all of a sudden your accent seems to swing to Southern country,
right?
When you never speak that way, it just seems funny because you're addressing a Southern crowd.
Yeah.
And the color and the race really doesn't matter. It's just to me, it was more a geography thing of how funny it sounded.
Do y'all want to hear that, by the way? Kamala Harris speaking in a Southern accent?
Yeah. I got 1 minute.
Okay, this was in Atlanta.
All right.
And you all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024.
All right.
Guys.
2024.
Todd Nation, Atlanta. Y'all help us in 2024.
That's
I mean, she did everything but call Belvedere to the stage.
Wow.
Here, Belvedere.
Here she is.
Good to see y'all. 2024.
Amongst a different crowd.
We are all in this together, and your vote is your power.
All right.
Your vote is your power. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong room. Your vote is your power.
We're not all into that together, I'll tell you that. I'm gonna question that remark.
That was quite a panel we had there.
Oh, Greg, easy.
Boy.
Easy, Tiger.
And J.D. Vance is the weird one.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. I will say this. Vance's head's a little big for his size.
His face is round, Greg, but we don't have to say that.
Buddy.
I just,
You know what? I'll take round face.
He was in the Marine Corps. I don't know how he hid during battle.
I'll take round face over drag queens every day.
I didn't say it was a bad thing.
I'll say, boy.
He got a big old nog.
He has a round face, Greg, but that's fine.
There's nothing wrong with it.
No.
That's good.
Greg, you're making fun of Marines. Be careful. They're going to simplify on that head.
That's it. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you, America. Whatever's on your mind.
Pretty big.
When we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Then would be the long-haired rock and roll, smoke doping, you know what I'm saying, West Coast bunch.
Disagreeing with you.
So I'm just saying, bad business decision, Alan. Do you hear me? And the listeners of the Dixie Chicks have a right to respond to that, just like she had a right to respond to the president. She made a decision, voiced her opinion. There's responsibility with that. There are consequences for that, and that is the way the system works.
Alan,
you can't just put one thing out there and go, it has the First Amendment, and everybody else ought to accept it, dance around it, and get over it. It is a fluid situation. The tide goes out, the tide comes in.
Well, Alan, a minute ago you said, well, don't you guys understand if you say those things, you're going to have some repercussions? Yeah, and so does Natalie. Sure. That's how it works. We get repercussions, and you want us to have repercussions, but you don't want Natalie to have any. I don't follow you. You say things, and people, there are repercussions to it.
Alan, here's the problem. You're in the minority of the opinion.
Yes, I know I am.
And it's just tough. Hey, it's just tough corn for you right now.
Yeah, but you know what? In this,
I'm sorry, brother.
In this country, the minority can speak as loud as the majority. You ought to be glad to be here.
That's right.
And how about this? You just got on a nationally syndicated radio and TV show and gave your opinion. You couldn't do that anywhere else.
Yes, I did.
And now people are going to have a right to call and tell you you're an idiot.
Sure. They have the right to comment about.
You're fixing to see that other side of the First Amendment, people responding to your comment.
But you know what? We love you, buddy.
That's right.
And that's the bottom line.
I hope you listen even though we disagree with you. We're going to keep you free either way.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. Phone calls coming in. Speedy taking those phone calls for you. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. While you're dialing, I do want to point to an opportunity for you. If you've heard us talking about the Raycon Everyday Earbuds and you still haven't moved on that, okay, let me hit you with a few things, okay? We love them here. They're about half the price of the premium audio brand, so you know that's what brought Speedy in. That's why he got his. But then we're going to get you an additional 15% off, and we're going to get you free shipping. if you use the URL that we have, which is buyraycon.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice, OX, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. They have a 30-day happiness guarantee. These everyday earbuds, we love their optimized gel tips because you can fit them, in to your ear. Some, not every ear is the same. We love the sound styles, 3 different options there. But they've added active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity where you can pair 2 devices at once. So go now if you want 15% off. They're already half the price of the others. And free shipping. Buyraycon.com. They got cool colors too. /BigVox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Phone calls are standing by at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Doug out of Mobile, Alabama. Dougie, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're good.
Hey, y'all were talking about these things the other day. I got a funny story for you. My 13-year-old who was younger. He's 32 now, but he was 13 at the time. He went riding ATVs with his buddies out in the country. We live way out in the middle of nowhere. And he come back home and he had a Band-Aid on his arm. He had got stung by a bee, and he pulled the Band-Aid off, and there was tobacco under it. And I looked at him and I said, "Hey, where'd you get the tobacco from?" He said, "Daddy, don't you know they're becoming first aid kits now?" I was like, "Okay, I didn't know that." So they're pretty sharp on his feet there, trying to figure out where he can get the tobacco from. Anyway.
Oh, okay,
hey, Greg.
okay,
He
yeah.
been had him a dip.
Okay, I got you. All right.
Yeah. Hey, Greg, I'll take a round face over a ghost face any day.
So why does tobacco work so well on a bee sting?
It draws supposed to draw something out. I don't know. It's a great question. I just remember we talked about this before when you were a little kid and we were growing up, because everybody smoked or dipped or chewed. Everybody, all adults. Yeah. And who would have thought that turned out to be bad for them? But they would just grab tobacco, and you don't even know them. You'd be like in the 5 and dime store saying, "Oh, I got stung," and some woman you never met starts putting tobacco behind your ear, and but I don't know.
That's true.
Let's go to Flip, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I was there last night in your town, Flip.
Yes, sir. Neighbors, y'all doing good?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, so last night we were there. My sons were with me, plus we had a couple of other friends in our crowd. And the young man we were up in the balcony, you gave the invitation, he stood up.
Yeah.
And it was his 18th birthday.
How about that?
And then so my son, you met my son.
I did, yeah.
He's a tall 6'3" with like Jesus-looking hair.
Oh, yeah.
And the young man with him, Alex, was a black kid. And I mean to tell you, that is incredible. So thank you and appreciate you, and God bless all of you. Greg, I love you, buddy. Love you.
Thank you, buddy.
So I didn't even know Flip was there. His son came up to me. He says, "You might know my dad, Flip,
Flip,
who calls the show." I said, "Yeah, I do know your dad. Flip, but I didn't know Flip was actually there."
How
But
about that?
Yeah, I didn't meet your son.
So you met Flip's son, but you didn't meet Flip?
Yeah, and hopefully, like I say, at 18 years old, I wish I had decided to follow Jesus and been sincere about it. I would have avoided a lot of regret and trouble. So hopefully he's all in.
I like that name, Flip.
I do too.
Ever since Flip Wilson.
Absolutely.
Flip.
The great Flip was.
Let's continue. James in Wetumpka. James, go ahead. I-92. What's up?
What's up, Biggins?
We're good.
Good. Got a question for y'all.
All right.
Y'all like Skinwalker Ranch, correct?
Yes.
Bubba does. He watches a lot. I've only seen it very casually.
I have not seen the big 2-hour episode wrap-up, though, yet. I was moving.
Okay. All right. Are y'all familiar with the Sean Ryan show?
People are doing thumbs up in the audience, but these are the same people that have heard of the Nealons. I have not. No, I have not.
Okay. He interviewed Brandon Hugel, which is the new current owner of Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, what'd he say?
It was a pretty good interview. Y'all need to look it up.
Okay, so you just called just to tell us it's a pretty
Was
good.
there a-
tell
was
us
there a
something
point?
about
Give-
it.
give us a
What,
point
Did he
that-
find out anything you could tell us
that you took away from it? Yeah.
You can't give us homework.
Just look to the skies. That's all.
Boy, I tell you, Pal's giving us effort,
Boy,
isn't he?
you know,
it's like somebody made him call.
I know,
You
it's like-
need
yeah.
to call and tell them about
I've never
this.
had.
All right,
I've
God.
never had somebody
Call
so,
and assign them homework.
Right. I've never
I don't
had.
want to We're really call. Good at that, by the way.
Is that
That's really
the
good.
is that the call that was sounded like? I've never heard anyone sound so begrudgingly called.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
Ah,
somebody
made him.
I guess I'll call y'all, and I let the lack of his tempo go. His tempo bothered me, and I let that go
And there's a little trouble tying his subject.
because I thought we were going somewhere. I mean, you could have just said, "Hey guys, if you're Skinwalker people, go watch the interview with Sean, whatever his name is. There's a lot there." But it took us a long time to get to that, and we never got the payoff.
A lot of pauses.
You know, sometimes we do have callers that their pace is dragging a little bit. We might need like a Metrodome sound effect. You know, if you could just start hitting underneath and maybe pick them up a little bit.
Y'all like Skinwalker Ranch? Yeah.
Greg, he could have.
Sean Run? Yeah.
You know what he could have said? I almost
You
Greg
seen
because
his
it sounded like
interview?
you know what he sounded like he was set up to say. Y'all like Skinwalker Ranch? Well, Bubba watches it quite a bit. I watch it casually. All right, then.
All right, then.
I mean,
We'll holler at you.
holler at you later. Go see Sean somebody. Let's go to Sam in the great state of Mississippi. Sam, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Hey, thank you for the call. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
All right, so how you're pronouncing y'all say on Nealons, but it's actually the ones because I interned with y'all when I was going to community college here at Meridian Community College, and I did intern under them as well, but it's pronounced the Nealons.
Well, then isn't that what we're saying?
You interned here?
Who is this?
Are you saying we need to add the
Damn, this is
Are you,
Fart Knocker.
are you really making? Are
What
you
is
upset
that?
because we didn't put the in front of it? We finally pronounced it right.
It's the Nealons.
I don't remember.
The Nealons, not Nealons.
Now, what was your intern name
I
again?
can't even understand what you're saying. Your phone keeps
Fart
going.
Knocker.
I don't remember. The
Hard knocks.
Fart knocker.
Are you saying
Fart
it
knocker.
wasn't fart?
I don't
knocker.
remember. I would have
Was-
remembered.
Greg, it's not fart knocker.
Are you
Is that
saying
not what he said?
That's not what he's
your
saying.
phone keeps dropping out, Sam? We can't. We're missing
That's
key
exactly
parts.
what it sounds like.
Right.
It's all good, brother.
I'm in that worst feeling is you pronounce something right, and then somebody tells you the same way you just pronounced it and says, "Now you need to say this."
Yeah.
You've still talked
Yeah.
about this
I
before,
know.
where you go
WABC.
It sounds like you're saying the
That's what
same
I'm
thing I'm
saying.
saying.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Well,
Oh gosh.
we
Now, what
would've
was his
remembered.
name?
He
His
said he
intern
went to
name?
Meridian Community College.
Hard knocks? Is that what he was saying?
I don't remember.
Hard
Greg
knocker.
kept saying something else.
Yes,
Well,
he did.
it's what it sounded like.
I just don't think we'd have named one name.
I don't think it's
well.
fart knocker, and I don't think it's hard knockers either.
I couldn't understand him. I mean,
No, I think those two are all a list.
And every time he tried to say it, he'd
keep in mind, I believe, and Kamala Harris isn't going to make this
Cell
any
phones
easier.
have killed talk shows.
Well, the other thing is, I think people have lost the ability to communicate. We don't know how to do it anymore because we're never asked to talk much.
I not
You know, it's so. Let's go to we got how many Jordans are in this audience?
I mean, a bunch.
We got so many Jordans.
A bunch.
Fire it in there.
All right, here's one of our Jordans. Jordan, go ahead.
Hey, Hoss, y'all was trying to pronounce the name of that singing
Don't
group.
do this.
It's Nathan.
Don't do this. Do not do this. By the way,
I'll tell you, that meme is on me. We've got it several times.
now there's one right now on the text option, and it is hilarious. Charles,
and the picture they chose makes it that much better.
Charles in Jacksonville, Alabama. Charles, go ahead.
Go with that, chose.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Oh my goodness.
You know, it's a solar flare causing it, I think.
It's so hot out there that the phones can't even work.
Well, we've got another solar flare about to hit the Earth. Maybe it hit earlier.
Charles, try again.
Hello.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Hey,
That's why the text option. Let's just let everybody text from now.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number.
More phones when we come back.
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
You got to be parked next to a cell tower.
Right.
It's the only thing.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back 20 minutes past. I'm afraid this story here kind of going to make Alan look bad, too. No offense, Alan. He basically said that there's been only repercussions come from country music listeners. Not according to Visa. Visa has basically told the Sheens they're kind of tired of hearing Martin Sheen speak out against the war and speak out against the president. So, well, they pulled his commercials.
You know what? And two, Alan, I'll shock you by this. I hate that because it is a funny commercial.
But that you got to admit, Alan says, well, you don't see these Hollywood people having the same repercussions. Well, that's a pretty big account. Would you agree?
We also had the story that NBC had a meeting with Martin Sheen, because of West Wing and all that. They are very, very unhappy with his, it could damage their program because of the response of the audience.
It's just what the Dixie Chicks going through. Now, Alan, I want you to listen to this. Now, this is Martin Sheen, okay? The country music audience probably does not flock to see Martin Sheen. Some do. Visa has been getting tons of complaints based on his war stance. Visa's running the Sheen ads with, Yao Ming and all this bunch. Or Yo Ming, however you say his name.
He's funny, too. That's funny, too.
But anyway, last week, they pulled Martin Sheen's ad after the hullabaloo he made over his anti-war remarks. When they hit the press, Visa said, just what we talked about, Bubba. Visa said, hey, this is going to kill us. Let's take him off. He's done. So don't just think it's country music people getting upset, because, Alan, that's not true. Martin Sheen, Visa ads, off TV. And Visa has the right to do that because Visa feels like it's a good business decision not to be drafting with him. Now, what does that tell you?
See, even business sometime will get away from controversy because it hurts business no matter who's right or wrong.
Yeah.
So.
And that's all we're saying. Please look. Wow. Speedy took a coyote when we were deer hunting this past
How about
season.
that's a little scary looking in the window. Can I just tell you that?
And it just got here. He's got it mounted, and
the story of the three little pigs come to mind here.
I mean, don't you feel like that he's?
I know it was a wolf, but it's still.
But anyway, I can still see him huffing and puffing and blowing our studio down. Can't you?
How about I wouldn't want to meet him mad. No. But anyway.
So there it is. Speedy has that.
Let's catch these calls right here. We're going to try to roll through those.
Let's go to Ben in Nashville. Ben, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, pretty good. Monkey grass to you.
Hey, glad
Ben, welcome
called.
to the show.
Hey, thanks. Hey, well,
wow, that's impressive.
I listen to all kinds of music. I don't want anybody thinking I'm just a country music fan. I listen to everything that's out there. Now, I just threw my Dixie Chicks CDs in the trash.
And why is that? Would you throw Sheryl Crow in the trash too? Did that come out right?
Yes.
Sheryl Crow in the trash.
I know. You thought about it and it broke your concentration because her hair's long again?
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
And she's my cousin.
I would do the same thing with the actors too, but I don't support them now as it is.
Yeah.
I'm just not a movie person, but just I don't know. Tap my hide, I guess,
Yeah, well, that's you're right. Now, Alan, if you would send them to him, he'd like to have them. So,
but anyhow,
thanks, Ben.
Ben, I'm a little. There again, we're not rebel rousing against them. I disagree with her comment, but I'm a little shocked at how quick and how big the blowback has been. That's really where I'm shocked.
Well, here's the thing. Honestly, I doubt that I will try to tell my wife, "Hey, you shouldn't go to this concert." Because to me, it'd be
Here's the thing. I think she'll probably tell you I ain't going.
Yeah, now she may not go on her own free will, but I'm saying I won't be rebel-roused saying you shouldn't go.
Right.
I'm really not as upset as the rest of America is because I just don't put a lot of stock in, play your guitar, sing your songs. If you want an opinion, that's fine. I still may like to come see you in concert. Perfect example, I use this one all the time. I'm a huge Tom Petty fan. We could not be further apart politically. I don't agree with him. But I like his music, and as long as he'll sing, I'm there, or do his little songs. It's almost like, going to the circus or something and, being upset with the elephant. As long as he's standing up on the others and got his Barnum and Bailey thing on there and I'm enjoying it, I'm good with it. Now we probably won't go have dinner together, and I probably wouldn't like Natalie to come babysit my kids. But, I wouldn't have personally, I would disagree with her, but if she'll sing her little songs and keep her mouth shut, I'm good.
Also getting some inside information from Music Row on the Dixie Chicks of interest, but go ahead, take these calls.
Megan in Georgia. Megan, how you doing?
Hey, Megan, what's up?
celebrating 30-plus years of Radio Go. Thank you so much for all of you that have been with us and are going with us all the way to the end of the year. We're excited to look back, but at the same time, hang out a little more time together. About 90 shows yet to go. If you're looking, and some of you, I keep seeing this, saw it the last few days on the text about, building some compilation album of best of moments. You can do that yourself. So we won't really be doing that in CD form, but if you go out to Apple Music, Google Store, whatever, and you see all of our 20-plus, well, how many? Gosh, there's more than that now. If it's 30 years, 28 CDs.
And a few cassettes.
Yeah, and you can go out there and take the cuts you like, and you can build your own best of the best yourself with modern-day technology. So not really a reason for us to do that when you can readily go do it very inexpensively on your own. So know that all those are out there in the streaming world. And so things to look at coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Catch that. Herbie Gears, our guest. We talk all things Israel. He's lived there for over 37 years, and really, really good conversation concerning the center of the universe. What are you laughing at?
Yeah. It's not ringing.
Okay, I guess we did have an intern named that.
That's not our interns. That can't be.
Yeah,
I think
tickle
it
me
is.
elbow.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So we named
How did
an
I
intern
not remember that?
Fart Knocker. I don't remember that at all.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember that, Adler? It was before you were here, wasn't it?
I do
don't
not remember intern Fart Knocker. I don't remember him.
Well, there it is. I don't remember it.
Now,
Are you acting like you remember it, Speedy?
No, but I think somebody's messing with us.
Yeah, I
think
too.
they put it.
That's
in
not
the-
true.
I
don't know.
I don't recognize some of the other people in those.
I know all of them. That's Stuart Gale right there,
buddy.
All right, watch this. Is the font the same as the others?
I don't think
it
so.
looks a little different.
No,
doesn't it?
I think
guys,
they edited that.
So we'll read anything.
Yeah, of course we will. So, I mean, look, the days of people, thinking about anything are over. Look at the state of this place.
That's a good one. Whoever spent time.
I
doing
do
that.
feel like I would have remembered that name,
buddy.
I think, yeah.
I think we probably would never get off the launching pad with that name.
Well, I'll say this: you would have been the one naming it.
No doubt about that.
So you definitely would have remembered it.
No doubt about that.
That would have been a suggestion.
I definitely voted that.
I remember barbecue smoke neck. I don't remember a fart knocker.
Thank you for clearing that up. But that's what he was saying.
Well said. Any other Southern gospel groups you want to tell us how to pronounce?
No, I'm good.
You ain't good at that either.
Billy Graham is a great preacher.
Yes, he is. Yes, it is spelled that way. You are right. Bubby, have you ever been to New Hampshire?
I have not, Rick.
I'm going to New Hampshire this weekend.
Congratulations.
So
Never been there. Where's that at on the map?
That's real.
It's
nice.
way on up there.
Yeah.
It's way on up there in New England. So our oldest son is actually he's got a job up there as an actor. He's in a play there at a theater, and
The closest one you can get, I guess.
Well, the last time he was in this same one, it was in California, and we were like, okay.
Yeah, it is.
So he's actually in the.
Is that where Bernie Sanders is from?
Is he Delaware? No, that's the
Vermont.
president.
Yeah. He's
Vermont. He's
Vermont,
Vermont.
yeah.
It's all those tiny little things up
We're
there.
not getting anything right today.
Yeah.
At all.
Well,
We're as bad
does
as a phone call.
You're acting like today's different than other days. I mean,
By the way, that was REO Spence wagon that they put that over. That was,
I don't remember him.
I don't remember him either.
All right, go ahead.
So anyway, so we're going
How do I
there.
not remember that?
We're gathering the brothers and I think Camtastic is
No, I
going.
do.
And so we're going to go see Blake in this play, and because it's a little known fact that Sherry was actually named after the Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons Sherry Baby. So so Blake being in this play about the Four Seasons and all that, and being one of them in the play, so we've been wanting to go see it. And I was trying, I was looking because I certainly want to see my son in the play and get to see him, and I don't know if his wife will be over there or not. They live in New York, but she's been to see it, I know. But we're going to go out to eat before and see it, and it'll be fun. I really thought to myself I could escape this hellish heat.
Yeah.
And
Pretty warm up there.
And,
though.
and
I think it's warm everywhere.
he kept sending me temperatures because he's been in this play there for about 2 weeks. And there's been days where he sent me and it was like 71, 72. But then I've looked, I think it's going to be, but it's still going to be nothing compared to this. I think it's going to be like 84. I mean, that's not, compared to where we are, that
Maybe less humid.
That'll be a
That'll
nice.
help.
But what is like if we talked about before, if we were going like say to Maine, we would think, well, good, lobster costs $1.50.
Right.
What does New Hampshire bring to the table?
I don't know a lot about New
Pine
Hampshire.
trees.
Well, you got to be careful because we started planning
Beautiful
out.
scenery.
We started planning out the trip,
you have to be careful when you're dealing with our history, because when you're dealing with New England, the play's actually in a place called New London. Well, be careful. There's a lot of New Londons up there. We almost went to the wrong state. There's a New London, I think, over in Connecticut as well, or something like that. So we're going to go into Concord, stay there, and then go over and see it and eat at a restaurant. But, 84, 85 still feel better than this, won't it?
You know about the humidity. You know how it got its name, don't you?
I don't know.
It was named for Hampshire, England, by Captain John
There we
Mason.
go.
Did you know that?
Yeah. The only time
New Hampshire.
Yeah, that's it. The only time I've ever even heard it referenced is that I remember being at an airport one time and hearing a woman say, "We're going to my sister's in New Hampshire." And that's the only time I ever remember anybody mentioning it, going there. I didn't think on my list of places I would go would ever be New Hampshire, but. We'll have a report of that coming up on Monday.
No, they say it's real pretty though.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
One of the nicknames for it is Switzerland of America.
Oh, nice.
White Mountain State and the Mother of Rivers.
Can you say White Mountain anymore?
Probably not. If it's snow, yeah.
Okay.
Look, they got the old man on the mountain. Have y'all seen that before?
No, I haven't.
It looks like an old man on the side of a mountain.
Never seen it.
It's Joe Biden.
I don't think I've ever.
So he is Mount Rushmore.
I don't think I've ever been. I don't think I've ever been there before. I don't think so.
No, probably not.
Now, you said
there and
this,
out of there.
Is this still Jersey Boys? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because it's about Frankie Valley and the Four Seasons. So
their motto is "Live free or die rich."
Yeah,
I like that. I bet. I wonder if it still is though. Aren't they kind of left there?
They've got no sales or income tax.
Bubba.
No sales?
What? You mean no sales or income tax? No sales tax or income tax?
That's what I'm reading here.
I don't know that you can.
It doesn't have a general sales tax.
What about income tax?
Nor does it have an income tax.
Oh,
How do they make their money? They got to make it somehow.
Property. I bet they hit you hard on property. They're going to get you somewhere.
And business tax.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right, people saying
You think we got that right?
clam chowder. Do you like clam chowder?
Oh, yes, I do.
I do. I like it.
I love clam chowder.
Have you had
clam
the chowder?
If I will, you got to know.
It's
New
usually
Hampshire.
it's so hot here. I don't eat that a lot.
It says Maine and New Hampshire are a lot alike. Very beautiful.
Something about the word chowder.
They got maple syrup in New Hampshire.
No, I like that.
Okay, all right. So I'm just thinking, y'all want me to bring you back some goodies? If there's something there that's New Hampshire, I'll bring it back.
Covered bridges.
You don't want clam chowder, but you take the syrup, right?
Yes.
We got them in Blunt County.
I love covered bridges, but it's nothing compared to the 7 Bridges Road that Bubba went on.
Well, that's true.
We got that here in Bama.
Yeah. You're going to enjoy
How about
it,
I was
Rick.
so shocked about that, just riding right down
I know,
that
that's
road.
cool.
I had no idea.
I like to see you get up there pretty quick so you can enjoy it.
Not leaving till Saturday.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
Easy.
What's the weather looking like? What'd you say?
84, 85. It's warmed up a little bit, of course, but that's nothing compared to where we are now.
Yeah, that's a lot better than 96.
Might have a little scattered rain while we're there, but that's all right.
Then get up there today.
Ooh, the first free public library. Go check that out, Rick. The first
We've
free
been in a lot
public
of them.
library.
That sounds like a blast.
Yeah.
That makes Pigeon Forge look like nothing.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll
you need
we'll
to move
see.
it up a day.
Interesting. Well, let's just not get carried away. All of us right now are okay to find a day where we're not really required to do anything. Bubba's still waiting on some of those.
Yep.
But,
Be nice.
So, trying to get the family from point A to point B, not easy.
Yeah, that's why you probably need to get out there today.
Couldn't get big love here today. No way. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Monkey Grass.
Welcome. Thank you for calling.
First, I wanted to know, did anybody explain to the Dixie Chicks what the blue states meant during the election, which is probably where most of their CDs are sold? The blue states,
Sure.
the one in between the red states, the only ones on the end, the one that Bush got overwhelmingly.
Yeah, you're talking about the blue ones that covered up like the whole map?
Exactly.
You're talking about a map of counties?
Exactly, of states, all the ones that Bush took, which are probably the ones that get the most sales of Dixie Chick albums. So somebody should explain that to her before she runs her mouth off. Second, I think she has the right to say whatever she wants to. I just want to know if she realizes if there's people in her family that have given her that right. Whereas in my family, my husband, 4 years in the Air Force, his brother, career Air Force, my sister, Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force, her husband, Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force, my brother-in-law in the Army, my uncle in the Navy, my father in the Marines. My whole family supports this president. We support this war. We have the right to support them. We actually have the right to have an opinion because we've given our time, and we will continue to give our time. We might give our blood for it. What have they given?
Yeah, well, thanks, Megan. I appreciate that. Well, the good news is, she has the right. That's without question, and that right has been fought for and continues to be paid for. No question.
My opinion, I'm not against her opinion. I just think she made a terrible judgment error.
Oh, we disagree with her.
What were you thinking there,
We disagree with her opinion, but people give opinions, and so what? And then we get on here and disagree with them. But here's the thing. I haven't, and people act like we haven't paid the price. I'm going to tell you one thing. You remember that time I spoke out on how Tony Danza got on my nerves?
Yes.
Don't think I hadn't dealt with repercussions.
You do not want the wrath of the Tony Danza fans on you. I'll tell you that, because they can be vicious.
Well, according to the phone calls, I think you see, they're in email we're getting, people are unhappy. There's going to be some blowback on it, and that's the way freedom works.
Isn't our country great?
With freedom comes responsibility, Bubba. How many times have we got to say
A lot of people, too, seem to be real upset where she did it and how she did it, more than anything,
Yes,
too.
standing there in France, that was probably not real good timing either.
We'll keep following this story. We got a lot more Dickie Nadmeyer and some other things to come. Stay with us.
I can't start.
We're back 32 minutes past the hour. We were talking about Megan from Georgia was telling us about the dedication, the commitment her family has had on the continued fight of freedom. I want to send a shout-out this morning, Bubba, to a couple of groups that are heading out on Tuesday. The 11th, 69th, 11, is that how you say it, 1169th? The 1169th engineering group from Huntsville is going out on Tuesday. And on the same day, the 1151st Engineering Detachment will leave Fort McClellan. And do you know who is in the Engineering Detachment from Fort McClellan?
Who?
Kel Sparks, works in the sales department, friend of mine, Oxford boy. His dad.
Really? A lot of friends are in that.
Gary is a huge fan of the program. So Gary and all of you in the 1169th Engineering Group out of Huntsville and the 1151st Engineering Detachment out of Fort McClellan, Godspeed, and thanks for what you're doing.
Let me just say this to them. We are builders. We can fight. We are engineers. Hey.
Yeah, that's right. So just think, when you start, when it starts hitting home like that, you think Kale's he's got his own family. You look, your dad's going out.
Oh, I know.
But the engineering people got to be there.
They're going to be building roads and supply lines for the new free Iraq, and I'm excited about it. It's so funny because our church basketball team used to practice at the National Guard Armory, and they had that on the wall, so that became our saying, like it was our home court.
Yeah.
So we'd like playing a church game, and that's what we said when we broke the huddle. We are builders. We can fight. We are engineers. Hey.
Really?
It'll get you some strange looks.
Let me ask you this. Can I tell you one concern with it? It doesn't rhyme.
It doesn't have to. It's just a cheer.
Shouldn't a chant rhyme?
No. It doesn't have to.
Nothing? Really?
Yeah.
Say it again.
We are builders. We can fight. We are engineers. Hey.
Boy, it seems like that the hay should rhyme with fight.
No, it's just Rick.
Okay.
Please.
To me, chant should rhyme.
Okay. Update quickly. We're going to move on to some other topics. Just off the wires this morning, WOAI San Antonio has also now pulled the plug on Dixie Chicks. So
Alan's not going to like that.
You are going to see a domino effect, Alan.
Alan, that means Visa has canceled their ads with Martin Sheen.
There's a meeting in Nashville. They came in early. They're meeting right now. Okay. Who are they with? Sony or who? Who's their company?
I think so. I think you're right.
Folks, the meeting that's going on right now, I would pay anything to be a fly on the wall. I bet it is entertaining.
Also, Bubba,
that'd be reality TV. Now I'd tune into that.
Yeah, I would too. Have you seen all the stuff that Speedy has gotten mounted from the past hunting season? Not that we talk about hunting on the show, because I don't want Alan to think we're rednecks. You know what I'm talking about? But we've got we've got a coyote that Speedy took that was attacking him on a dirt road. There it is. I know if there's anything, you can almost get away with antlers, but something like that, if there's a PETA person in the audience or an anti-hunting person, they will go berserk, but they don't realize how vicious that can be. I mean, that's a wolf is what that is.
Yeah, and a threat to carry rabies, too, which is...
And I asked Don Juan, from yesterday's discussion with Kissing Cousins, I know I'm a little redneck, but...
Alan, you were wrong. We wasn't talking about that. It was Kissing Cousins.
He had to go extreme because he
tried to make a point, and he was factually wrong. And I'm sorry, Alan.
Alan, once again,
tried to be nice.
He let emotion get in the way of logic.
Yeah. This was a cull buck I took,
Yeah, there's some antlers, and that was what the weird looking.
This was
cow
the weird
horn
look.
there.
Yeah. Speedy, are you becoming the Bill Dance of hunting? I mean, I need to know. Have you got your?
Yeah. Well, this was Bill Pruitt from American Whitetail Specialist.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Here we are at Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, out here on the bleeding edge of technology, both live and archived. Thank you for being with us today. Golden ticket seats are having the time of their life today, you can tell.
Living the dream.
Living the dream. And they'll have a chance, if they would like to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat before we're done this hour. Speedy the Real, Greg Burgess, Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. He is
Rick,
back.
glad to be here, and thank all of you for allowing us into your world for a mere 5 hours each and every day.
Each and every day. A couple of man churches this weekend down in Mississippi, or over in Mississippi. West Point, Mississippi. Blake Prime will be tomorrow. Also, Scott Dawson in Hazel Green, Alabama, Flint River Baptist Church. There's 2 of those. There's so many this month that you should just go there to themanchurch.com, look at events. If there was ever an opportunity for you to go and get plugged in, boy, they're everywhere this month. So look for that. Bubba, did you know that the dictator of Venezuela, why does Maduro want to fight Elon Musk?
You know, I saw that, and I thought there was somebody else wanting to fight Elon not too long ago. Who was that? You remember, and that was, and it got canceled. I forgot what the deal was. But why is everybody wanting to fight Elon Musk? What's the big deal?
Well, apparently, you know, with him in charge of X now, he is allowing free speech.
Right, crazy.
And the freedom of expression. And I think the dictator doesn't like some of the stuff that's being allowed on X about him. And he blames Elon Musk for it. Is that accurate, Adler?
Yeah, and Bubba, were you talking about the Zuckerberg Elon Musk fight?
Maybe that's what it was. Why did that one get called off? I forgot.
Well, they found out that Zuckerberg actually is a biological female.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you. I'm here.
Yeah, what happened to that?
On
Seriously, what happened to that fight? Because there was
a ton of talk about it, and then it kind of just fizzled away.
Because wasn't he out training?
Oh yeah, Zuckerberg does do Brazilian jiu-jitsu,
and you know they let him win because who he is.
Sure.
Yeah. And what belt is he?
He's a blue belt as well, just like I am.
Who else is a blue belt?
I am.
Okay. But Elon Musk is having a blast with this. He keeps.
If you're worried about security, we got it covered.
We got it covered.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Right. That's hilarious.
That's a bowling quote from that famous bowler.
I know. But the fact that Elon keeps messing with him and keeps telling him that he'll chicken out and I'm coming for you and I'm living rent free in your head. You know that famous statement?
Yes.
You know, I've seen the protests, the videos of the protests. That guy right there is a short timer. Okay, he's not going to make this.
No, he doesn't.
Now, he's threatening to lock everybody up.
Elon Musk, whoever messes with me, you want to fight? Let's have it, Elon Musk. I'm ready. I'm the son of a Bolivar and Chavez. I'm not afraid of you. Let's go at it. Wherever you want. As we say in Caracas in the neighborhoods, if you want it, I want it, Elon Musk.
They say, do you want to roll with me?
It's just interesting that you see.
find this odd as we all do. The dictator of Venezuela is they're trash talking Elon Musk about a fight.
It's a tough time to live right now, but it's also a great time.
It
to
is.
live.
And Adler's translating it.
You notice how you've got Maduro wanting to fight Elon Musk, and then also extremely left-leaning politicians in our country as well. You've got Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders. All these people are so anti-Elon Musk. Oh, I wonder why. It's probably because he supports free speech.
Well said. Yeah, Bubba, we're thinking about a new app, and you let Adler be your subtitles. He translates the foreign language for you. And but yeah, so what's going on?
I want him for private security.
Yes, Maduro.
Flash that blue belt and watch them run.
Watch them run.
Watch them scatter.
Yeah.
Maduro, of course, there was an election that he lost, and evil dictators don't like that, and he's claiming he didn't lose it. The people said you absolutely lost it. And now there's an uproar, but as usual, evil dictators they still have the money. They live a different life as the ruling class, and so they're now giving money to all sorts of cartel and gangs
to rough up people, take people out that oppose him, which is normal.
Right.
And so it's just a mess.
Yeah, we had footage of the police officers actually taking their uniform off and gathering, going with the protest.
Absolutely.
The ones that are still on Maduro's payroll have been seen literally killing people in the streets. This is,
of course,
an example of that.
You're going to have that.
14,000 people, I think, have been detained throughout Maduro's dictatorship.
Are you saying that evil dictators will use the government to come and get you if you oppose them?
Yes.
And all the power they have.
Put
Sure.
you in jail, kill you, try to destroy you.
Can't believe that. Hadn't seen that before.
How about that?
And you've got mobs from around the world coming and helping because they're on Maduro's payroll. When you have Mexican cartels, when you've got the Wagner group from Russia, when you got Chinese communist groups helping you out, meanwhile the people are voting. I think it's around 67% of the people voted against Maduro, and he's trying to claim that he won.
Now, how do you know they voted against him?
Well, who was counting them? How did they get this information?
The proof that exists shows Maduro overwhelmingly lost. And people, now the international community is getting around this. In fact, the United States Department of State issued a statement recognizing Gonzalez, the guy who went against Maduro, as the new president-elect of Venezuela, and says overwhelming evidence shows that he defeated Nicolás Maduro. This is from the U.S. Department of State just in the last 8 hours.
But I mean, how did they? When you say overwhelming, how do they get that?
Didn't they say
what
about
are they basing it
Photo
on?
evidence of the ballots from the machines themselves. You can print that out, and there's your evidence. Maduro has not produced any of that, but other groups, opposition groups in Venezuela,
better be careful. He's going to want to fight you.
Have produced.
You better watch him. Here
we'll get him on the ground. You take over, Ad.
Yeah. How about,
I've noticed dictators; they hardly ever lose an election.
I have too. I noticed
it's
that.
difficult. Yeah. It's very difficult. On that note about elections, have you seen video 5? Remember Arizona? Everybody's like, something a little fishy going on in Arizona. You know, I don't know if y'all have noticed our elections seem to be being tampered with as well. No one's been able to get a ruling on it, but it just looks a little fishy. This is not going to help those that are concerned about that, and now those that are maybe not as concerned, we're all becoming more and more concerned. It looks like, and you'll hear this and see this in the video, in Arizona it's been discovered that over 10,000 illegals all use the exact same Social Security number to vote in the 2020 election.
Are you kidding
me?
So
here we go.
Nobody noticed that?
We discovered 10,000 people using the exact Social Security number. See if this one rings true. You take an illegal, you bring them in. They sign a piece of paper promising to pay taxes. What they get is a Social Security number. So the employers can take out the taxes. Put a pin in that. Here's what they do. In cities like this, let's think of a chicken processor. They will bring in hundreds of illegals. They will spread them out across all of these plants and factories, giving them jobs. They're all using the same Social Security number. The IRS unconnected our names from the Social Security number. Now when you look it up, it just pings to see if there's an employer. If there is, it says it's good, it validates it. Why do they do that? Because all of these factories are giving them Social Security numbers. The government turns its back on it. As soon as you have a Social Security number and you go over to motor voter, pass the driver's court test, right? You get a driver's license. The person looks, you got a social, you must be a citizen. That's how they pack the rolls. By the way, those guys don't pay taxes anyway. It's taken out by companies. Our government's been sitting on $1.7 trillion slush fund that one fund has still in it to this day.
Wow. So we're seeing some things going on that should alarm us and concern us. Of all the places, you know, the Arizona thing, when all of a sudden they shut everything down and, oh, I'm sorry, we got an issue here, and a lot of weird things went on in Arizona and other places, but definitely there.
Troubling.
So there you go.
There was a positive. A Pennsylvania court ruled just recently that the digital images of completed absentee and mail-in ballots are public record, so that in November, voters and candidates can obtain those images after the election to verify. So that is a small victory for transparency in elections.
Good. We'll be back. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did all this work. He did the work on Rick's deer and everything. This was another one that I shot at dusk that I probably shouldn't have shot, but this is a skull mount here.
Yeah, that's...
Well, Speedy, I mean, look, if it was brown, it was down around you, wasn't it?
Well, I tell you what,
if it was gray, it couldn't stay.
And, when this...
See that rhyme? I'm gonna tell you what, the polish on that thing is pretty. I wish you'd come over and do my coffee table. I mean, that is impressive.
American Whitetail Specialist did all the work, and they can do it for you. Bill also brought from Wayne's Woodworking. These are actually antler pins.
Hey, Bubba, look, pins made out of antlers.
Yes.
Well, I'll use that. Man, that's cool. Thank you, Bill.
And these are really cool, and Wayne Mooney made these for us.
That is the neatest thing since polished rocks, isn't it?
I mean, that is number one. Hey, did you have your little polished rock set when you was a kid?
I had a few rocks, but I didn't have the polisher. I always wanted it, and can I be honest with you? I was absolutely killed when people told me it took weeks for them to get that way.
Yes.
I thought you threw them in there, took them out like a microwave, and they were all shiny.
Well, I told you that when I was a kid.
That was one of my big letdowns as a kid, by the way.
Me too. Well, you know, I used to put on shows all the time, and my parents would have to pay admission to come to my shows.
Yes.
I know you find that shocking.
Yeah.
And one of them, which was a classic that I'd roll out about every few months, and that was my rock show. And the parents, I know, dreaded the rock show, at least the puppet show. There was something going on.
Sure.
Or the circus. You know, it featured animals. But the rock show were rocks I had found in the woods all back behind my house. I'd crack them open. We've had some shiny.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you meant rock show like you were singing rock songs.
Oh, no. Rocks. They would have to come look.
Okay, Rick had this thing growing up where he basically went and got all the neighborhood kids, made them come and pay to whatever show he was having.
Right.
And, you know, they kind of call that like a shakedown, but when you're little, it's not. It's just considered the bully on the block.
Some of my shows were as followed. There was the Rick, the Rick Circus, which featured beagles and doing various tricks.
And you told them they were lying.
And my little brother painted as a clown.
Right.
Okay.
What? You painted Greg as a clown?
We had you gotta have.
You painted him as a clown?
Yes. I know. It's hard for y'all to picture. He wasn't very big then, and I was a lot bigger than he was.
You could force your will on him, couldn't you?
And that featured beagles, who I told the other kids were small lines. We had Frontierland, which was back in the woods, where I took all my Western action figures and set them up in various scenes, and you had to walk through the trails and see them.
Rick, I'm impressed by that.
That was Frontier.
How old were you when you did that?
I was probably 7, 8, somewhere in there. And then I had, your classic puppet show, which would come around every so often.
Right.
But I didn't like just getting behind something goofy, so I'd go in my bedroom, open a window, lay down behind the bed, and then do the puppets out toward the front yard. So I could get
Rick the puppeteer.
So I could get a bigger crowd.
Sure.
Then I had this one. The rock show was the one that I would get out pieces of wood, 2x4s, and I would go get various rocks all over the woods and the swamp and all that, break them open to see if there was some shiny quartz or something on the inside, and set them up down on pieces of wood, and I'd set them up in a display form, and you had to come look at them. So I had all kinds of different shows.
You know, it's funny, that marketing ability shows young, doesn't it?
Yeah,
don't you think? I mean, really,
how about
there's
this?
little hints of what's going to happen in the future and you can't pick up on it exactly, but when you look back, it's crystal clear.
Yeah, and every now and then, I'd come up with something that was a little. Then there was my bicycle body shop that I had.
Now we had one of those.
Yeah, and that, but unfortunately the business wasn't like I wanted.
So you had to create a little bit.
So we went around at night and would flatten everybody's tire and then fix it for them the next day.
Right,
for $3. Yeah. Yeah, so that was, and we would sell various bike parts, and that was good right up to the point. See, the marketing came. I didn't think anybody knew about it because it was back in the woods, and a fort we built. So what I did then was get on a big old backboard in our backyard, and with spray paint sprayed Bicycle Body Shop in an arrow pointing to the woods.
Well, you got to advertise, Rick. We believe in that.
Well, let me tell you something, though. Your mother's not thrilled by that when that's what her backyard looks like. A big, because I probably didn't write it as neat as I wanted to.
Sure.
I ran out of room, so the last stuff was real
cramped together.
Yeah. So that was some of my
I saw
creation.
Lemonade several times. That was big. I was more in the design area. I wanted a ditch digger when I was little. Okay, and they didn't make them. I mean, they got all kind of cool stuff now. They didn't make it.
Yeah.
So I took scrap wood, I took some hinges, some ropes, and I built a ditch digger and attached it to my little tractor I had with a scoop in the front and a scoop in the back. You know what I used for the scoop? You'll love this. Like a Spam can that my dad cut for me and bent down the edges, and I put it on. And I had a rope so I could pull it, and it would scrape up dirt and stuff.
Did it grab?
minutes past the hour, and we thank you for being with us today. The old wonderful wheel of canned meat. Yeah, go. From the golden ticket seats, here they come one by one, living the dream. They dared to dream of a day that they could spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. As they go in front of the camera, every one of them, look at there. There they go.
There they go.
There they go. Looks like a bunch of illegals coming through the southern border. Here they go to
Speedy's herding them like cats.
The wonderful wheel of meat. So on the wonderful wheel of meat, remember, those of you out there, it's strictly a nice little gift to the golden ticket seats on Fridays. The audience calling not involved and haven't been in a while. It's just a little treat for the golden ticket seats. So we've got on the wheel. Most everything on the wheel no longer is available. Right. So if they land on something that isn't available, then they can go over here. Bubba and Speedy, they've just people literally. Members of the show.
I've got all kind of stuff.
Bubba now, because of the move, he's got more stuff than you can shake a stick at.
Keychains the other day.
Keychains, and so we got all kinds of stuff. We'll call those the Johnny Horton keychains. So anyway, we'll. I wish Greg could have heard that, but he's on the drums. But anyway, so we'll start and we'll let them spin, and hopefully they'll win something nice. If they don't. Then they'll move on, but at least they got a chance to do it. Up first, out of the golden ticket seats is Amy. Is your last name? Bustai. I'm so glad I asked you that.
Bustai.
I am so glad I asked you that. You wouldn't believe what I was about to say. But anyway, so Amy Bustai will now spin the wheel. And what do we say for Amy? Wow, what a wheel! All right, let it rip, girl. There we go.
Big spin.
There we go. Amy is spinning that baby now. Here we go. Let's see what happens. See if Amy can get. Come on, Amy. Amy, what you want to do? And Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. I'm sorry. This normally you would be able to get anything out of our store, but the things that are in our store are so few now.
This is the store,
and we're back ordered. So you look here. This becomes the Rick and Bubba store to Bubba's point. So Amy, whatever you'd like out of these keepsakes here, and there's a backstage pass to the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. Oh, how about that?
Now.
How about a go for Amy? Go, 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 go. Up next, Alicia Crawford comes out of the golden ticket seats. What do we say for Alicia? Wow, what a wheel! All right, let her rip. Here we go, Alicia. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Let's see what happens. And Alicia. Oh, Alicia.
Oh, you can't have nothing, Alicia.
You can't have nothing.
You just can't.
I mean, you can't even have a prize. You can't even have Rick and Bubba junk.
Greg will get you something
yeah,
out of the box
Greg
Lisa made for you.
We're now developing a Constellation Prize box, apparently. Troy Crawford. Troy's up next. And Troy let us know today that he made a pie for us and then left it. And so I just kept that to myself if I'd have been you. So what do we say to Troy? Wow, what a wheel! All right, reverse spin. Here comes Troy. Here comes
Troy's
Troy.
got the muscles. He can throw that thing around.
Huh? Do you think he was bringing us a healthy pie? Is there such a thing?
I think he wanted that pie for himself.
He looks pretty healthy. He's earned it. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens here. Boy, that's tough. What's happening to the Pippin? I mean, you've been Troy. The Crawfords, they can't have nothing.
Boy, Pippin doesn't stand a chance right now.
Well, I'm sorry, Troy. You've been eaten by Jaws.
Sorry.
Has anybody seen my dog Pippin? Yeah. Hey, leave the pie again. Okay. All right. So Jeremy Allen is up next. We only had one winner out of three. What do we say for Jeremy?
He's from Helena, so we'll
wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Jeremy. Here we go. All right, wow, what a wheel for Jeremy. Jeremy Allen. Wheel spinning. We've had 2 losses in a row. Rare. Come on around. Yeah. Sunglasses. Wear them. All right, we don't have those. Those are no longer in existence. So come over here, Jeremy, and the Rick and Bubba pile of goodies, all of them with historic significance. Interesting choice.
Nice
Interesting
socks.
choice.
Yeah.
He's gotten decorative socks from Central State Bank.
Yes.
What
Yes, he has.
what an interesting pick that was. They didn't even have Rick and Bubba on it.
They're very soft.
Yeah,
They're very
they
nice.
are. So, all right. So here comes Becky Smith. Becky Smith. What do we say for Becky?
Wow, what a win!
All right, Becky, let it rip. There we go, Becky. Let it rip. Becky is spinning. Come on, Becky. Here comes Becky. Not again. Not good. Oh my God. Good.
Rick,
What's
I have
happening?
never seen this many pippets.
You go to the trouble
have nothing in
to
one
bring
friend.
in more stuff, and we can't give it away because everybody keeps getting eaten by Jaws and can't have nothing. All right, up next, Catherine Taylor. Hey, Catherine, how you doing? What we say for Catherine?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Catherine. Look at that wheel lit up. It's a tough wheel today. It's been a mean wheel today. It is not wanting to give up the prizes.
Catherine, are you cutting school to be here? I need to.
Here we go. Come around. Oh, look at this right here. Henry the horse. My goodness, it's Henry the horse. Henry the horse.
He's coming in from the back 40.
From the back 40 he comes. Here he comes.
There he comes.
Watch out. Hey, Henry.
Galloping in.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
You know, I got to agree with the Democrats. They've been calling J.D. Vance weird. And he is weird. You know, he loves his wife, loves his country. What a weirdo! Anyways, did y'all see the Olympics opening ceremony? Nothing weird about that. See ya.
Good point, Henry.
Even the horse could tell it was weird.
Good point, Henry. There he goes. There. Mackenzie Burnett. Here we go, Mackenzie. What we say for Mackenzie? Wow, what a wheel. Let it rip, Mackenzie. Here we go.
Mackenzie was eager to get the wheel going.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. That's somebody that means business. Here we go. Oh, me. All right, so Mackenzie, you get. What about the Cajun sizzling steak seasoning there?
Oh, well, it's not exactly meat, but you put it on meat.
You put it on
That's,
meat. And
Raging Cajun sizzling steak rub.
What do you think about that? Your husband will love it. That's good.
There you go.
All right, Leslie Arnold.
It's almost meat.
Leslie Arnold with the final spin. What we say about Leslie? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, girl. Let it go. All right, here we go.
A big spin.
Big spin. Let's see if we can get a winner here. All right, looking for a winner. Yeah! Blaze TV! Blaze TV! So a 1-year subscription to Blaze TV. So if you're not already a Blaze subscriber, you are now. So there we go. We got Rock City ready to jam for the YouTubers in the break. Congratulations to our winners.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. There you go, Greg. There you go. All right, just in honor and straight up, we're gonna really try this. We're branching out. We've never done a gospel tune, and because we butchered their names so badly, we're gonna try to do. I Saw the Light. This goes out to the Nealons. Is that right? All right. Take it away, Greg. See what you got. I saw the light, I saw the light. No more darkness, no more light. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Let's go! night. And I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Wow, that was good. That was good. We don't have any laws in Rock and Roll City, but religion is a very important part of our society. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Be sure to give us a like, a subscribe, and a thumbs up, and all that jazz.
Ring that bell.
And ring that bell for notifications. Greg knows all about it.
Ring that booty.
No, but
Right.
it was a lot better than anything else I
Right,
had.
you're right,
As a
yeah.
matter of fact, I will shock the world. I have a photograph of me on that. I will bring in and show
Please
everybody.
do.
I was a tot. I mean, I can't believe I was big enough to know what a hammer was. And here was my crowning jewel of growing up. I built a lunar module in the basement.
That was your biggie.
Just like the one that landed on the moon. And I knew the one on TV had this shiny foil on it. And I knew that my mother had some that looked like that, so I took her aluminum foil to cover it. And she didn't know about it and wasn't too happy when she tried to, like, have leftovers.
No.
But I could get in it, and, you know, I went to the moon when they did and walked in the basement, and I had to reenact it, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, my spook houses were also classic. So I had all kinds of. I mean, it
was just always a show, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, and mother be in the middle of something real, and they're trying to put together a big dinner, and I'd walk in and declare, "Hey, it's time. Everything's ready."
Yeah.
Everybody get your everybody get your admission out. Usually about a dime to come.
Sure.
You know, the only thing, you know, and made you pretty good money. Popcorn, you know, and now if you didn't pay for your popcorn, we'd come to your house.
Yeah, come look for you.
Yes.
You know, Rick, just to tie the past into where we are today.
Yes.
On Fat Fest, would you please just bring some beagles out and tell everybody their lines?
I will do that.
And paint Greg like a clown, just for old time's sake.
At Fat Fest this year, you know, you were talking about pictures. Maybe I bet my mom's got pictures of some of these goofy shows, and we could.
That is hilarious. Yeah, I would have given anything to have video cameras there. We had we've got one 8mm thing of me little dancing, and we had that transferred to video. It's pretty funny, though. Hey, I could dance when I was little. Michael Jackson is on TV, by the way. They're cartoon, and I am doing what he's doing.
Well, I'm glad that stopped, though.
Yeah, I know. I grew up, Michael didn't. Well, I know that's up for debate.
12 minutes to the top of the hour.
Check, hey. Check, hey, two. Hey, Tom, so I don't know anything about gear, but you play, this is Tom's bass, by the way. And you play, and somebody sent me an email and they're like, "This is so super cool." You want to explain what this is?
Yeah, this is an alembic bass.
Alembic bass.
It's kind of like Rolls Royce. It's kind of like the Rolls Royce of basses.
Whoa!
And
did not know that.
It's their Essence model, which is a little bit smaller, easier to handle, and it's got such a cool tone to it. Go ahead and show them what it can do.
All right, I'm gonna slap it a
Give
bass.
me some slap. There you go.
Slap it a bass. But this is so cool, man.
Yeah, it's a fun bass. It's a fun bass.
Who's famous that plays alembics?
Johnny Whistle of the Who.
Oh, nice.
The bass player.
Oh, snap! I think we're back.
Bass player for.
Oh, snap! We're back. We should stop talking about basses. All right. Thanks for watching on YouTube, everybody. Thanks for letting me play your bass, Tom. You're the man. All right. See you.
We're back. Thanks for being with us today as we end another week. And we thank you. We'll get you an opportunity to chat with us coming up before we leave today. And we'll say hello to the rest of the golden ticket seats today. Not all of them spun. And so that's still to come. Bubba, one of the things when you were, we've got all these things that you've been finding and we've been finding in our offices of, historic items, some of them with historic significance, some of them just in the way. And over the years, when you brought out keychains with the Rick and Bubba logo on it, now that used to be it. If somebody could talk to you about getting keychains and all of that, but
I think our flagship station did that.
Yeah, are they okay? Are keychains, are they in play anymore? Now that we've gone to these fobs, like I don't even carry keys around anymore. I just keep my car fob with me, and that's it. My house doesn't require a key anymore. I have some keys that I keep in the car in case I need to open a door. But are keychains even a thing anymore?
Well, I still use them because I have to keep up with a lot of keys, so
Right,
I like to have different things on different ones and all that. It makes it a little easier to keep up.
Do you remember when, because you and I talk about aging ourselves a little bit, yeah. But I mean, even you don't have
See, I
like
use
some
it as
sort
a
of
weapon too.
You don't have any kind of like significant keychain, like it has something on it or whatever.
Well, I have home, and then I have.
No, I'm just talking about you don't have any.
work,
You don't have like a
anything
logo
cute
on it. You know, when you used to get a type of keychain because your keychain was supposed to be
like that one Adler stole
Yeah.
when he was a kid. Remember that?
That's a
why that sounds nothing to do with
Well, I was just
that.
wondering, in today's world, let's say you were a kid now, you probably wouldn't have stole the keychain because it didn't really matter, right?
Well, Greg, that was one of the lowest moments of my childhood. So I appreciate you bringing it up every chance you possibly can.
Yeah,
you should never tell that one.
But do you remember? Because we all.
That's my favorite story.
We're going to age ourselves. Apparently so. We're going to age ourselves. But do you remember when the leather bracelet with your name on it was?
Oh
big?
yeah.
If I remember, didn't they do keychains that had the leather on
Yeah,
it?
we could do all kinds of leather works.
Oh, yeah. When did leather works become something solid?
we
what
did
I wish I
that
had
in-
is my name on a piece of leather around
You
my
know, we did it in 5th grade. Like,
Oh,
we'd get
sure.
the little letters out and hammer it on there.
Really?
and all that
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I thought that might have been a Boy Scout thing or something.
No,
yeah.
we did in 5th grade. Our 5th grade teacher was real artsy. Had a lot of stuff.
So y'all had
we
little leather works.
Yeah, we did some pottery and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Good night.
Yeah, you remember? But if you didn't have a leather name bracelet, you wouldn't know.
Oh, with a snap on it?
Oh,
About
sure.
that thick?
Oh,
Look
sure.
like
Then you
Rocky?
gave it to your girlfriend. to
Right.
wear,
Yeah.
see?
See, back in those days,
If you had a matching belt, look out.
yeah, back in those days, see,
we couldn't afford that much leather.
right. Greg, back in those days, unlike now, if we had something we thought we might want to try, we just didn't tattoo it on ourselves. We could take it off. We did.
Yes,
You know,
we didn't
imagine right
permanently
now if I
install
had
it.
my name in those big giant letters on my arm and I couldn't get it off.
Yeah, you know, at the time it was really cool.
You know what I did now? I just simply threw the bracelet away when I realized that looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Bubba and I.
Speedy's wearing a dog collar.
Yeah, he did. Had the spikes on it. You remember that?
I did not.
This headline had Bubba and I concerned. Chimpanzees can speak.
Oh, this is weird.
Scientists claim after reviewing old footage. Chimpanzees are biologically capable of speaking simple human-like words.
Oh, that one in Planet Apes. is
And then
talking.
taking over everything.
No.
And then taking over everything. Has no one seen Planet of the Apes? We don't want to start teaching them how to talk.
Do you
Rick,
want,
the
hey, Rick,
footage,
you-
the audio's one of them was like from 1960 something.
my laptop here. This is how it all started, Rick. They were analyzing 2 old videos from '62 and from the mid 2000s, and they think the chimps in both videos were saying "mama."
But how would they know?
I didn't know Adler has it, so he's got video too. If you want to see it.
Yeah, let's see it with the audio fired up. 'cause
Come
I wasn't
on,
impressed.
man.
All right, here you go. Monkey's talking. Oh wait, no, it's not yet. That was me talking.
Mama! That did sound good. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Adler.
All right, here we go. Why does it mute every time I hit play?
Is this proof that chimpanzees can talk?
Yep.
They better not be. I'm telling you, this is
kissing
trouble. We don't want this.
No, they'll rip your face off.
We don't want this. And I'm not sure that was Mama. I've made that noise if I had a little too much protein.
Yeah, that could have been anything.
Yeah. Well,
Now, why are we bringing it up now if this video is from 1965?
because it's just coming out where scientists say they think
They
they've
said,
discovered something.
y'all tried to hide this from us.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
maybe,
Coco could do sign language. Don't
Now,
forget
where was this research done at?
Wuhan, China, strangely.
Unbelievable.
Wuhan, China.
They do
got
good
the
work
story.
there.
They do wonderful work.
Top
there.
notch.
That's what I was confused about. So,
Huh?
apes,
Huh?
chimpanzees can speak English, is what we're saying.
Correct.
I mean, why didn't they learn Spanish
Well,
or something else?
That's right.
That would have been mama.
Right. Rick, I played in the kickoff hour some other things that prove they can speak. And
Oh,
the-
gosh.
people were pretty impressed how well it sounded.
They said other things.
Yes, this has also been
now,
discovered.
this one was more cleared. Was it more recent or something?
Yeah, I think a little bit.
So
clearer,
here's a chimpanzee. Let's listen.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does.
Wow.
Who's that?
I wonder who that is.
That sounds worse than the chimp. The chimp made more sense.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does.
Mama.
My mama gets some dweezing, get a hold of it.
quit that pushing.
But I don't know what the significance of this is, Bubba.
I think this was somebody wanting to get their video out today, get some clicks.
Well, you know what, it works.
I got that video from 1962 if y'all want to pull it out.
I will say this: when the article, when it says scientists, it'll make you stop. Scientists have discovered.
No.
Okay, what is this? What are you talking about?
I don't want to read that we're going to start encouraging chimpanzees to talk. I don't want to read that.
So this was in 1962. Right,
and then one's from the mid 2000s.
If that was real in 1962, they haven't progressed much.
They have not come very far.
I mean, they ought to be humming a tune by now.
Oh yeah, if they started there, they ought to be.
You see one riding a horse, we're in trouble.
Yeah. Here's a little step forward, though. This is
But I'm gonna pan down after done.
Okay.
But all right. Okay, so
that's when we first discovered.
Right.
That was 19.
You can tell by the basic speech pattern.
Yes. Does anybody care that Simone Biles came back after overcoming whatever happened in Tokyo?
Of course we do.
And wins all around.
That was good, and it was impressive. And Suni Lee, who had the kidney problems and thought she was going to have to get out of gymnastics, came back and won the bronze. She was the overall winner last time. Remember?
Yeah,
so a lot of bronze talk.
Well, you know what you see. If I can get Simone Biles out of this, I can win. If she comes back, I'm third.
Right.
But good for her anyway.
Right.
That was still.
And then the sparkly Brazilian got second.
Right. Which I wasn't too sure about her floor routine score, but that's
really.
Really?
No,
controversy?
But
Rick, I thought Suni Lee did a little bit better.
Rick, but he wasn't nervous because he'd already saw who
Right,
won.
I knew earlier in the day who won and lost, so I was totally calm.
Yeah,
I'd rather know ahead of time. I enjoy it better.
Yeah, to me, it breaks my commitment to willing to sit here.
Right.
If I don't know what's going to happen, I stay involved. If I already know what's going to happen, it's so much easier to say I'm going to bed.
I like pulling one on Terry because she doesn't know. Sometimes I've seen it, and man, I hope she doesn't stumble here. Oh gosh, how'd you know that?
I love doing that.
Don't step on the line. Whatever you do, don't step. Oh, there it is.
Just stick the landing. Don't step forward one time. Oh, you step forward.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, she didn't fall off. Oh, wow.
She's looking over everywhere.
Adler, what is this about the archery target? How far it is away? 6'8".
That's impressive.
It is.
How far?
Greg's not that impressed.
You always see the shot of the archer, and then you see the target. They'll show you the zoomed in shot on the target.
Right.
But this is a kind of a side view that I had not seen before, and wow, it's a lot farther
how about
away
the
than
arch?
I realized.
How about the arch to it? The shot.
Anybody know how far it is? I should have looked it
Is
up
this
before
current?
playing this.
Let's go to the chimp.
Yeah, this is Paris. This is Paris.
Hey, the Secret Service said that they shot at 600 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no.
Hey, that is a long shot. They're not shooting a compound bow, right?
No, that looks like a what's it called?
Recur.
Thank you.
But
that's
and
farther
they
than I
don't get
thought.
to have sights on it either, right?
How about that?
How did you know that? Did you hear it on the Olympics? You didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
Well, how?
I have no idea.
And then the over the shoulder view of the arch.
I haven't seen anything yet. What am I looking at,
buddy? Where
Greg,
the target is. You couldn't.
Yeah, but we can't see
it.
We can't see it hit the target.
Okay, well that's not
Well,
what
that was
that
thrilling.
video is. Greg, do you even love America, Greg? Do you even love America?
It is a lot further than I thought it would be.
I'd like to see somebody shoot.
You know what the cameraman needs to do, don't you? Pan down.
You mean to pan down after they do it.
Adler, you can get off the archery thing because I think we got the point. How about 6B?
Okay, I do
You
have.
held it too long
Okay, all
because
right.
I was anticipating a shot.
I was too.
I was wondering if we were going to be able to see it. But
I actually
probably not.
thought I would see the distance, and then there would be another shot of it actually hitting the target.
Yeah.
Did y'all see this guy, the shooter dude, who's everybody's claiming he's just a hitman?
Oh yeah, he was shooting with his hand in his pocket.
Yeah, he's just a hitman that entered the Olympics. Everybody that shoots in this air pistol thing wears these weird glasses, and they've got like a diopter and a blocker and a blinder and all this. He just shows up in a T-shirt, keeps both eyes open, and shoots a nearly perfect round. He gets the silver medal.
In case y'all are wondering, this is the one everybody's photoshopping and putting Alec Baldwin's head on him now.
Yeah.
That's
But the cameraman that films the trampoline is pretty funny because he just goes and pan downs after it does it all day long.
all day long.
Yeah, there you go. Boing, boing.
Oh yeah, that's kind of a monotonous job there, isn't it? That's funny. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. We'll look at any headlines we miss, say hello, and give away some goodies.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show 877 We Be Big is our number.
Can I test one of my favorites?
I'll beat y'all. I can't say. Mark Prater standing by. Let's put our hands together. Put our hands together if we can. When it's time for the weather, we got it all together. Yes, we do. If it's snow or tornado, I can't hear you. Hear Mark Prater. Yeah. When it's time for the weather, ain't nobody better. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. What's up, Blair?
Mark Prater.
Yeah, come on.
Go. Hey, gentlemen, so glad to be part of the show, and it's good to see all the wild animals.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we got.
By the way, nice work on those. Those look beautiful.
Yeah, Bill Pruitt, whitetail specialist, does an incredible job. And
oh wait, Bill.
You look in here and you see just a vast
looks like
array.
Mark Whitlock's house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it looks like a kangaroo from that shot. Isn't that funny?
No, it does. It looks like a neighborhood dog. That thing's huge.
Yeah, it is. Of course, Fiddy don't know where he's going to put it, but I mean,
of course, a neighborhood dog, you can pet that thing will tear your leg off and probably have rabies.
Right,
but other than that,
that's a real coyote.
Yeah, I'm just thankful that you see something too on it.
Hey, you know what you need to do? What would be? Oh, this would be awesome. Shoot a Roadrunner. Shoot a Roadrunner and have Bill mount that and put it out in front of it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a Wile E. Coyote?
Hey, slide back a little bit, Rick. Pull the microphone back. Your head's in the way. There you go.
That did look good. Yeah, that did look good.
You know, and I'm just glad that Terry's on the way to school with Tyler, and she's not actually seeing on television what I'm bringing home.
Oh, you're talking about two?
If you don't put that in your bedroom, there's no justice right there.
Yeah, no, I'm just glad I won't be, in too much trouble.
You gonna name him Wally?
Yeah, all he has, Terry,
Genius,
is two antler mounts. See, one antler mount, one skull mount, and a full-size
dog.
Yeah, full-size coyote mount.
Standing on another deer head.
You know, I finally got my 7-point back, but it's taking a little longer with the 9-point when you have to assemble him.
Yeah. When you put all that together, it takes a little time.
Oh, yeah, we'll all be in trouble at the house, kind of like Bubba is now.
Well,
kind of like Bubba is.
You know, Mark, I've made a mistake. I apologized last night, and yesterday Rick had a loan closing. We were out at Mountain Brook Elementary School. I had to get home. Betty had a dentist appointment, and she had been getting ready for that and changed some things and had to go to that. And I got a call from Betty a little while after she had been gone and said, hey, love, do you remember anybody calling saying that they needed to change my dentist appointment?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
And I said, no, I don't, to be honest with you. She said, well, it's locked up over here tighter than a drum. And I shook the door, and finally somebody come to the door and said, yeah, we had to change your appointment. I called and spoke to your husband while he was sick.
No.
Oh,
Bubba, you and I are both infamous for that. When we're asleep or sick, somebody calls, don't remember.
That is.
I do get too many things going sometimes and will fumble.
That's a classic there.
But look, I think, and I'm really, I was in the wrong. I'm not trying to justify this. She did say while he was sick.
Yeah, then that's your out.
I was in a drug-induced coma when I answered that telephone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know who she was because I didn't know who I was.
1, 2, 3, 4.
can join us now at 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls. Golden ticket seats today. Say hello. You've heard from some of them already. Tony and Amy Busty are here. Alicia and Troy Crawford here. Jeremy Allen, Becky Smith, Catherine Taylor, Mackenzie Burnett, Leslie Arnold. Bubba, I need a number from you between 1 and 9 for a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Thomas Dudney and the gang.
Now, these are shuffled up. Number 2.
Number 2 would be Catherine Taylor. Catherine Taylor. Catherine Taylor.
I thought we were doing it again.
So there's Catherine Taylor. She's got a $50 American Express gift card right out of the audience there. And also, we got great food, great stuff. Thanks for all you brought us. But I have to talk about this one shirt we got because it ties to the show so well. So I think Becky, right? Becky brought this. Did you bring this?
It was Amy.
Is it Amy?
Yeah.
Amy? Okay. So Rick and Bubba's show logo on the front. She made the shirts herself. And there they are. And then when you go to the back of it, it says Farewell Tour 2024. And it's got like Big Joe's Car Wash, Professional Lunch Eaters, Greg's Puppy Adoption, Willie and Wanda's Travel Agency, and Helmsley's Tennis Camps, and there's Dip and Dan's Cup, and Dickie Nadmeyer's RV Sales, and Adler's Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, there's just all kinds of cool stuff back there. And so the Rude Tourette's Society. So thank you. That's very, very kind, and I love that style of T-shirt. So we'll enjoy that quite a bit. Adler, before we get to the phones, video 6C, and thanks for all the stuff you guys brought us, and the pie's fine. Let's don't even think about it again. This is somebody from Moldova that has won judo and then dislocates their shoulder while
won
celebrating.
The bronze medal.
Yeah, while celebrating, dislocated the shoulder after winning the bronze. All right, so here it is. And so he wins, and he goes to do this. He's doing a big celebration, and dislocates his own shoulder. I don't want to see this. Okay, so, and that's does he right there?
That's it.
And there it is. And now he's dislocated his own shoulder after not getting dislocated during judo. So there it is. That's you can't even have a bronze medal. Can't even have a shoulder in the right place.
So what do they have to do? Go out there, the trainers, and pop it back into joint? What do you do?
I guess they did. You ever had dislocated shoulder?
No, I haven't. No, I think I'll skip.
It is not fun.
Evidently, you're supposed to lay on a table with your arm hanging down. Lay on a table face down with your arm hanging down and try to relax. And that if you're by yourself and you can't get your shoulder back in.
Oh wow.
Nice,
okay.
bro.
All right, to the phones.
Mel Gibson used to hit it against something.
To the phones we go. Here's somebody out of New Hampshire right here. Hey, Cast Iron, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm good. How y'all?
Fired up and ready. It's all we know.
Yeah, no, I'm from Alabama. I drive a truck, and I am in New Hampshire now. I come up here every week. I have for like 14 years.
Yes.
Can Rick get a ride with you?
Yeah, is that possible?
Oh, yeah.
Eastbound and down?
I got a couple of drops left, but I was just going to tell you it's as we speak, I'm in Conway, New Hampshire. It's 84 degrees, no humidity.
Yeah, okay.
When I leave here, I'm going to Concord,
Yep.
which is about an hour and a half from here.
Yeah.
I go there a lot, almost every week.
Yeah, we'll be staying in Concord, and then we'll go into New London to see the show and have dinner. So.
Yeah, if you have time, you could come over around the lakes, maybe Meredith.
Yeah. Okay.
If you can swing it, the Mount Washington.
Okay.
You know, it's over. They have
easy
the highest wind speed.
Hey, thanks for calling. Because now I'm afraid that Sherry's gonna hear all that. So
I remember that.
You
place
had me
now.
at
It's a hill. You go up like a mountain, and
Okay.
the highest natural wind speed you can get up there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, blow your shirt right off.
I did not know that. That explains all the binoculars. But you had me at no humidity in 84. I'll take that right now all day long. I'd like to see it about 70 something, but I'll take that. Compared, because right now we've got immense humidity and 105. So there we go. Let's go to Bob.
And rain schedule for 2 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair Hope
Every
checking
day.
in. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bobby. Hey, Bobby.
I'm here.
Okay,
Quickly.
Bob. Okay.
The voter problem in Arizona and Alabama and Butler County, all you're required is a photo ID on a driver's license. On the driver's license, there's no social security number, but it says not for federal identification right across the top of it. So I asked the voter people, what are you going to do about that? Because you don't have any way to prove these people are citizens. Per the Constitution, you have to be a citizen to vote. But there's nothing that says anywhere around there, especially in Arizona. I guess if you got a social security number that's fake, 10,000 of them that are the same thing, and nobody noticed.
Yeah, somebody put on the text. Now I don't know if it's true. Said that is a false story. That what that guy's claiming happened did not happen. I don't know. I mean, the guy obviously gave his presentation, but you make a good point. I was thinking the same thing. We did have somebody come up and say that there's been no proof of that, but there's been no proof of a lot of things that look like they happened, and that story has never been confirmed. So I don't know. Jim in Prattville, Alabama, I-92 WLWI. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask real quick. My brother's on staff at Hendersonville, First Baptist. Did you meet a Phil? A guy named Phil?
I don't recall meeting a guy named Phil. I do not. What is his role there?
He's a preschool minister, but he's been there several years. So.
Don't recall meeting Phil. I met a couple of Bruces. I met a Shannon and a Ben.
Did you meet Hank?
I didn't. I don't. No, I did not meet Hank. May just have.
He's a putrid smell.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. So anyway, no, Jim, I didn't.
They've had a lot of prominent members at that church. Johnny Cash was a member there.
No, Jim, now you're throwing that in to be sharp.
No, he was a member of that church before. Yeah,
Johnny Cash.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
you never know.
I guess
Greg's.
You know what?
Shocking.
You know what? I will say this though. That does explain the picture I saw.
Greg's in a meter in it.
Greg, the guy probably knows. Okay, I don't know, but I did not meet Phil that I recall. But that was an impressive staff there. But thank you for that. And Greg,
buddy, we got it.
You think this guy doesn't know his son's on staff? Okay. You think he's trying to be sharp.
You want to eat for a week?
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. We hope you have a great weekend. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. So be sure and catch that wherever you get podcasts. Lord willing, if we're wrapping up our time, we'll talk to you Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.